Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another stream. Let's fucking go, man. Um, Call of Duty. Let's freaking go. We're gonna start by watching some of the CDL. I actually think I need to update my Call of Duty. Um, we will be helping my sister a little later because she's trying out for. Oh. Oh, it's on. So tomorrow, tomorrow will be when we help my sister get um prepared to try out for an esports team, which you already know what we've been through with Team Notorious and such. So we gotta help her out with that too. So the esports team is actually through her college. So I forgot some of these teams are like heavily crazy funded now. So I think it's kind of crazy how just like these esports organizations are also becoming colleges. It's just like what? That's nuts. That's crazy to even think about. But we're gonna take a look at at least this first game of the CDL. I think they had one that I was interested in. Yeah, here we go. Optic, here we go.
If they come true, 2 matches down and 2 to go. But this one is about to be probably the wildest of the day. The first team coming to the stage is looking to show Texas some real heat. Get ready, everybody, for Riyadh.
Red. You know, I do like that team. I really do like that team. I always thought they were like. I mean, I like that they're from the Middle East. It's interesting.
Looking to have one of the best villain arcs this year. The Riyadh Falcons are flying to the stage. And they backed up the Brinks truck, and they got a good roster. Surrounded by world champions, this accident looking to make a statement here. You see that man to his right? That's his duo.
Dude, I think this is a cracked out team. I won't lie. I think this team is sick.
To watch them go blow for blow up against Optic Texas. Gonna be a good match. Let's get it started, guys. I'm ready to get this started because I know here in the state of Texas. Everybody has been waiting for this squad to come to the stage. Get ready to make some noise for the back-to-back world champions.
Crazy. Woo, baby. Dude, this team is cracked out. Dude, this is so sick. I can't even lie.
Green wall arise for Optic. Hook, Shotzi, Mercules, and Dashi. Back on home turf. Ready to show the world yet again why they are world champions.
Listen, I'm going to be so for real. It doesn't matter the stats. It doesn't matter the situation that these guys are in. They could be 0-18 and still end up the best team in the game by the end of the year, by the end of the event, by the end of the day. The turnaround time for these players is unbelievable. And I'm going to keep it for real with you. There's a big man in the building, and that's called the Green Wall. No matter where they go, they're in their hometown in Texas right now. And we know what happens when that momentum gets going. Let's get it going, Blaze.
I'm ready to get this one popping off, Valley, but I got to do it one good time because this place is getting packed. Texas, you ready to go? Miles, Chance, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, my friend. What a lean green matchup we've got here on this fantastic Thursday of Major One. Welcome, folks. Welcome, folks, all around the world. Everyone here in Texas, thanks for coming out. It's been a wonderful, wonderful tournament so far. It's about to get real hot, though, brother. You ready for this?
I'm excited, man. What a way to kick off the tournament. Two teams getting after it. The Falcons or Juvenile Hawks, whatever they're bringing to land, we get to discover straight away. Colossus as well to start this series off. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, it's a nice, exciting start to the tournament for both of our squads. Again, a little bit of a rivalry that might be developing throughout the year. Let's face it. Squads of this caliber, we want to see them go toe-to-toe. Shout out the guy in the Huntsman gear as well. Look at you, man. You're an OG. Welcome, one and all, to what will be a fantastic series. Not a lot of bad blood chance, but definitely two squads that want to get after each other.
I mean, there's some kind of blood going to be in the water, right? Former teammates, Optic obviously won a world championship with Fred just a few years ago. Now you got to battle them on the other side of the stage. And in my mind, that is the SMG battle we're going to see. It is the focal point, especially on map number 1. Fred, in my mind, a question mark around him. He has been phenomenal so far this year. As Schiff said, the catalyst for the team has to bring his A game today.
See if he can do well. The A game not overload right now for Optic. We'll see if that comes to be the same case in the matchup. It's been very, very good for the Falcons so far, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Until then, it's time to get a hard point. We start things off on Colossus.
Oh, hey, Colossus, boo!
Map to watch.
And a map that if you have those land jitters, all the pros talk about it. You got to see that first one go through the hoop. The guns will be warm. One hill into this one. You're taking 18 different gunfights. You're getting cracked and ready to go. These players are fiending to get going.
Here we go, boys and girls, right into our first hard point. We'll see who strikes first. It will be Hook, the Nuke, joining him alongside
The Nuke.
Mercules there in the opening time, and Fred. Oh, talk about
Oh,
Catalyst. He's looking for all four.
Yeah, he's looking for it as well. You had actually an Optic sent nobody really over towards the statue.
Oh.
So they give up the focal point. That means Optic really trying to prioritize that time. Successful at it, right back in the mix. And well, Mercules gets to be the collector.
And big work there from Optic, not only finding the kills, but they're doing it from time as well. So you're going to hold on to this small lead. There's 20 seconds to go here on P1. Not a bad start to the matchup. Kyler Garland joining Mercules there in the feed as they pick up a 3, and that is going to be it. Rotations on. And Mercules again, finding kills from inside time.
And how about this start from Optic Texas? Already it's going to be a 30-point lead going into new where they have the spawns and the rotation on lock.
oh my God!
Bruce shooting is going.
Oh my God! No!
Making for a spree, and he get that new time.
Fresh mag, target-rich environment. He's got a few more to deal with here.
Oh.
What a win from Xnid. Well, P2's open and Optic are on it. They got the numbers out of
Oh my God!
Great nade. Who
Nice clear.
He needs to play his life in. Well, successful at that. The timing on point, the corner even better. Falcons had a small little punch, and well, Merck responded with the haymaker.
He gets it there, 6 and 2. There's a battle for the back line taking place. Shots in Fred. Over towards the front line though. Shots in a quick forward, tons of damage.
1 and 6. Is that what I saw? Oh, by Kismet. Oh my god.
Take a breath, collect just a little bit of that time. This is their map pick. They are 3 and 1 on it. If Optic strike first, it would be devastating for Riyadh. So we're worried about that rotation. Pred an extra couple of kills, but on the rotation.
That ain't Pred, that's Sale.
It'll be Optic in time first.
Journey to the great outdoors, top side of the map. Optic are there first.
Ooh.
The great attempt from the Falcons. So far, so good. They clean house. The backside coming up, and now guns forward. That's a great break.
Oh, Pred's going to be going a long route for this pinch as well. So if Celian can slow him down, yep, easy clean up kills. There's
Oh my god.
for fourth, and Optic are spawning out. Riyadh Falcons coming alive.
What an attempt. All 4 down now to the other side of the map. And an opportunity here for Optic on the pinch, but it's not going to rework it
I think their audio's all wrong.
His way through time, finding the hill. Hooks up next through tunnel. Exit flying forward. Can't get the next man. As Optic with an opportunity now to get the break with 20 to go.
And Pred's going to be looking for the Hellstorm as well. He's on a 6 spree, hoping some kills fall into his lap. Well, there's an easy number 7. A little battle here for number 8 to see if he can collect. But whatever happens with him, his teammates have the rotation. So you might not get the Hellstorm, but you got close to a tied-up game. 3 players around this new time.
Close they can. Still a lead here for Optic. Hardpoint not theirs. Here comes the first wave. Mercury's over the top. Finds it. That's going to get you in on towards time. Once again, Kismet. He's going to be the man off. Cleans him up. Gets himself.
Oh, he actually had made a huge comeback.
Moment you take down the SMG.
He was like 1 and 6, so yeah.
Making sure you take care of those spawns. Somehow Shotzi has found himself in the back. Talk about Optic getting a gift of a spawn, and Shotzi trying to make the impact. And hey, if he's now just 4 in 10, he needs some freebies.
Here he goes.
Oh my god.
Sir, what was that about? You'll happily take it. 20 seconds to go. Optic want this time.
Yeah, we've seen that spawn a few times, but make no mistake, it is entirely unreadable. So Shotzi a slow start. He's going to be back in the mix, and
Ooh.
fully capitalized. They have retaken the lead. 4 down in the feed. In long term, they flip the spawns as well. Optic starting to work a little bit of that magic.
Yeah, we're seeing it. Starting to conjure up the return to form. Big kills there from Shotzi. He's on a 4 spree. 3
Oh.
Dashi. Back over to P1 we go. Shotzi makes it 5. Can't make it 6. Unfortunately, doesn't get himself towards the Hellstorm, but over the top there. Great work. And they're back on time. A big lead change, and we cross 100 points.
And once again, it's the exact same setup. Optic have not poured a ton of pressure over towards the statue side of the map. They've been playing it for time and for good reason. This is a P1 where they've been relatively dominant.
So far, P1 good. Set for P2 as well. Let's go for a listen in.
Ooh, he's so weak. Ooh. Oh man. Oh my. That was aim assist. Oh my god. Sometimes you just gotta fry. Just hit the clip.
Listen in. Optic starting to get roaring. A big lead. Kismet now desperately trying to slow him down here with Hellstorm.
And yeah, men in the back as well. So Exton's going to be blocking spawns. It's going to be a mixy-looking mini-map. Nice curve on the Hellstorm, but it only takes out a trophy. Pred, though, off the intel, able to get a couple kills, and Falcons there in the feed. Good enough for the break. Hercules, obviously, with a hot hand there, but Falcons doing everything they can to fight.
Couple of big threes. Shotsy, 18 and 15. He started this map off real slow, and now it's starting to look like magic. Another force spree. Trying to get himself streaks once again, but so far the hard point. Fantastic work on the outside here in the second set.
And again, this cannot be understated. This is Riyadh Falcons map.
Ooh.
They love to play them some Colossus, but Optic right now taking them to task. In position for the new time as well. Optic have the left side spawns, but for the moment, Hoop by himself on time. See the outer lane being covered and prowled by the Optic members, but the pressure's all new.
Here we go. Optic with numbers over by New.
That's spawn protection?
Gonna win a big one. Can't get it done. Dashi goes supine, and it was fine. Over the top now comes Kiz, and it's another team nade from Pred. Trades there complete from Celium. This play's not over yet. Top mid now clear. Optic got to worry about the flank.
Yeah, and they're more or less flooding through the front. Exton's trying to pounce through mid, but Optic have it covered. Shotzzy knows when to back away from the pressure.
That's a good play. That's a good play.
Through mid. Last man on time is going to be Mercules. It's a 1v1 now, worrying about the players from mid. And again, this has been such a good hard point. Optic have kept the Falcons out. They've not got anything.
Ooh.
And again, back to the tie. Shotzzy up, gets one and done.
Go away.
The next wave, Dashi, his sights are set, and the trophy gets.
Oh.
I mean, hey, that's a hell of a snap right there, unfortunately.
Come on, Hook.
The enemy, but we're going to be going back towards the P1. This is a hill where Optic have been on point, and players already sneaking through. First 2 kills in the feed in favor of Optic, and so will be the time.
Are they going to get it? No, Mercules up there already. Third set, possibly the final. Here's on the trades. Big work out of Exit, but again, a wicked set of team kills. As Optic find themselves on the better end of the trade war, they managed to hold on to time for now. Hook staying alive. Attack through statue, attack through the stairwell. Pressure now on.
Oh.
Trying to get in.
Oh, they got the bodies there.
Oh, what a roll.
Comes through in favor of Pred this time on the enemy, but the losing statue control and Kismet overwhelmed in time. Shotzi's good enough for 2, and Optic at least playing the keep away game. Falcons, maybe the kills starting to go their way a little bit, but so difficult to collect on P1.
They're so desperate for a trophy in P1, but it is not happening. Another set of kills. Hard point now, again in the hands of the Falcons. They're not going to let
Ooh.
fight his way forward. This is it. You're trying to find the dagger, you're trying to find the death knell. The final moments here of that one, potentially. Mercury's now starting to heat up. Eyes on the next few players. Has he let them through? No, he has not.
Ooh.
Well, that's the good instinct.
He's got 31.
Have to break this one down.
32.
Every single man along the way. It's selling him in the back line, but he's simply outmatched, overwhelmed, and gunned down. Optic will give you game number 1.
Comes the final chance, and it's gone.
Oh my god.
Starts with a whimper, ends it with a bang. Map 1, Optic Sexus.
Crazy. That was a fun one. My god, that was sick.
He knows. Strong criticisms for the multi-time world champion, multi-game world champion coming into this series, but that was a perfect hard point for him.
And listen, you know, a guy like Shotzzy maybe to have that one lucky spawn roll through to get the ball rolling, but once he got it rolling, an absolute menace on the map. On the flip side, the desk talked about it quite a bit for the Riyadh Falcons. What type of presence are we going to get? Colossus is their map pick. You're looking at guys like Pred, that SMG duo, him and Exodus, to set the tempo, to get that pace rolling. Looking at the stats, non-existent for Pred. 7 seconds of hill time, fewest deaths on his team, and him and Exton not even getting any assists. You had Celium somehow throwing up 4,400 damage, most in the lobby. Kiz's and AR gave you nearly 2 minutes of hill time, but as a team, Falcons did not have nearly enough.
That's a clear disconnect. Unfortunately, the submachine guns of the Falcons not working out there. Other side of the board, though, great stuff. Huge work in the hill time across the board for Optic there. Shotzzy again, a slow start, a strong finish, and across the highlights, looking at the scoreboard, that superb P1 for Optic, but the Falcons, what a battle back they had. A good start to the series for Optic, for the Falcons, a little bit of a sting on their map pick.
And listen, land jitters, Ghosty spoke about it in his interview. You just got to get that first one out of the way. For Optic to start so strongly on P1, Get the right side spawn for P2. You build yourself a 60-second lead. You fill into your comfort zone so quickly. Crowd gets behind you. Dash is probably rubbing his hands together, getting back into that land sort of vibe where he is extraordinarily comfortable. Out to Texas, simply never looked back, and the plays so consistent across the board. You got a little bit of everything you wanted to see. Mercury's pop-off moments here and there. Dashy dealing out the damage, getting the assist, and some wondrous stuff from Shotzi as well.
Hey, we're seeing some ridiculous challenges as well. A little moment.
Oh, it was an insane game. That was a fun one. That was a great first one to watch.
He's hitting big shots. He's also destroying a trophy in a moment where he's helping his team make a long run. There are tiny things that Optic do that give them the win there. Whether it's the spawns, whether it's a little bit of luck on that magical P4 spawn, you'll take them. You'll take them. Happy for that. Start strong. Into the search and destroy, we now go. And yeah, a game feed that close, and then a massive runaway finish there for Optic.
And, you know, mentioning the concerns for Falcons of will they replicate online to land? Well, the concern from Optic,
Oh man.
probably the level of
So I've been biking a shit ton, and so I think I'm at like 50 something miles in the past 7 days. I don't feel really nothing. I don't really feel any change in my body. It feels like I was already ready to already just work out, I guess. I don't know. My body, I guess the only fatigue my body has really felt is just my body's been a little dry, I guess. That's the best way I can explain it. I've almost needed the cramp once, which I'm like, I mean, it's not really nothing. So it's like, I feel really good. Like, and I got a compliment that I actually look kind of good, if you know what I mean. So, I don't know. I don't feel too skinny yet, but I don't know. And biking 50 miles or whatever in like a week, and people are already calling me skinny. I don't know. I don't know if I believe it yet. All right, then get started right here.
There's no concept of what routes are going to be taken, what creative things Optic actually want to throw down. I know if you're in a mystery spot, I mean, that's stuff the entire way through. Even the coaching staff for Falcons put a question mark on this.
Well, I think at this point in time, you just forget about what your opponents could be doing and play your game, start to finish, through and through. Keep those victory conditions in mind and just try to meet them. Overthinking can absolutely paralyze teams and cause so many problems. Shotzi's got bomb. He's gone back for it here in our opening round. They will be on attack first. Falcons, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs.
Well, that's just gonna get that snipe. It'll be insane.
One of the most dangerous men with the snipe, and he will let it ring out. You got Exnit and Kismet taking a little bit of space on the top side of the map, so Optic have to be careful about a rotation. No map pressure purchased just yet. No trophies in round 1. Always going to be the slow approach. Shotzi finding the route, and he has found his way through.
So far undetected, and now a gentle approach towards what will be the A-bomb site.
Shotzi missed him?
To plant on. So many angles to worry about, and Pred's timing.
Oh my god.
What's happening now? And in a second, it's game time, boys. Bomb planted. Here we go. 40 seconds before it goes boom.
Caught him. It just caught him.
Celium still the overwatch towards the top side of the bomb site. Gets himself one. Mercules helps out. Dashy on the flank. Man advantage Optic.
Easy reads. Celium last man standing to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, and he's making a move for it. Good guns are up.
Oh.
Work from Optic. Infiltrate the bomb site. Get the early plant. And walk away with a first blood too.
Yeah, so much confidence on that Chow as well. That's a dangerous moment against Celium, but Dashy super confident in his pistol. He's out there baiting for Mercules as well. And set up the kid for the kill. Mercules, 2-0 start. Got a hot hand as well in map number 1. Things looking good for Optic again on map number 2.
Quick swap of sides here on exposure. Must be quite a nervy moment for some of our players. Mercury's family in the audience, wherever you are. Yes, it is normally this tense. Here we go. Celium's control cam working overtime, one of the most unorthodox players we have in COD history. Kismet, just gets away with his life.
11 HP, 10 more than he needed. Hit the reset button, plenty of time for Falcons to work with. I think that's basically every single nade from Optic down. We're going to be squaring up over towards B. Mercules will be the man to spot this out. If he can get one or just the intel, that's huge.
I think he got the intel. Or maybe not, it's hard to tell. In a prone position now, waiting for the attack. That nade over the top is going to be it. But Kismet strikes a first blood, and now an opportunity to get the plant. Here comes Optic. A very, very quick counter-attack. They're on for the rebuttal.
Two players going to back hoop, going over top. X-Nade the first man intel, but we're scoring, we're flying, and we're staying alive.
The smoke might have been a bit of a dud, and now over the top, we're trying to find something. It's a 1v2 with Dashi now on the flank. A red dot on the mini-map is all you've got to work with. Going for the 1v1.
Oh, no aim assist either.
Smoke, Falcons. Answer back 1-1.
Well executed. Kismet finds that first blood. The bomb gets planted 7 seconds later. Very quick on those play calls, and Optic maybe an opportunity in that 3v4 to clutch up, but Selling was there to shut it down. 4-1 start from him as well. He had 4,400 damage in map number 1. He was shooting his gun, and that is the expectation we have for him. His presence will always be felt.
Who can Pred, the only players in the game yet to get a kill so far? Dashi there in that last round, a little bit late to the defense of the bomb. Here we go on the attack once again. Optic through the middle of the map this time. Dashi going for the old 1-2 jump there, or snipe the Selly, and playing from the stairwell. Not going to expose too much there. You really have to.
I really don't have any culture for you.
And it's not going to happen this round.
Yeah, Dashi doing this in a sort of non-traditional way. Instead of being top ring, he's playing it down low. And I was going to say, Celium always willing to square up and just get a little bit of that chip damage. Overcommits.
Hold on, one more time. Sorry.
Just get a little bit of that chip damage in, and well, Pred overcommits. A first death for him again.
One of the slickest with it. And now over to the left flank, Hook. What damage into the first man? Can he keep the dance going? Waiting for someone on the flank there. Shotzzy making Dashi saves him over his shoulder, but the trade is still complete. And Shotzzy now on a mission to find the man who got away. X-Nade on a run. Celium now making his way back towards the B-bomb site. You are waiting for the objective play still. Falcons.
Yeah, Merc got picked in the meantime, and, well, a dropped moment there for Optic. Unless you can spot him through the wall, I think Shotzzy knows.
I think he knows. I think he knows. He does indeed. He must have seen a clipping or something there, but 25 seconds. The round is not over yet. Here comes Celium. Oh, tagged up. Opening damage. Oh!
Ooh.
Shotzzy goes high. Optic take the lead.
A little bailout moment. X-Nade nearly makes the play. Celium tries to deliver as well, but ultimately the SMGs shut it down. Optic with a nice start, and he'll take the little bit of luck he's got in the series. That P2 spawn, a little bit cheeky rolling through, spotting probably X-Nade cheek through the little wall as well. Panning out for him.
You gotta work really hard to be that lucky, man. He's a hard worker. 2-1 to Optic so far. Hook's still yet to get a kill. That's fine.
He's got 300 damage. He's gotten some assists to his name.
He's doing just fine. Nades through mid. Aren't going to connect to anyone from Optic. That will, though. Oh, Celium catches it. Fragmentation at the start of the round. Not ideal. Close range gunfight. Wow. And that stun connection. That is going to be very, very tough to deal with. A lot of intel passed against. Both those players come up on the other screen.
That's a dagger for Stun Grenade. That connects with 2, so that's the go button for Hook. He's going on the long flank. He doesn't want to be the first one to engage. Hook wants to take his time, but he's behind enemy lines. Pred, though, sniffs it out, and you get the team shots rolling through as well. Falcons, I don't think Hook was prepared for 3 of them to be in spawn.
Deep defensively, that is a playbook read there. You knew the man was coming. And now the slow fight forward. Still committing towards the B-bomb site. Optic Shotzzy not giving it up. Mercury's now oscillating over on the defense. Top window is going to be Dashi. And this is it. A call has been made. The go button is on. Over the top comes X-Nade. Massive advantage right now for the Falcons. Ooh. Shotzzy and Merc trying to make something happen here. Towards the back, it's going to be Pred on the right. Last man left alive, Shotzzy. And he is unaware. Mid-map with the bomb planted now. Trying to find something, and it is going to be a miracle.
Might have fallen off the map there for that little jump cut. I don't know if Shotzzy's movement finally faltered, but whatever happened in the mixiness, you did have Pred finally getting on the board, was sitting on the donut cam. Not only does he give you the first blood, well, he's East Coast to West Coast. He'll find kills in either spawn.
Yeah, that round felt like a tale of 2 flanks. He managed to read the Optic play. He managed to deal with that on the other side for the Falcons. little bit of discourse now, back and forth as our teams go back and forth. It is 2-2 going into the next round. Once again, we swap sides. The pressure starting to get to our players. Optic on the attack once again.
Always got to be careful about these nades at the start with the explosions ringing out. And actually, there's really no pressure on defense over towards the B site. And Optic, 4 players on the top side of the map. If they're quick, they will absolutely have the numbers.
Totally different route this time, taking all 4 of them. They are truly committing to the B-bomb site.
Damn, Hook's 0-4. Man.
A little bit later on. In the meantime, though, it is a wide open bomb site. Here comes a slow attack now from the Falcons. The opening shots, a little bit more than warnings.
And Dashy's got the pinch. Everyone else from Optic going to be looking forward, but Merc already falls. A huge moment right now for Riyadh.
Got to try to find the opportunity to fight their way through, commit to one of the angles and play for it. Here we go, up over the top. It's going to be Kids of the Trades. Hook finds himself 2.
Oh, man.
Take the lead.
And listen, sometimes you want to work it, you want to be a high IQ, intelligent play. Sometimes you have the man advantage, and you just want to play the trade battle. Falcons rolled those dice, and they gambled the round away. Dashy there for the final kill, and a 3v4 clutch in the post plant. That is a huge round from Optic.
Bear in mind, that was a Celian first blood as well. Hook with 2. Man, you wanted those. Gets himself on the board in a big, big way. Well, 3-2, first to 6. But we're going slow through exposure.
Someone's got to back up for it. Thank you, Sel. He'll just do everything this map.
He'll do it all. He's about to have a big one.
Cell's carrying so hard.
No information on the first time. I think teammate there might have got it. It was exited. And Kismet now waiting for the play through mid. Watch out for the window player. Dashy, they know he's up there. Trophy, great. Smoke now through mid. You should have the A-bomb.
Oh, this is free flanks in either direction. This is great positioning out of Falcons. They tried to get here a few rounds ago. A stun slowed them down. But this is the calculated play. 2 guys in zig. Oh, you trade one away, but you got to challenge finish. We're not.
He doesn't chase.
Oh, that's a tough one. No trade. No overcommitment.
Oh, no.
Most of them are going to pump the brakes here. Draw a line in the sand and exposure. We might be on for another play.
Might be on for a breakdown. Yeah, we are hunting ghosts. We are looking the wrong direction. And Falcons have now.
He's so nervous.
Optic again spreading out. They've got 2 guns on the back door, continuing the suppression. Shotzi on the left flank. Hook's going to be on the right. Pred trying to punch a hole through the back, and it's not going to happen. Selly
Huge.
desperately fighting his way forward, and it's down.
Finish. Chase him.
To Exnid, the man of the moment now with less than 20 seconds to play. He has got.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
I thought he was with them, too. I thought he was behind Cell.
A gift from above.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit nervy. The idea was there on the jump there for Falcons, but the execution falters. You drop that trade here in a 3v4, and then you find 3 players inside of this building. It's fantastic if you're holding the hard point. If you're on offense and S&D and you have to plant, it's one of the worst places you can be. Falcons faltering. Now they're down 4-2.
With a round like that going your way. Falcons put themselves in an incredible position, just unable to execute. Keep it simple. Keep it clean, keep it easy, and they did not do that. A 3-man conga line now for Optic over towards the B-bomb site, and they will run into Exnid. So far, yet to discharge his weapon.
Oh, he's seen 2 players over here, and yet nobody on the Falcons wrapping back. Hercules and Dashy, the AR players toying with the idea, and look at that. Finally, the call the Falcons start wrapping, but now it's the wrong direction. Shotzi on the timing.
Ooh.
Done. Kismet goes huge. Finds you the first blood, but the Optic, they have been dangerous in the 3v4.
Yeah, real deep defensive for the Falcons. We've seen them do deep offensive lines as well, staying in their spawn until the very last possible second. Giving up a lot of the A-bomb site, giving it up entirely nearly. Kismet will be the man to check it. Over the top now as well. Pred, eyes on. There's the plant. And oh, wait a minute.
Ooh, Kiz.
Big 2. And Dashy now left alone. Can Kismet close out? Yes. Getting the bomb defuse as well. And on a 4 spree, that is a huge gain towards the Hellstorm.
Bulldogs barking, trying to get his team hype in the mix. And Exnid certainly has one of the most interesting monitor setups I've ever seen. But if you're a little bit nervy on the main stage, Kismet is absolutely the guy you want sitting next to you. One of the best teammates you can have, and obviously when he's on 99 Kiz level, he'll get those 3 pieces. He'll get the defuse. He will do it all.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll tell you when he's on that. Oh, we won't have to tell you. You'll see it. Well, 4-3. 1 round separating our teams. Optic still. with the lead. Falcons, a nice round like that. I mean, we could be looking at, what, 3-3, 4-4. Once again, this is a very close game of S&D.
Well, Falcons back on the attack. Once again, they're going to be going down low. And Optic are going to hear the nades on that section of the map. And yeah, those green arrows starting to sling their way back just a little bit. Mercury's in the window. A dangerous man to deal with. Actually aggressive with the sniper. He will play up on you.
Everyone's just waiting for those lanes to start opening up and start flooding players forward, but no one committing too hard. That's a problem. Him out of the round. Dashy's first blood splatters, and Shotzi's flank pays off. His old teammate down. 2 men left on the Falcons to deal with.
Oh,
Shotzi makes it one.
Dang, they are shutting him down.
Needed to chase Shotzi in that moment, had the read on it, but Shotzi good for 2. 5-3 lead, and this is looking like the green wall are going to be happy today.
It's not over yet. Of course, yeah, they threw 6 straight rounds in that previous series. Will that man on your screen let it happen? 7-5 for Mercury's, just north of 1,000 damage in the map so far. One more round is all Optic need.
No reason to change anything up. The slow, patient approach has been on point for them. The only rounds they've really lost in the attack is when they get first blooded away from their teammates.
And Dashy again with the sniper. He's hitting the first bloods, but he's hitting them from down low. Oh my, yeah, that second one on the 7 would have been unbelievable. So close, but not close enough. Shotzi damaged, will get away with his life. Thinking about the B-bomb, but so are the Falcons.
Well, they don't have bomb here, so they're just looking for the kills. Kismet. Shotzi has the opportunity to hunt. You see him just spoking out the cross. And now they got information on 2 different players. So yeah, back on up and work towards A.
Interesting.
Everybody on Falcons tucked in their spawn. It is your main AR that is furthest pushed up, and he gets blooded for free.
Yeah, the control there from Mercury's. Take control of that player, take care of business, gives you top mid, gives you the bomb part, and now in the post-bomb position, this is a power spot to be in. Merc with the damage. Slow down Kismet. The window hop just to make sure no one gets through, but again, good damage. Preds finds his way forward somehow through the smoke, trying to keep this play alive and well. 30 seconds to go.
I mean, we got to actually make a move. Somebody on Falcons, please move out towards mid. Pred finally doing it, but you're getting broken down. Optic, dominant in the 2 maps they have. Pred, nothing you can do here.
It's done. Last man in the middle of the map.
Oh.
Brucey puts him on his back with the recon. Optic take a 2-0 lead here at the major. We're all pals of Falcons.
Yeah, and the Falcons, for the moment, not fighting back. I do not think they are following the game plan bestowed upon them, and even rounds like that in the final. Celium, the most aggressive player on the map. All 3 of his teammates backed up in their spawn. No trades there to be found. Falcons going to need to dig deep because Optic right now, they are just playing clean Call of Duty.
Clean COD. They're not being pressured too much. They're not having to sweat. They're not having to overthink things. Falcons, a couple of dodgy rounds that they certainly gave away, but Optic, hey, it's not too flashy. It is just the job getting done. Clean work there across the board. Everyone pulling their weight, everyone finding their moment. 6-3, our final score, but a 2-0 lead. Chance, at this point in time, I mean, I'm getting a beverage, I'm hitting the restroom, I'm enjoying myself, going into overload. How do you think Optic are feeling?
Beat up, they're comfortable right now. I mean, no one's having a hard carry. You don't need the pop-off moments. Right now from Optic, it is just every single player doing their 25%. Good enough for easy wins.
Good enough, easy wins. Will it be another easy win? Don't ask us. Ask the day.
It might be a hot 3-0 the way this match is going down right now. Optic in full control. We thought this might be the case, playing on their home turf in front of their home crowd. Shift, what's your takeaway from that search and destroy? Let's start with that game 2.
I think it's just they're playing the search at both polar opposite levels of tempo, getting good control of the map quickly, and then also being very dictative of following up after Dashy clears space with the scope. I think we really saw that a couple rounds in, and then again, near the end right there, just having them hard scope an angle, see if you can pull Riyadh into that space, then Shotzi takes it. It just feels very clinical right now for Optic.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights. And Nameless, I heard in that final round that you had Celium, the furthest pushed up player on the team, everyone else playing back. I feel like that's fundamentally flawed with any Celium team.
Yeah, excellent call by Miles and Chance. Just talking about like that round kind of just shows you the difference from Riyadh online into here on land. They're all back in their deep base. They don't know what's going on, what space is being taken where. And to me, like as impressive as Optic's been this first two maps, Riyadh's losing this, in my opinion, more than Optic's winning. This is a way different
I believe it.
style that we've seen from Riyadh. Super
Honestly, they just look nervous. Honestly.
wide pitch through P4, back all the way up to his team, trying to retake it. By that time happens, he's in a 1v2 and not involved in the play. Another one, he gets down low bottom window, and he's just trying to stay alive. Usually he's getting loose, and somebody's playing off of that. So for me, this Riyadh team, they just need to settle in here on land and show what we saw online here in this match.
For all those nature fans at home, juvenile hawks do not go after other birds. They only pick off small prey like mice. Unfortunately, the Falcons unable to soar in the first half of this series, but there's potentially 3 more games to go, Allie.
I mean, potentially. I mean, with the way Overload's been looking for the set of Riyadh Falcons, obviously you'd say they're the stronger team, but when you're already in a situation like this with your backs against the wall, and it's the green wall you're going up against, not only on the main stage, but in the crowd as well, like, this is a tough spot to be in, especially with the way that they're playing. It doesn't feel like anybody's gotten anything going on the side of Riyadh Falcons.
Now, this would be a different story if your hard point wasn't 250 to 135. The first half, it was a 10-point difference, Nameless.
Yeah, and then we get to a P4, and you know, I got pointed out, there's nobody past half map on Optic besides Shotzi because he spawns right next to them on the P4. Probably threw Riyadh off a little bit, the map positioning, and then from there, P4 into 1, into P2. It was a 90-point swing where Optic just took control of the game and Riyadh had no ability to bounce back. So, you know, Shotzi making some plays, maybe getting a little bit of opportunity from the COD gods, but, you know, putting his stamp on it when he needed to. And when Shotzi gets going, Alan, it's so difficult to stop.
The other thing about it, and I feel like a little bit of an idiot, I'm sitting here talking about how the SMGs need to start finding more synergy. You forget that you've got a Mercules. Like, that might be all you need.
Yeah, he drops 1,100 damage. Miles calls it, and it was only round 8. He gets it done in Search and Destroy, and we still have more games to go. Before we jump into that second half, we have a very special announcement. It's all about Worlds. That was quick, and we will you better head on over to FazeVegas.com, join the email list, and you guys can get your tickets. The pre-sale starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. here in Texas. It's going to be on sale officially 3 p.m. CST. You're going to want to get it because it's going to sell out. Why? We're going to be in Vegas, Alan, and nobody wants to party at a world championship in any place more than Las Vegas.
Dude, we were in Vegas last time around. It was insane.
So
one of the
fun.
best tournaments that we had, maybe except for the grand finals. But everything else, unbelievable. The space is sick. The venue's awesome. Little teaser on that, but I'm pumped, man. This is going to be insane.
Allie, final shout out before we get back to the casters while the people go to that website down low.
Make sure that you get your tickets because you're going to want to be there. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be fun. We're going to be on the strip. We're going to be doing things I don't know if I can say on broadcast. It's going to be a great time. Make sure you come.
FazeVegas.com is the place to be right now. But if you're here in the venue, lock in because Game 3 is loading up. We send it back over to the casters as the players take the stage.
Arigato, Christopher Pocket-san. We go to Den. And look, chance game of Overload. How are we feeling? What's your take? Which way are you dressing?
The team that's up 2-0, that's won very comfortably. Yeah, I think that would be my expectation. Optic able to play right now with all the confidence in the world, zero fear. It is just every single player doing their 25%. It's basically exactly what you want. It's the game plan. It's how you write it down. It is what you expect going into the series.
It's about as clear-cut as it could possibly be. This man is not on the fence at all. And, yeah, can't really fault you for that one, mate. Let's see if the Falcons have got what it takes. The players and the plays that got them here, they have left at home for the time being. Can they find that special stuff just to push the series a little bit forward, just to give themselves a little bit more oomph in the first major of the year?
Yeah, I think the biggest fear for Falcons is the map 4. If they manage to get there, not a fun one in hardpoint. That's Optic's map pick. So I think they're back truly against the wall. You just want to at least be able to fight back and have something positive to take away from the series. Of course, if you pull off the reverse sweep, as good as it gets. But we are one map at a time. We might just be parking the bus here on Den. We're in it for the long haul.
Just like Ted Lasso, you just got to believe sometimes. Our coaches have left the stage, reloading over map number 3 here. And so far it's been Optics match all series long. That exposure hardpoint looks good. Raid might be something special, but Falcons have got to pull their fingers out and get things going. Here we go, folks, into Den. Map number 3. Let's get it.
And if you're in it for the hate watch, always keep an eye on the mini-map. Pay attention to the arrows of the Falcons players. take a look at what they're going to be doing in the long term.
Opening shots. Hook's going to win the first fight. And he's going to win the next one as well. Uh-oh, that's a lot of kills, and that's an opportunity to grab the EMP and get rolling. The B goal safe for now. Exner win his fight. But the next wave of attackers, they're going to be here. The stuns are done. It's just down to the pistols and the rise.
You're going to be waiting. Hook off spawn is going to be on the top side of the map. Optic want everyone to get in position. Falcons are turtled up, and that just means Optic, well, look a wall, let the guy get in position. Well, good news for Selling. He finds that kill. It's going to shut down the push of Optic. Shotzi is so patient right now, waiting for someone to overcommit, but Falcons right now just burning the clock. We are pumped. It is going to be, how many times can we let Hook flank before he finally gets through?
Yeah, this is a generational wall licking moment. He sends it.
What?
He doesn't die, which is incredible. Shotzi's still rolling. We're trying to find the opportunity towards A. Go for it, boys. You've got to wide open goal. No one's leaving B, though. So back up we get from one side of the map to the other. Is this going to pay off? No, the Falcons have not taken the bait. Maybe they haven't noticed. Here we go. Trying to get the guns hot, trying to get the kills. On the flank is going to be Dashy. Red and dealt with. Is this the opportunity to go?
Oh, we're playing it patient. We're letting
Oh.
Falcons make the mistake, and Falcons have not overcommitted to anything, and now Mercules has to run for the hills. In terms of device control, Optic, as much and as good as you want it, now you got to be worried about getting caught. Pred's actually in an interesting position. We're jumping away from the device, but they get 2 in the feet. But yeah, Pred's the guy to just break this down. That's device, and that's an open goal. Optic, they have dropped the ball. Pred picks it up. First point on the board.
You may never see another score like that. What in the hell? Riyadh take the lead, and now an opportunity to get the rally. They've not got too many men over by the next spawn, and it's gone. That's going to be the kills from Merc. And the attention now towards the A goal. Can they get a column fighting their way forward? Mercules once again on the grab. Back to spawn.
Yeah, I think Optic just juked everyone except for Pred. Everyone else on a different page. And now we're just going to be running it down straight at him. Pred the first one in line to fall.
Here
and
we go.
well, he's making it through.
Got to make big kills here on the cross. Can Mercules make the dive happen? He's going to back on up. Play it safe. Wait for his teammates. Dashy, great coverage. And the slide is good. Equalizer. Foul.
And this is, I mean, wow. Falcons are a team very willing to turtle as well. Close it up towards the back. Hook, a very difficult man to kill, is going to continue to be a nuisance. It is a low side device spawn. So Hook is just a distraction right now. He is playing an entirely different game.
Well, if Hook gets a kill and he opens up mid, you're able to grab that ball, cut right through the middle of the map and attack the A goal. That might be the play. Optic have got options right now. They're asking for a lot with 2 minutes to go in the first half.
And looking at the minimap, Shotzi might actually be putting his controller down from time to time. Just waiting to pick the device up, but zero interest in playing any degree of aggressive.
They're not going for it just yet. Kismet on the old in and out. Starting to burn through the numbers here that Optic have got. They're still holding the gate. Optic now on the fight forward. Who finds the first shots? He sends it. Absolutely change of pace.
Oh, man.
Not enough for the big kill, though. Exner now fighting his way forward. Able to catch at least one of these players out. Once again through mid-map. You found the kill. You stopped the ball a minute 25.
Yeah, Dashy trying to slow him down. Gets one there in the feed, but traded out. Pred made it to the spawn. Trades are going to be quick to roll through, and Optic obviously right on top of things off spawn. No opens lanes just yet. We finally get to see Falcons on the attack, but Shotzi making it more interesting.
Oh, it's a big win up close. Can Exner keep this foothold that the Falcons have fought so hard for so far? Yes, he can. Desperately trying to not grab the EMP. It will reset soon. They have to touch base on this. Yeah, there it is. Right back to this other side of the bottom side of the map. As they're now going to try to make the play once again. Dojo's still hot. No one there on the flank to pick this one up. Shotzi wins it through mid. And this could be another play.
So last man standing. If he gets one, he's happy about his job, but he's going to need to get at least that. No, Merc is going to catch him. Shotzi has made it to the point. He does a little bit of damage. The front line's going to go. Dashy cannot win it.
Wait.
2 more here.
Wait, Hook over the top gets the kill. His teammate on the pickup. The immediate rally. 2-1, Optic.
And this is just such a scattered and awkwardly paced. Lan always slows things down, and now we have slowed them down to a grinding halt. Falcons might get punished for it. If anybody scores at the end, it's going to be Optic.
15 seconds to go. We will be going over time as long as someone's holding on. But Mercules, what a kill! Pick up the device. You got the time. Exner has got to go huge. The dive! 3-1 as the whistle blows.
And I want to see a heat map of that round. It doesn't exist, but if it did, Falcons, they are not particularly interested in leaving their spawn. The single score that they have is basically just Mercules running back and forth across the map, and finally Pred is able to catch him. But outside of that lucky mystery,
Great engineer.
Optic had just been in full control of this game. And even the scoreboard, Shotzi and Mercules were both 1-1, and Dashy and Hook had 5 and 6 kills apiece. Just different levels of activity right now between these two teams.
Well, you got a great awareness of the objective of the device. The EMP's getting run around very well. Outside of the first score, the Falcons got, they've been on the back foot. And a massive play though from Optic. Again, Mercules, it's possession. They've got control of the device. They can do what they want with it. They're forcing the Falcons to make the move and come to them. As soon as they get to a weakened spot, bang, they pounce. Here we go, second round.
And on this map and in this game mode, by the way, 2 and 6 both got interesting timing, but it is very difficult to make comebacks. And if Falcons are so turtly, if they're the ones forced to push the issue, it's just going to be an uphill battle form. And Pred's behind you, but just looking at the mini-map, Optic are just in control.
It doesn't matter. Pred's here for now. He's still there. Play a long game. These are nice kills. Mexic's still going to get rid of the man in the middle of the map, and that is Mercules, and he is down and out finally. So now you've got some space to play with for the Falcons. Shotzi has to win his battle on the B goal. Does indeed. Here comes the device in the hands of Celium, still trying to make something happen.
Well, where do the Falcons want to go? Pred's opening up the top side of the map. Instant death, and well, now you're hoping Celium pistol in hand. He's lethal with it, but you just feel like you're a man down. Cell trying to get active, but he's going to falter, and that was Falcons' only hope.
That's 2 big kills. Pred's got to hold the line himself now. Oh, he's down and out. Spawners now quickly flood through. Hold on to the A goal. Plug up that space they've just opened. Dashy now with the rock on the way back.
Yeah, and Shots has already taken so much space.
I gotta say, this game mode is so boring to watch.
And he did so unspotted.
Like this, I don't know. Maybe they should pull like I don't know, maybe like safeguard, I guess. You could basically patrol across the whole map.
Can he find the third man? No! Shotzi's still going. Pred with a save. Hook through the window down. Falcons save it there.
Well, 3:15 is how much they have to work with in the half. They're down by 2. They're going to have to force the issue now.
He's trying to get slick with it. There's Exit on the flank. Starting to feel the pace start to pick up. Hook from spawn. As the Hellstorm just scatters above. Going to slow them down just a touch. That device is still going to be hanging out. Merc doesn't connect to anyone, but he forces everyone from the Falcons inside.
Avio?
Corner. Nice win there from Hook. Gets traded out. Now you got Merc taking a deep route. And hey, shot punch. It's an old trick, but Merc, he learns them quick.
Shotzi, he's got by. Kismet fighting tooth and nail to stay alive in that situation. And now back towards the middle we go. 2 minutes and 30.
Jeez.
Big kills out of Optic. Map control theirs.
Dashy's pistol has been on point this game, and I mean now Falcons.
Wait, who's this again? Sorry.
I mean he's reading the pressure correctly, but you're down by
All
2.
domestic visibility. Wow.
But we're still working towards that device. Falcons struggling to get control.
This is the thing, you can still get a capture with all these Optic players up, but they have pulled back. Defensive hold now. 2 minutes to go. Nice set.
All I wanted was to be cool. Not to be cool with everybody. They just don't want to be cool with me.
Howdy doody, my name's Pred. I'm somehow still alive. Hungry for a few more.
Couple units within the city.
Optic are still holding the line in mid. Now they've completely pulled back to the courtyard.
I mean, spinning in circles, worried about the pin. Someone's got to pick up the device. It's Celium that's going to grab it, and now you got to flow through the bottom side.
How much damage can they get done? Shotzi. Oh, what a snap! Third man is going to be the carrier, trying to fight his way in. Celium gets a big kill. Can he get another? No way! The dive is not good enough for the goal line save from Optic. Out they go.
Shut him down, and now where do you want to go with the device? 2 players on the top side of the map, and I mean, we're spreading the map like we're playing S&D. The more time Optic wastes in this moment, the better.
There's 1 minute and 14 seconds left of this series.
Cargo has completed electricity.
Oh, what a fight. The B goal is open. Nobody home.
We have 201 technology.
Drives it home. No good on the save. Top spawn now. Opportunity for a rally.
Yeah,
Honestly, I think they're just scared of our military. And we have so many, like Amsterdam could be one of our units. We just have so many city-states with us.
No pep in their step. They are getting slaughtered. They are getting bodied, and they are
we're 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the spawners now trapped. There's an opportunity for another one here, as Optic have come to life in this series. A difficult run up to the major, but this first round matchup has treated them very well.
I mean, quick, clean, and easy. And again, everybody doing their 25%. Hoop maybe had a 0.8 KD walking into this map. Well, it was just his turn to fry. 27 kills for the moment, but nonetheless, the green wall eating good tonight.
That is it, folks. Final few seconds. We can make it official. It is a 3-0 Optic Texas.
Crazy.
We saw very, very little of the Riyadh Falcons on the build-up to this major. One of the strongest teams coming into it, a high seed, and they have been cut to ribbons by our hosting squad.
Online versus LAN, a different game when the lights are on like this. Optic, comfortable, they are so happy to be home.
Oh, that is about as clean as it can get. The Search and Destroy was great with the first map. That was the real difference. We had to see some actual heroics out of the Falcons. That was their map pick. They wanted that Colossus and they got it, and Optic ran them home. S&D very strong, and the overload game just start to finish, magical stuff. Again, signs of life, opportunities there from the Falcons that, Pred's taking goals that were very, very hard to stop. And unreadable, if you will, by the Optic boys, but not good enough. 3-0. Arguably the first upset of the tournament, Chance.
No, definitely not. Absolutely not an upset in any way, shape, or form. We've just been waiting for Optic to reach their level. Getting a little bit better in the scoreboard, obviously. Looking great for them. Everybody doing their job, and an extra tip of the cap there to Hoop.
Lovely look across the stats. Nothing crazy, man. I mean, Hoop just put up big damage. Dashy alongside him there. I think Bruce might be the most dangerous EMP runner in the league. Just because of his pistol. Just because of his pistol. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a great assessment.
I think it's
I love it.
smoking hot take, right, boys and girls? What? 4-1, the final score 3-0. No overtime.
What's the next one? Oh.
Nothing.
Talk.
What a first match there for Mercules' parents to watch in person. A 3-0 over a top 3 seed coming into
Optic Texas.
They have pulled back defensive.
Optic Texas.
Look at the grills.
You look at it, they win a close search and destroy where they were able to deal with the sniper from Abuza.
I've been kind of into G2 this year. They've been kind of fun to watch.
All the way down to the final kill in OT, so they just have to stay poised, and you need Skies and Estriel to play like they did in those last 2
100%.
series.
Finish your game 5s. That has been the difference of a top 4 seed for Minnesota. We'll see if they're able to force a game 5 in this series, taking on a FaZe Vegas squad that is very much in form. You see the numbers, you've seen G2, but what's the monster pregame if you want to see a FaZe victory?
Listen, I just think after this series, we're going to be talking about how Sim might just be the best player in the game. I think they get to do whatever they want as long as they bring that structured sort of gameplay into it. If they follow the game plan, they're going to be just fine.
Listen, if you want like something bad about FaZe, maybe it's their hard points a little mid right now. Overall in the season, it's 5-5, but then you look at just January alone and it's 5-1. So it's like you want to point out maybe the little discrepancies.
Oh, I forgot to move them.
Statistics, but like there's really not much you can do.
There's no massive weakness for FaZe besides maybe the veto process when it gets to overload. They pretty much have to auto-ban Scar, so it puts them in a situation where now I believe they're going to be playing Den, the only overload that G2 has ever won. So that's the one thing you would say for FaZe, that they might need to clean up and expand their map a little bit in overload, but you still feel confident about them.
What's the possibility that the great Looney has been holding a map, keeping hidden strategies, waiting for Major 1? 0%?
I'm going to go with low just because they've played every single map in this series on the side of G2. I mean, it's not a bad map set for G2 either. Like, 0-1 on Black hard point, okay, whatever. But, like, everything else they've got to win on. Den, the only thing is they've played it 4 times in a row in their past 4 series. They're split 2-2 there, so it's not really a bad layout for either team.
All right, we've got a lot of time here as the players are still on stage getting set up. So can we go back and talk about the online matchup? Because if you're G2, you're going to try and just go back to that moment.
Harbor.
Begin. What went well in
Almost.
that series? Can you walk
Let's see.
us through it, Chance?
Well, I just even historically, not even from that specific series, Estriel is a player that has always thrived against FaZe. Even last year, he was one of the players that had top-notch KD. It's literally Scrap and Estriel are the two guys that can go
Get that projection going up, and then we'll hit those luxuries.
He struggles. Huge problem for G2, but when he's at his best, and lately he has been heating up, he has that takeover performance, and Kremp is the exact same thing. Both SMGs with that pop-off potential. If they bring their A game, we're going to have a battle.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think for that series, the story was FaZe playing them on their best maps. I mean, we saw the raid S&D, still went to around 11, and then we saw the Overload gambling a little bit there, one score, and then Colossus was the map 4.
What? Like totally reset, what the heck?
Easy score. Cluster are still getting spawn kills. They might be able to set up just to rally this. Only person getting out of that's going to be 04. He's just going to kind of leave his teammates back here to deal with it.
Wait, I'm not looking. I just see who won. I just see who won.
It's going to be FaZe. They've got nobody up.
R.I.P. FaZe.
Y'all better be ready, because here comes FaZe Vegas. 04, Simp, Draza, and Abuza. Ready to go all in. These boys are no strangers to the big bank rolls and bright lights. FaZe Vegas, ready to steal the show.
Listen, I guess you can change the colors, you can change the players, you can change the branding, you can change the opening, you can change the city, and what doesn't change is Vegas FaZe being one of the best teams in the game. And after this major, could be in that conversation. You've already got Chris Slayer, he's already going to get you through the first couple of rounds, but the biggest focus is on 04 and Abuza and what they can truly do for this team on land. I just know we're going to close out this day strong, guy.
Oh, we're going to close it out so strong, Allie, all right? The stage is on fire. Both these squads have been rated for this rematch, and we're going to see who got what it takes to do it on land. So without further ado, Merc, Maven, let's get it.
Let's get it. Listen, no stranger to the fact that we're boys with Crowder, right? I texted him this morning. I was like, bro, I'm going to drop kick you if you play Colossus map 1. Because they did it in their last matchup. It's been so good for G2. And his response at first was like, bro, like Skies was better than Simp that day, which isn't going to be common. But then he's like, no, we're not going to play it. I was like, all right. Because you and I talked so much about it, like in other matchups with them, like it's the one hard point. I'm just not squaring up with him.
Well, I mean, yeah, just vetoes in general this year. It's just like some teams are kind of going for it. Not really, I mean, playing them maybe their map pool a little bit more than sort of taking your opponents out of it. But yeah, not going to happen at the major.
Yeah, not going to happen at the major. We're going to kick things off with Blackheart. You know, heard early, it was one of the better hard points for FaZe. It wasn't in the game. They were frustrated about that, but now back in, and we can see what they're capable of there as we get into it. When you saw the full map breakdown, and having what they played a couple weeks ago, was there anything super surprising to you?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, you just don't have Colossus hardpoint in, right? So then it's just a question of where do G2 want to go? But I mean, FaZe, their strength always is sort of their map pool. They work on it all year long. They play everything. But on the side of G2, you're just, yeah, I mean, you're trying to carry the momentum off the last 2 series, right? You lose 3 Game 5s in a row in the middle of your stage, and then we're like, so what's going on here? Is it the same G2? Yeah. But then you get a big win over FaZe, you end it with a 3-0 over Koi, and we're like, uh-oh, here we go. Can they keep it clicking now into land?
Honestly, it's a similar conversation than with FaZe. You know, you have a new roster, Search looks good, hardpoint's questionable, and we're like, uh-oh. But then, you know, I hear the practice is going really well. They've been working really hard, and over these past couple of weeks, it seems the respawns, well, hardpoint specifically, they're starting to vibe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that sort of Omni series stands out. A lot of pressure. Obviously, you have a Luca as a sub now, and a lot of pressure on Draza, and that he just starts to go crazy. And then since then, yeah, they have been flowing. But this was a rematch in the map number 1. It was a very close game. It was like 250 to 220, but Abuza was the key for FaZe. There were like 2 minutes in the hill, and goes clutch to end the game. We'll see if you're going to get that out of him today, because yeah, it was a very pedestrian series from some of the other guys.
Pedestrian.
We kick it off on the ship. We go to Blackheart, and we'll get right into the fray. This map has been a fun one. I mean, it is fast, it is rotation heavy, it's got a little bit of everything that you want. But definitely, yeah, some pressure on Dross for sure. I mean, in interviews and stuff, he didn't seem like he's been phased by it. Like, he never has seen phased by much with the trash talk that he'll receive, but he's going to try to step up. And a guy that's been pretty lights out across all modes, Simp, I'm sure we'll see plenty of help.
Yeah, starting off with 2, but you get a nice break there if you are G2. So into this early time, Simpson away for his teammates off a spawn. Droz is going to get picked. So you're a little bit staggered right now. You see where Droz spawns, so you're kind of hitting this from multiple directions right now if you are G2, or if you are FaZe. G2, though, playing for those P2 side spawns.
Nice gunfight win there from Estriel. Well, Droz will actually get it as well as he falls off, so both credited with 1. Next hard point about to pop, and in position is G2. Sim's going to lose his gunfight on the top side. To follow that up will be Droz, but their push has been kind of picked apart on both ends of it, at least early on. They're going to wait for their players off spawn, but if they lose 2, it's going to continue to be staggered. So with what, about 15 seconds off of this, you haven't had a real effort at the hard point yet.
Down. You have to slow down the middle of the map right now if you're a FaZe. You're just going 1 by 1. Not everybody is spawned up. You do block, though, so Krem's going to spawn out. So you actually have a 3 versus 2. Leave a little bit of luck on your side, and while you're going to find a break, because, yeah, it just felt like you did not did a 4-man push. G2 were doing an excellent job pushing out, finding 1, making it messy. But with Krem spawning out, FaZe now inside the hard point.
No, good job there. Like I said, just taking your time. Hey, like the hard point records, you see them there, pretty similar, both sitting around like 500. I think it's just like the FaZe start was so brutal that it was a massive turnaround.
Well, and also, again, G2.
5 of their 7 wins are Colossus.
Yeah, so just talking about map pool, a big weakness right now for G2.
Map pool, I mean, it's not as big of a deal maybe right now as it is at the end of the year, but as you said, it's something teams work on all year, and usually who wins the final couple tournaments, it's a map pool thing, or at least a big part of it. Early in the hard point, I was gonna say, Simp has got to watch literally every angle as he was getting collapsed on, but
slammed.
He's gonna spawn people out right now. 0-4 not able to walk away with anything too wondrous. So again, early setup here from G2. It seems like FaZe earlier are gonna rely on breaks, grouping up and looking for another one here, just due to the position, spawning G2 out parallel again. But Skies is double at range, huge. Crimp is able to get 2, and that's a nice job, right? You thought you had numbers if you were FaZe for a second.
You had the spawns. That was I mean, you always had 1 more alive, and that gave them the spawns for FaZe. And then you were able to hold on. So now with 10 seconds, FaZe do break through. Do they get the spawn outs, though? They do. So you're going to see them flying across the map, trying to find the last 2 players in Skies and Mamba. Simp and 0-4, that is their job, as they are on the hunt right now.
Draza spawning out far. Same can be said for a G2 player as well. G2 winning some huge gunfights near the point again. Not a massive lead, but just feels like they've had a little more control early in hard points.
And I mean, Skies, he was so good versus FaZe, and that was a big surprise, right? You heard the desk talking about it. Can he do that again? Already 14 and 6 from him.
I wonder what it is about this match.
I don't know, but he's going.
A territorial expansion. That's what I need. Let's go.
He feels real comfortable in this one. Maybe what could have turned into a double for Simp is a double for Crimp and Mamba. The slaying is there. The lead is building up 50 and progressing it. Where your 1 AR is really shining in Skies. Abuza is flatlined right now, 6 and 13. He's got to get it going. Everybody kind of struggling. I mean, this looks a little bit like early on point. It's just like Sim's positive, everyone else really not getting it done. And for the most part, it hasn't been that way these past few weeks.
No, it hasn't, but this is a big moment here. Can you chain 2 together if you are G2 and maybe run away with the game? But if you're FaZe, you have to get back into it. They find the kills. 5 kills in a row on this rotation. Kremp and Estriel do find 2, so immediate pressure going to be pushed on towards the spawns, but a big double out of Droz.
No, that was massive from Droz. Him and Simp had to hold the line. They're able to do just that. And as we get closer to the second set and how things might change, we'll see. If FaZe are able to turn this around a bit, we were talking about Simp kind of leading the way. He's on 5 in a row now. He's started to take over in the comeback. It's building a bit. Another one for Simp. He's to 16 and 10, real close to a streak. Might just sit in the hard point now and try to get it through the points.
I think that's what he was telling Droz. It's like, yo, just give me the time so you can get pushed on out. 10 more seconds here. The timing not working out his way. Still able to play his life, though, trying to find that health.
Just looking for anything to earn it. He's going to take a gunfight. He's going to get shut down. That's a sub from Estriel. Just incredible shots there. second. Minnesota starting to get a little bit of balance here as we get into the second set. Now, they were so strong early on. I mean, honestly, if FaZe don't get a couple of breaks, that could have been a big blowout through that first set.
Yeah, not really that P5. I mean, you have 50 points there if you're FaZe, kind of bring that back into this game. Now trying to find another break here. It's going to be 3 dead, make it all 4. And I mean, pretty clean on the side of FaZe. So only down 20 now, continuing to fight. They know Kremp is the last one alive. And see, they don't want to push out, maybe get caught for those P2 spawns quite yet, but they're going to have to react soon.
Sim, he's off the map. Spawning out real far is going to be FaZe. Up. Nice sequence there from G2, so they'll get set up and a real chance to punish here. Pressure to FaZe to find kills, and this is where you can have deaths at inopportune times if you're G2, and as you lose Ezreal, that may be exactly what's happening. Another is going to drop, 3 are going to fall. FaZe is going to find the kills at the key time and trade out successfully there. Let's hear the comms now for Vegas with the setup. Well, coming out of it, I'm not sure if we were just hearing G2 or if the crowd was as well, but it ended up being a G2 listening. So,
no, they were here FaZe in the
wait, so they were hearing FaZe and we were hearing G2?
Yeah, I don't know what was going on.
Now my
Not sure what the broadcast was here, and we have no idea. But FaZe, I mean, they're kind of chaining these together. Get a massive break on that rotation into this P3.
Yeah, we've officially met everybody too.
But, I mean, it's just great shots out of the SMGs. This has been sort of the core for them. The success has been the SMGs for G2, and well, that's going to be a break.
Literally since the, that launch.
Yeah, they look great.
I was like, oh my god, they were running 3 subs right away on some maps. They were so strong. But we've got ourselves a banger here in the opening map 1. Another lead change with G2 going in front. Just 10 seconds remaining here, so FaZe obviously backing up, trying to work the setup. They've got lurking around mid, that'll be 0-4. He's gonna be the point man and he's going huge. He got 2 now kind of in transition. Simple win his fight. Nobody in the point for now, but Draws will dip his toes in. But this is exactly what you want when the lights are going down mid or across the map. It gives you another layer here. You might get a spawn close, they might spawn out. It looks like you're gonna get a spawn close for both.
Yeah, they made sure Abuza was playing safe, making sure he's blocked in those spawns, his teammates had him. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, that's where you want to be fighting if you were FaZe. But it's been a lot of kills for G2, so an immediate contest now. Early on to this hill, a little bit earlier than what FaZe would want, but they're gonna have the quick reinforcements. 2 versus 2 now, but when it's been getting messy, G2 coming on top.
Skies maybe slowed down a little bit, but still making plays. 4 straight for him. And yeah, that's always frustrating. You know, you rotate, give up that kind of late scrap time, and you get broken near instantly, or pressures there. And so we've seen it happen to G2. We've seen it happen to FaZe now. Up over 200 points goes G2.
Power plant. Ooh.
Time trying to play his life. Streak gonna be in from Skies now. Earn this.
Oh no, I don't want that. Actually, no.
Close to earning another. Missiles out. Simp tucked away. He's able to win his gunfight on one side. Skies connects onto Draws. Abuza staying up inside the point.
I mean, that was massive by Simp to win that one, and now he's winning another. P5 was money for FaZe last time we were here. You think it with the Hellstorm, you don't even need it. You're going to find all 3 kills. 0-4 caught in the middle of the map. G2 can win it right here.
They got plenty of time to close this out. Pressure on FaZe to get in. Hardpoint at times has been their woe, struggling right now. Remember, this is a series they lost to G2 just a couple of weeks ago. Skies 6 straight. He is frying. This is not the Skies we see all the time, but in this matchup, Skies is a demon as he peels another. Streaking for the win, looking for double digits. Not gonna find it in there, but the damage has been done, and that's a map 1 win for G2. No Colossus, no problem. It's a Blackheart win, and but thinking about it, like, Sky's outperforming Simp. It doesn't happen very often. You think probably not going to happen again. Well, map 1 it happens.
Well, I mean, what was the big point, right? Was how good this man Abusa has been throughout January. How good he's been.
Yeah.
And right there, I mean, he's night 10. Draz is night 10. Your ARs just get outperformed. I mean, 0-4 and Simp, they have great games. They're right around 30 and 30. Engagements are high. But yeah, I mean, when you had your setups, your ARs could not get comfortable. Props to G2, especially that P5 break. That was the opening for FaZe. Instead, they shut the door and take map 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, your AR struggle mightily. You said it. You can see it there. Abusa at least getting kind of the damage done, but a rough one for Draz. We'll see if he turns it around. And yeah, the Estriel Crimp Show is what we've talked about a lot ever since that launch tournament, how good they were. Their numbers were insane. Still doing it here. Impressive performance from them. Sky's a hell of a map, and you're on the board. Now, it doesn't get easier. I mean, FaZe has been the best search team. We've talked about the stats. You said usually when you talk about a opening tournament.
Oh my god, that was insane.
Usually the best search team wins.
Oh my god, that was insane.
Yeah, I mean, look at Major 1 last year, right? I mean, FaZe won 3 in that round 11 in that best of 7. It just feels like, yeah, if you're a step ahead in search, you have a massive chance at winning that first tournament.
Gonna have to win some hard points though. Yeah. Come out a little bit flat in the first one, but props to G2. And they played people tough. I mean, it's been, what, 3 map 5 losses? But you get a couple of really solid wins late. What, the win over Koi, the win over FaZe, impressive victories. Add some stuff to your resume. Yeah, you kind of sneak into the top 8, but like, they belong here. You can see it in that first
one.
map.
I mean, yeah, you get in, and not only do you get in, you're playing a team like you just beat. Like, that helps with confidence. And say, you know what, like, maybe in a more lopsided matchup, if you haven't seen one of the top teams, maybe there's a little nerves, but instead there's confidence. We just beat
I don't know if
these
that's
guys.
true with Ravens and Thieves, but
True.
I said we've had a couple of those. It hasn't really worked out, but this one maybe it it matters on the player. They don't have the they have Mamba and like a new player, but it's not the same as like on the other with the Ravens side.
No, not at all.
Interesting.
A lot of experience for the rest of the guys on G2, but you just kind of see a back and forth game. But you're able to chain a couple of hills together towards the end, and that's how you close it out if you are G2.
Fantastic job closing it out. I thought honestly with that streak, and when Sim got through, I'm like, okay, that was the moment, the dagger for G2.
First P5, like that's when they got back into it. They were down around 60. The P5 was flawless for FaZe, and you had that chance again, but then they found all those kills.
Yeah, honestly, that was the best hold of everyone, like the entire game, but they weren't able to.
Dang, look at that. Beast.
61-point dub. Now we get ready for Star to destroy. It is certainly one that could be very one-dimensional, where you talk about where we're actually going to be having most of our fights. They're going to be, what, mid-map and towards Motel. That's where most of it's going to be going down. Part of me thinks, like, with FaZe being a better search team, is a good thing for G2. Maybe the fact that it plays a little more one-dimensional, but, I mean, FaZe has been finding wins everywhere in search.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot is, well, not, I mean, a good amount of the maps going to have that sort of
That's true.
Very favorite
not as much maybe as that, but yeah.
But yeah, Scar, you know where we're going. And we'll see if some teams can find any success trying to open up towards plane or open up through the middle of the map. But I think the key really for FaZe when we looked at all those stats is one thing to look at. Yeah, their attack in sort of like post-plant. They have like an 87% win rate, which means they're not getting retaken pretty much ever.
Yeah.
Hard to do on a map like Scar.
Step 1's getting it down, Step 2's holding it. They've been the best at doing that.
Oh my god, you could train military altogether.
They're giving up the hard point in map 1.
Well,
they're no strangers to usually losing. They're no strangers usually losing in that scenario, but it's a little bit different though when you're Team A and you're picked out the gate. It kind of changes things.
No, 100%. I mean, they're hoping
Changes
your map pick
everything.
for them. I know it's a really tough series.
Your team being like the map 1, you lose is not the end of the world. It felt like they just want to come in, get up 1-0 and run from there. Not going to happen now. Impressive stuff from G2. You see the Scar SD stats for Estriel. I mean, sub can be hitting. We'll see if he's finding the openings here. And if there's just something about this matchup, like FaZe had probably the toughest schedule. I mean, you take a look at like how the qualifier went up to this, and they beat a lot of top 5 teams, but for whatever reason, this one really struggled. And we'll see if those struggles continue here. Offense for G2, as they'll be working up towards mid-May.
Yeah, Kremp just hanging out. You don't really have anyone. I guess the first player is going to be Draz. Not a ton of pressure, just playing for spots. Obviously no trophies in round one, so I'm sure FaZe hanging on at some nades, maybe trying to bait some of those out with the smoke. See what comes into play. Krem showing some pressure through the middle of the map, but Skies is there, and Skies is gonna find two. On Nadraza and 0-4, so great teamwork to bait out nades and then catch FaZe. 2 versus 3 now, Sim's able to find a pick.
So maybe Skies is just going to be better.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe have subliner Skies back in.
I love it.
I mean, the guy had 2 minutes on the hill, right? I mean, that is what he did that year.
He's just like, I don't know, he's got rooting for, dude. He's a quality human. Want to see him find success. Got to back down for that guy. All going to be on Sim. Time is a dwindling. Sim able to get another, but not going to matter in the scheme of things. Nice round there from G2 and good opening from Skies.
Yeah, I didn't see like how it goes down. You know, what's going on for FaZe where they're lining up or not getting that trade. But you're just thinking Krem pulls all the arrows towards him, just allows Skies to get 2 free kills. 2 easy ones.
Mamba, he'll finish it. How impressive has he been? It's been awesome to see Mamba come into it. Yeah, he's had his series where he struggled, but he's got a certain swagger and playmaking ability. And yeah, that's just one that probably got to get traded.
Yeah, just so easy.
That's just got to get traded though.
Maybe 0-4 and Draws wanted to push Kremp inside a middle building, but just don't expect him to be there. But 0-4, yeah, he's just jumping out of the building.
Yeah, just no one's looking down mid lane. I'll see if they can answer back on offense. Sent more often than not going to be your bomb carrier. 0-4 takes some shots. Now he just gets wall banged to hell. Can't find anywhere to go. This time they're able to trade it out, but the number's still there for FaZe Vegas. Abuza going to get ripped as well. Nice shots there, like a pre-fire to drop him. Gives him a chance in the round. Now to a 2 versus 2. And kind of mid-market, that'll be Simp for now.
I say the way those dominoes started to fall, like FaZe is thinking they're going to get the advantage. But G2, they've put a nice spot from Kremp in the middle of the map. But as you said, just able to catch that last player with that last bullet to turn this into a 2-on-2. Now starting to work towards his bomb site to tie this up at 1 apiece. 1 versus 2 for Skies.
He gets spotted. Nice shots. Good tracking with the pistol. And he will get dropped. I thought, dude, if he goes vertical and hits this snipe.
Just so weak.
Lordy, yeah, no, he's 1 bullet. I'd say Sib chows that.
Oh, 100% does. Yeah, no doubt about it.
You see that exact thing so many times for him.
But yeah, I mean, if Abuza doesn't find that kill, there might be another round for G2, but just the fact he's able to equalize it, turn that into a 2, gives FaZe that chance.
And that kill looked nuts from his POV. Some struggles for Abuza, but yeah, we showed the stats for him kind of leading into the event. Post-break, he's been so good for them. And yeah, I mean, maybe playing well online, but this guy's obviously done on land. We talk about the 4 second places.
Yeah, and he's had some like slow series on land before, but normally he would come back and sort of respawn, but you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that your first series.
No, you don't. Draws ripped out of this one immediately by the opening grenades from G2. Guys playing deep for the angle. Abuza, once again, getting a kill to kind of equalize. Another big one, similar to last round.
I mean, look at the arrows. You would not be expecting this. 30 seconds in, though. It is FaZe playing from the right side of the map, going to have to retake A.
We don't see this often on Scar. No. This is a weird one. It's like, how many times have they even tried to retake like this? Like, all from this side. Or held if you're G2. Abuza's going to take his time. He's taking a real deep route. It's will it catch Mamba or not?
Ooh, slammed.
Losing his teammate. Abuza's shooting at Ghost. Some time to go, but not much. Reads it, but Skies wins it. Simp last up, 14 seconds. He's trying to get involved.
Oh, he wanted to start shooting. That's what he was looking for. He's looking for Skies right away. Doesn't finish off the gunfight, but there we go. G2, get that bomb down, and just a tough retake at A.
Well, I was like, his only win condition was like little snap and hope he catches him trying to trade it. But Skies had done a good job. He'd already kind of ran away, just backed out. Yeah, I think he knew that's the only way we lose if I die.
And there's that chance where, like, maybe if Abuza's a little bit quicker, he's able to catch Mamba. He just doesn't know where he is until he takes down his teammate. Just hoping he can get there. Maybe then they have that 3 versus 2. But nice shots from Mamba to give them that advantage, and then, yeah, able to play time at A.
In 04, we saw like the kind of awkward thing in round 1, like in mid. He hasn't found any success yet. I mean, 0-3, he's done 85 damage. So it's like whatever he's trying to do is not working. And we know the type of playmaker he can be in search ever since he entered the league. That's the fastest fastest kill at the nade. Yeah. I guess I would have assumed there was one right around that, like just an opening nade, but it was quick. I didn't even start talking yet. He was dead.
Well, there's another one. That's 4 first bloods for G2. And honestly, a much different map, but when they played, it was a raid hardpoint. All the first bloods were going G2's way, but somehow FaZe stayed in the map. They were able to clutch out some of these 3 versus 4s. See if they can do it again.
Simp can't scurry away. He gets away from bomb. You're in an okay position to clutch this up, but now in a 2 versus 4. Again, just O4's getting wall bang, panics a little bit. The fact he walks away with 1 is huge, but not really that huge. I thought maybe draws a couple might line up for him, but not going to happen. You have all first bloods. You have a 3-1 advantage. G2 controlling it.
Skies is 6-1 again, but yeah, I mean 4-0 now in the blood category.
The FaZe killer Skies.
You just cannot continue to go down in these 3v4s this often. And again, the only round you won is just because Abuza shot through a smoke and was able to equalize it.
Yeah, no, 100%. They got to find some early round success. And well, I mean, usually good search teams and what we think FaZe hard, typically you're good at making those mid-round adjustments. They're going to need to start to make some.
But props to G2, they
Crazy.
are all over this right now.
There's the loud moan that we'll randomly hear. Skies, 3 straight, just trying to avoid any kind of wall bang funny business. Pretty standard setup for FaZe for now. Well, looks like the execute's starting to happen as they're working up behind Estriel, trying to get full for his plan. He's got a trophy in for coverage, but gonna need a teammate to line something up and maybe find a kill. But they've gotten into some big positions, and Estriel able to do it with bomb in hand. Finds the opener. 04's woes continue.
And this is what they're doing so well. They are pulling FaZe all over the map with their mid-pressure. And while they just continue to find numbers, and there we go. G2 running over FaZe. But yeah, I mean, you're showing pressure Motel side. Then Skies is in a couple of wall bangs, and you see the FaZe arrows. They're just looking for where the push is coming from. You're pulling them back and forth, then you're able to find a pick through Estriel. This is a great game plan from G2.
That's why I kind of like this map for them, though. I don't know.
I mean, 2-0 on the year for them, so strong one.
But now you're right, you see it on any map. Just wondering where it's coming from, and you've got to catch a solid timing on some of these, but they've been able to do that. It's like you're at a disadvantage pushing towards Motel until you kind of get across, and they've been able to do that so well. FaZe in a big hole. They've got to muster up something here. And Skies, another blood. 7-2 out of him, 7-3 out of Estriel.
And look at this. I think Prem's going to sneak on through. And this has been the key. They have had so much mid-control. Doing it on offense and now again on defense. But Estriel, he's the one on 5 in a row. Prem's going to close this round out with the double. And this is clean.
They are getting slammed. Incredible from G2. Now all 6 first bloods. It is dominant stuff. And you got to think, if maybe some of their struggles come in your overload, you're up 2-0 going to that, you feel good. You feel real good. We'll see it from Skies POV. Hitting the shot, a little slow peak, easy.
We'll see what FaZe do. How do they adjust on defense? It feels like they either have to be aggressive through Motel side or play with a little bit more mid-pressure. Then allow G2 to do what they've been doing.
Yeah, I've been waiting. There hasn't really been a whole lot.
Yeah, here's that A aggression.
Well, it's tough when you're getting blooded every round like that.
But again, I mean, you're running through the middle of the map. Kremp is playing with so much confidence. Able to find another first blood. Sympto responds with a double, trying to get FaZe back into this.
May have bailed him out after Kremp got the opener. All on Skies now, big stick in hand. Why not? I mean, with the map and series he's been having, surely you give him a shot in the 1v3. And he's just backing it up completely, trying to keep Sniper up. We'll see if he gets hunted. He had so much time to work with. I thought he might play for a pick, but he's still playing for it. We'll see if FaZe give him anything.
But very reminiscent of kind of early FaZe, right? Like you're getting a solid performance out of Simp, but just not much elsewhere. Nice shot, turns us into one-on-two. 30 seconds, doesn't have the bomb.
Yeah, there's still like, there's a ton of time. Usually like when you're last up with a snipe like this, you got 30 seconds to work with. This was like a minute plus. He's gonna have to snap. Not gonna happen.
There's some uranium up there.
His dream alive. His double.
Don't really have a rich amount either.
Fight went down early with Crimp finding his opening.
I'm hoping that this city state that we have can actually get that atomic uranium.
The rest of the team is 8 and 20. Somebody's got to turn it around here. Well, it'd probably start with having a first blood.
Yeah, no. 7-0 is not great in that category.
No, it is not. And like you said, that last one, I know you tried to mix things up a little bit phase. They won it, but yeah, Crimp just running up mid, getting a pick like that's insane. Crowd let Draza know. Can't be surprised. He's struggling here in the map too. You know how much Optic fans love him.
That did not have a great map one either. Well, nice little spot there from Mamba. Spots that cross, doesn't lose an angle to shoot.
Oh yeah, that would have been an insane shot. Just shooting at a pixel.
Well, Skies, another first blood. A mid-map control again for G2.
He's been so good. Abuza in trouble. Him and Sim got to do it all. Sim is going to drop on double digits now. Utter dominance out of two. They win the map 1 by 50. This one. Every single first blood. I mean, yeah, if you win the first blood column 8-0, you're going to win the map. I'd be mind blown. I'd love to see a stat of that. Like if you
Copper.
win the first blood, how many losses have happened? I don't know if it ever has. Maybe at some point.
Yeah, maybe single digits.
That is a rough one. This phase team that, honestly, it's funny how if you just take away the rocker, their resume coming in, this is so impressive because it was so difficult. Had so many big wins. But they did have the rocker loss. And if you thought maybe that was a fluke or just a line, it's not looking like that's the case at all. Because even if like FaZe are coming out a little flat to start, like it's continuing through the map too. Draza, stinker, 0-4, stinker. They combined for like 500 damage. I mean, that is just a brutal one. Whatever they were trying was not working.
And on the other side again, Skies, man, I don't know, double digits doing with the snipe, 3 first bloods to his name. It's not like he's just doing, he's doing everything. He did it in the hard point. He's got over 2 minutes hill time. The guy's just locked in.
Is this like Skies versus Optic or something like
maybe,
that?
I have no idea.
Skies versus FaZe just turns into absolute demon mode. We'll see if they can close it out. This is obviously like kind of maybe the bounce back opportunity now. I took off my shirt. I got hot, dude.
It is a little toasty in here.
I got a little toasty, bro. Thanks, man. I appreciate you, man. Des, break it down for us.
Well, I see biceps, triceps.
Oh.
Wow. Some strong pecs
There's
there.
nothing there, bro.
There's a lot. There's a lot to appreciate. A lot to appreciate from G2 as well. Skies. We put the.
What'd she say?
A lot to appreciate from G2 as well. Biceps, triceps.
Oh.
Wow. Some strong pecs
There's
there.
nothing there, bro.
There's a lot. There's a lot to appreciate. A lot to appreciate from G2 as well. Skies. We put the spotlight on him. He is shining today. You saw the damage that was dropped in. Allie, I don't know if you want to look directly into this camera to apologize
so
to him.
beautiful with my glasses off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and dig into the numbers you wanted to bring up here, Allie. What was your favorite Skies number he dropped in the first half?
Probably the 10-4 for the S&D. I think that was pretty cool of him. That was pretty nice. Pretty clutch.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
On the other side, we're waiting for FaZe to wake up because that's the team we all picked. When we all choose the same way, it tends to go the other way. What you got?
Interesting. Let's see.
You guys also said it was going to be 3-0. FaZe.
No, I did say
they're
3-1.
shocking the world. I will say, especially in that search and destroy, there's a game inside of the game, and FaZe is unaware of it. There's just so many rounds offensively. We saw them trying to slow work over towards A, and they're just picking you apart mid, getting first bloods over towards plane if you're G2. Excellent. Like, when FaZe go back to watch that game, they're going to be like, damn, we had no clue what was going on.
Is Draza getting hung out to dry? Or is this just credit to G2 finding the angles?
This is credit to G2.
Yes.
I mean, they played fantastic. I think I was like, pretty concerned about Mamba coming into this one, but I have to eat my words because he balled out map number 1.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody has just been feasting. So there's no land jitters. Everybody right now is stepping up to the occasion. In 8 for 8 in the first blood category, That's clinically insane. I mean, Draws is a grinder. He gets first blooded 4 times, only does like 250 damage. If you can slaughter FaZe like that, you can do a lot of wonderful things. G2, they're making me a believer.
4 first deaths for Draza. He was picked apart.
Yeah,
Sky's able to
he's
drop
gone through it.
double digits. You had Estriel right there with them, and you guys highlighted it before the matchup. If there is a player who matches up well against FaZe historically, it is Estriel. Why is that?
I'm Mr. Consistent. I think FaZe always plays a structured style, and if you're a very smart player, you're going to have an idea of what's like
Yeah.
coming. Granted, it doesn't make it easy to deal with, but Estriel is very consistent for a few years now. He's one of those guys that can always bring the battle.
Nameless, how do you close this out? If you're G2, you only need 1 more of the next 3 maps.
Oh, just keep this up. You have all the momentum in the world right now going into this next map. And, you know, I talked about the veto process a little bit, and the one weakness for FaZe was the auto veto on Scar, forcing the den. This is your best map in Overload. If you are G2, you are incredibly confident that you can close it.
G2 looking to finish strong, just like they opened up. Let's take a look at that first hard point. If you're looking for top performers, the tone was set by the SMG, but I think you nailed it. Mamba coming out with positive numbers out of the gates chance gives this whole team confidence.
Yeah, and he's dealing with a bunch of world champions on the main stage on LAN, and it was what? An AR for him that looked fantastic, and it was a Booza that struggled. One of the best players in the game.
Yeah.
Very slow start. Your 3-10 record, and they never took the foot off the gas. I mean, Skies is going on ridiculous sprees, 2 minutes of hill time.
Oh, yeah.
G2, everything they wanted to go right went right.
I mean, everybody's pulling their weight. I mean, this is like a situation where you don't expect a team like G2 Minnesota to come out as hot as they are right now. And what's crazy about this is like, what does this do to power rankings? Because it's one thing for them to be up 2 maps already in this series, but it's another thing in the way that they have done it. I mean, this has been dominant from the side of defense.
I'm not worried. FaZe is going to mount the comeback in the second half. Yeah, still got 3 games
That's
to
what I
go.
was going to say. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Still a lot to be played in this series, but so far, map 1 and 2 surgical. Even on this map, some improbable breaks we saw on the P5, just beautifully played by G2. They're all on the same page, and that's why we talked about this team has such a high ceiling. And right now, halftime recap,
He's
your
in.
boy Skies, hey, he invested in his game coming into this event.
Angel number
Which one?
3.33.
Is that a
That's
good
it.
number?
That's a really good
Wait,
number.
who has that?
Skies has it.
Skies has the
Skies,
good numbers?
Get this guy off of online.
I
Just
love it.
perma-lan him. Perma him on this main stage, and he's going to get another ring.
Skies showing everybody why he's a world
Sky's
champion.
another ring. Okay, girl. I don't know about that.
Sip, who's taking the stage. It is time for game number 3. FaZe comeback. On the mic for this one, it's the beautiful Maven and Merc.
Listen, is the reverse sweep possible? 100%, but like I almost feel the same way I did in the last series, and it's not. This isn't like a diss to Optic at all. I just felt like Optic were playing fine. I just felt like Falcons weren't playing well, and here I kind of feel the same. Like G2's playing well, but like FaZe just don't look very good. Like the improvements we've seen them make,
I think like
there.
the hard point, yeah, but I don't know.
The surge,
G2
yeah.
they stomped
The surge, but
stomped them.
Yeah, no, the search is true. I guess I'm thinking more to the hard point. Like
Yeah.
they just didn't. Like FaZe didn't look great. We'll see if it's like one of those things where they came out flat and can now turn it around. But you're in an 0-2 hole. It's going to have started here with the overload. You know, here at Ant talk about the fact that you're going to be playing what is G2's best.
Yeah, I mean they're 3-4 in overload, but they're 3-3 on Den. Like this is their go-to.
Yeah.
And these two did play. It went all the way to an overtime. It was like a 1-1 very slow game the last two times these guys matched up. Just a little bit of go. We'll see what happens again.
What do you think? We're going deeper in this, or is it a 3-0?
I don't know. The way they just seem flat right now, honestly. Like outside of Simp, everybody seems flat on the
Well,
FaZe
that's what I'm
side.
saying. Like, I know G2's playing well, but like FaZe seem flat, right?
Well, 100%. But they've had these moments.
Yeah.
They've had these moments.
I guess that was just my point. Like they just.
It seemed like they were getting away from them, but they're back.
Yeah. Overload. Time to mount the comeback if it's going to happen. Sip needs one of the other guys to step up. Been struggling throughout this so far. Sky's takeover. Maybe that's all that matters. The story is Sky.
The city is like 100% built and I can't legit do anything else to it. I'm actually like, don't know if I just don't have enough builders now. Just kind of crazy to think about.
1-2 lock at the main AR position.
Champ for a reason.
Putting up numbers right now, but I don't know. I feel like we might just be able to tell early, like if there's just some gunfights to start going FaZe's way and they get hot.
Yeah, nice little opening break, but they really couldn't move the objective if you were FaZe. Hoping maybe for an early scoring opportunity, but some nice defense to slow things down. Some good picks. You see Simp, though, starting to work towards that top B side. Starting to flank Dojo, but you're finding the kills. Like, FaZe have been in a couple of good moments. Maybe where they find the kills, they can move the objective. Instead, now it's 4 dead, and G2 attacking B.
is going bonkers. Everybody is dropped outside of a boost, and that's going to be an easy score. Plus, they're still getting spawn kills. They might be able to set up just to rally this. Only person getting out of that's going to be 04. He's just going to kind of leave his teammates back there to deal with it. He wants to get eyes on EMP.
I mean, that is just a beautiful lead. And Estriel's going off 6 in a row. Up, and I love this. Wrap this out of roofs. Start taking it towards that down low side.
Oh, I thought we might be able to tell early, and I'm still worried about FaZe.
I mean, I think the first minute was great, but the last 30 seconds of that have been ugly.
Old Crimp, dude. When that guy is hitting peak form, is amongst the best. Absolutely
Another
twisted.
chance.
And that stretch was gross. Can Crimp lead the way again to another? Oh, no. Hits a teammate with a nade, might have panicked a little bit, put it in his booty.
Well, I think that player stepped in front of that, so.
He's like, I want it. Give me that grenade.
Might as well try everything once.
Oh, we're done. Okay, well, now we're kills here, FaZe Vegas, able to try and maybe mount a counter. They're wrapping this up top side. Simp has gotten a kill aggressively. Trying to fight towards that back lobby is 04. He might feel like he got joked on that slide out, but it sets up Simp. If that nade doesn't connect, that might be like a guaranteed score. It is going to actually end up being one. So they'll punch it through, they'll tie it up 1-1. Simp doing some work kind of on the front end of that.
Yeah, but it started with some good defense, right? Obviously, that mishap happened. Some good defense for Vegas. They're able to wrap it top side. And then, yeah, Simp gets that double. Without that double, I don't think that happens. You would have had a great opportunity, but instead it's FaZe who were able to tie things up at 1 apiece.
That's why 04 was playing from where he was. Like, you're in a good position to at least get damage in and get the comms are funneling through one doorway. As much as he'd love to walk away with a kill there, it sets up Simp for the double. Good positioning by their front. Now they're trying to work it again. The EMP will swap hands. They lose a couple players. This might slow down for a second. I thought Draza might just back it up, but he's just going to go ahead and take a gunfight, win that with the pistol. Simp, your lead guy, will drop, so you're stalled out again for a moment here with just under 2 to play.
Hold on, though. Yeah, Nate connects. It's going to be 3.
3 dead. Simp was off spawn, not even involved. The other 3 are like, hey, we've had a slow start, but now we're coming to play. Massive stretch there from FaZe. Put 2 up now.
I mean, what a transition. Yeah, your last player alive is the player with the EMP in hand. Draza turns into a nade kill, then off a spawn. You're able to flood through the middle of the map. You take Dojo, and now you're up 1. You saw Draza able to earn that Hellstorm. So nice stuff from him as he scores that objective. FaZe have needed this as that now. A chance for G2.
They could use a good moment. Kremp doesn't have a nade, so that's good. He's got a pistol though. Nice little headshot there, but Abuza, great defensive hold. Shuts it down. Leaves Mamba the low man in position. He's going to get gunned at range by Simp. The other 2 have gone ahead and pushed forward. It's another really good moment here for FaZe. Big chance to get a score in. I thought it was going to be a good pop-up there from Draza to get the kill, but it looked a little awkward. The other teammates, though, stepping up. 04 was going off the map regardless if he got the kill or not.
Oh, Kremp stops it. I mean, it was a one-on-one because Simp wins that gunfight.
They're still okay.
If Kremp does not get that kill into Abuza, it's another one, but maybe a chance to put the 3rd on the board.
Simp's got to be like, go, just fly. Yeah, that had to be the comment. His position, all the way in the back pocket behind tree, like, yeah, yours like rally this quick.
I think I'm gonna order a pizza, god damn it. Legends, we back. What do you guys got? Phaser G2. Let's see.
They're able to do it. So honestly, you said like they started okay, FaZe. So Danny was a real bad like minute or so. It was just dominant from Kremp and G2, but after that, honestly, great from FaZe. They might be able to punch through a fourth. They got a chance. Draza, gun getting hot. 16 and 8. They needed other people to step it up, and that's exactly what's happening. Someone's still got to flush it on through. Nobody in position, so at least you may stop the bleeding a bit. And if this turns into a counter store, what a magnificent moment this is for G2.
Yeah, you gotta go a long way in 20 seconds.
And you got a Booza behind you.
Yeah, Booza is behind enemy lines. It looks like Mamba's like picking up on it, but it's just a little bit too late. All you have to do is kill that objective carrier, and there we go. Abuza gonna turn the half. But yeah, nice stuff. And while the ARs got going, 30 and 20 from Abuza and Draza combined, a much better game from them.
And I mean, we've seen it. Like, as much as we were praising Simp early in the year, his stats were insane considering their matchups. Like, they weren't winning respawns.
Yeah,
they were pulling out some series. They're pulling out like one respawn here and there, but they didn't look very good. When he technically was statistically worse and the other players were playing better, that's when they started to actually look like a threat. Like, looked like a really good team. When it's more balanced, seems to be when this team is at their best, and that's what you got here, at least in the first half.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got Little Caesars. Let's go.
Get out of that trap that G2 put you in.
Back to
Such a strong start from Kremp and Estriel. The SMGs continue to play so well against the best.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, it looks a whole lot different when Skies is in double box and the ARC a little bit up on base. But now, with the half flip, there's going to be chances now for G2 to be the ones making the plays on the offensive front. ARs are shooting those. You're seeing it from Abuza. He just about to fly out the window, but unfortunately still another one going to be holding mid. Behind enemy lines is a 4. AR in hand. You'll see him pick it up. Sub to work with as well, so he can tuck into their second story and just be an absolute pain in the ass from this spot.
And I think that was the key on the first half too. Like, as well as Draza and Abuza played, the SMGs got lost, right? Like, Sim continued to find flanks. Oh,
dang.
Did it now. Now you're setting this score up with the hell.
Oh, because of the river down the middle.
Beautiful play out of FaZe.
Excellent opening there. Now to bring it to a 3-score lead. That's a nice little wipe of the slate there for G2. At least give them a chance now, maybe to counter. Abuza doing a good job making sure nothing happens too quickly here. Taking a route up through mid. I think it's going to be a 4. It's going to wrap all the way behind. On the other side, though, you'll see it from Sky's POV. He's found an opening. He's able to get 2. That'll be a score. And like the route from 04, like if his teammates pick up a kill or 2, he's going to shut that down completely. Now, actually, since he took the route, he's going to be able to be like the point man on the other side.
Yeah, I thought G2 should have slowed that down a little bit, right? So this counter cannot happen because there might be a counter right away. It spawns down low with the shots. I needed one more bullet to take down Abuza. And yeah, you just had so many players on the B side of the map. If you were G2, they were all around the goal. So like, it's going to spawn low side, and they could not delay it.
And it was like a heads-up play there from 04, because the flank was a little bit late. Sometimes you might just like want to go back and get those kills, but he just turns around instantly, like, all right, they scored, let's turn this into a counter. Like, just turns around instantly.
Yeah, I mean,
into the base.
they probably tell him it's going to spawn low side.
Yeah,
so
no, everything. Yeah, go. So it's like one of those things, yeah, like the flank was late, but it worked out. It ended up just being like a tie. You think about those just getting a score. Keeping that lead at 3 with just under 3 to go. EMP control for G2 for a moment. Rabbit at topside trying to make a play. You've got a lot of FaZe that's currently bottom. And might have to track back to help here, and they're going to have to. That's just FaZe out of position.
Yeah, I don't know if they're worried about a pinch developing or what, but instead G2 just.
Yeah, what? That was a little odd, right? Like, right when I was looking at their push developing, I was like, well, they're two FaZe players dojo.
Yeah, comms-wise, they must have thought somebody was middle of the map or down low. Didn't want the pinch.
Yeah, you had like one player trade with basically no support. Maybe an opportunity now for G2. Really not this comeback. Hip fire, headshot kill with the pistol there. Sure, why not?
This is a tough part, right? 2 minutes, you have to score 2, and you can play a little just sort of keep away if you are FaZe. But you need kills to play keep away. It's going to be 3 dead, made it all 4. And well, and it just reset. The EMP just resets. God. At least it's roof side, so they should still get a score.
Oh my God.
You can see they're going to slow it down here, try to get pushed out a little bit.
I panicked for a second.
No, I did as well.
You gotta be kidding me. They'll put it through now, try to let teammates get into position, but not really able to do so. Too much outside of Kremp hitting the mid.
Another counter.
He's able to get 1, but it could, yeah, as long as FaZe like continue to counter, you'll be in an okay spot. But they delayed the score just enough that you got the bodies in position to shut it down, and they do. Beautiful stuff there from G2. 90 to go. Down one, Mamba is just cheating, just straight headies there. Trying
Ooh.
to go on point, lacing. Love it from Mamba. He's 16 and 20, but listen, he's stepping up in the big time.
Oh, he's pushing. What is he pushing for?
What a comeback from G2. It was OT when they played online last time. We might be looking at OT again.
And we haven't had that many overloads like this, where it's a pretty significant advantage going into the second
not at all.
side.
We were just talking about it. It's done.
It slows down big time. You don't usually see as many scores, but here we are, 5-5, 60 to go. Big time players in big time moments. We'll see who goes huge. G2 clutch up. They win the series 3-0, move into round 2 of winners. FaZe trying to just extend this series.
They pinch.
Hands wide open. Estriel, 1, 2. Give him a third. It goes to Crimp, but the damage is done. Opportunity to score off a spot as a boost and trying to get in position and track back. They have 1 kill. Draws gets 1 to shut down the MP there for a second, but tucked away is Estriel. Can he get more? Trying to go through for the score, and it's open and it's in. What a rally from G2. Going massive down the stretch.
And it spawns roof sides. This is going to be a 3-0 for G2. I mean, you have to get out of your phase. I don't think they're going to be able to do so. They're in the trap. Mamba is going off. Krep now with the pistol, almost able to connect, but this is done. Estriel putting in number 7.
Down 3 in the first half, and making a statement on the flip. And he's letting them know, Mamba, he's not that man on the main stage. He's cooking.
I thought we were doing it with number 4.
100% thought we were. Based on like the end of that first half, start of the second, 1,000% that we're going to game 4. But FaZe crumble, G2 clutch, and Mamba, I love it. Feasted off the crowd.
This guy's got cowboy boots on too, dude.
Yeah, no, that's funny. Like him getting hyped up, and I see Crimp in moccasins, and I'm like, brother. Oh, that was good. Electrifying moment. Looney looks so happy. A team last year and even this year, we were worried like if they were going to win, it was going to be through a game 5. They were always going to game 5. Couldn't walk away with these 3-0s. Now you have the 3-1 over FaZe in the league. You 3-0 Koi. You come here in 3-0 FaZe on land. This team is a threat, man. Excited to see what they do further in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and then for FaZe, I mean, we talk about sort of their map pool in, hardpoint search and destroy, but for Overload, if you're going to have that Scar sort of just to be your auto veto, I mean, you're playing Den, G2's best map, and
yeah,
you saw how comfortable they looked there.
Map pool going to be a thing we're talking about all year along with a lot of teams, but you got a bit of a more balanced effort from FaZe, at least in the early going. The AR is really starting to step it up. But just too much ice on the G2 side. And that is not something I've seen in a long time.
Look at this.
I mean, it wasn't G2 last year, I know, but you just talk about Minnesota and Rocker and the branding. Like, it was the lack of ice, all we ever talked about. And what a clutch. I mean, that was awesome. Because it's a FaZe team that you need to put
I have a feeling we're not going to be cool.
I know they didn't look good, but like, map 3, who the hell knows?
No, I mean, yeah, you got individuals going in that first half that were struggling throughout that match. You're thinking we're going to stay.
He has wills too. Fuck.
Happen. I mean, it was Kremp with a couple of multi-kills. Just again, the SMG duo going off, but then Mamba to close that out. Just saw how hyped he was getting.
So what's your biggest surprise from today?
That one. Because outside of that, I mean, sort of favorites or, I don't know, fan favorites sort of went out. But yeah, that one for sure.
We were thinking we were going to have all these incredible series, and we had a whole hell of a lot of 3-0s, but who it was incredible for was Big Mamba. Had a hell of a series, hell of a closing. Let's hear it from him.
Everybody show some love to G2 Minnesota! We talked about it, about how you guys can be unpredictable and to never count you out, and you showed on this stage exactly what G2 can do. Like, talk to me about what was going on in your heads, especially in that map 3, okay? Like, y'all knocked my shirt off in map 3. Y'all knocked Maven's shirt off in map number 2. We all surprised and stunned, but talk to me about when you're down like that in that map 3, what was going on through y'all heads to make them comebacks?
Honestly, we never fell out of it, to be honest, at map 3. We were getting opportunities, we just never capitalized on them, and then my subs were just going absolutely insane, and then Caesar just having a day. So, I mean, when them 3 are firing, my job's easy.
There you go. When they fired on off, it was looking easy out there for y'all, okay? Now, and as you said, that gives you a lot of confidence, okay? How proud are you of you and your teammates on
the work that y'all put in to get prepared for this matchup?
I'm super proud. I mean, we put in the work. I mean, everyone kept doubting us, but like I said to you right now, I love proving people wrong, and we love people doubting us. So please keep doubting us.
You heard him. He said, keep doubting us, all right? Ever since we seen you come into this league last year, Mamba, we saw what you guys did at EWC. You know, this is your rookie season out here, okay? And you taking down FaZe in y'all first ever matchup. Just what do you want to say to the fans out there that did not waver on G2?
Don't sleep on G2. We're a talented young group of guys. I mean, in the preseason, everyone had us as the worst team, and look what happened.
Look what happened, everybody. One more time, get loud for G2, and that's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, close out the deck.
There's no better mustache in esports than that man's right there. The cowboy getting the job done. The boots on full show here in Texas. And G2 shocks FaZe. Chance, you said something right after the win. You're a little bit perplexed. You can't choose where to go with your heart and your mind.
I mean, listen, I was going to count, or I did count him out. I got proven wrong in a hot 3-0 fashion, and then he told me to keep doubting.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if I need to do the same thing or what's going on, but either way, they deserve their flowers. Mamba played great. The entire team played great. That was a hell of a time.
That part.
Allie, 0.4% of the audience thought Minnesota could win this whole thing. Let's take a look at this series and what you saw from the players who showcased their talents the brightest tonight.
Listen, it's valid. I mean, this is probably the most dominant showcase of talent that G2 has shown us thus far. And what a statement of a place to do it, right? It's your first match on LAN. You know, obviously you think maybe there's going to be some nerves overall, some nerves for Mamba being a rookie. You're going up against FaZe Vegas, who in historic fashion have done better on LAN. And so for G2 Minnesota, like, this is a proper upset. This is like an absolute underdog coming out and just swinging a lug at one of the top teams. And for G2 Minnesota to ride this high for the rest of the weekend, like when all of these players are playing at their best, this is the result that we get. And this overload was so pivotal because you could see how well they could shine when they were put through their backstance wall, when it was pressure, when they were just dealing with floods and floods of FaZe Vegas, when they were down and out.
Arguably the toughest draw.
That was a fun one. That was a good one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, what I've been doing, ladies and gentlemen, we've been working hard in Civ, non-stop. So we are so close to this winning this space race, but we got a huge advantage by a scientist that unlocked the entire informational era as a Eureka. However, we've been so freaking behind with getting these other atomic era technologies that we've been taking so long. Like, we can barely scratch these technologies. We're so close. So I think what we're doing is we're doing fine. I am worried about other people. Cough, cough. Brazil. They have three cities, but their defense has been quite low. They at least have attempted to be friends with us. So I think we've been pretty solid where we've been. And it kind of sucks because I wish this game was a little longer. I really do. So after this game, we get 11 more turns. After this game, and we'll probably do maybe a little longer type of Civ game. So we'll see. We've been having a hard time with this island. I don't know, it just feels a little slow, I guess. I don't know how to explain it, but we are chugging along. We really are just chugging along. And we finally were able to form armies. I couldn't figure it out how to make armies because it's so annoying when it's like one person is stuck on one tile, and I've always hated that in any game. Just like, doesn't feel like a true open field. My food just got here. I'll be right back.
inherent vice of capitalism is the unequal sharing of blessings. The inherent virtue of socialism is the equal sharing of miseries.
Yes, we're gonna be right back. My food got here, and I'm so invested in the Civ game. So, be back like in not even 30 minutes. I'm so excited to play. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. Back to violence. Back to violence. I'm so full. I'm like 4 months pregnant with how much I ate. Alright. Get back to it. Just unlocked Civic Capitalist. So hopefully what we'll do here is maybe try to get a science win here. It's gonna be close. I don't really see anybody kind of challenging it, really. What I wanted right here. Right here. Oh, dang it. Was for oil rigs too. Cryptography, interesting. Professional sports. If you Chat. Sadie chat. What do we need in LA? We don't need any because we have so many. Oh, the oil rig. I forgot what oil rig is. Huh? Nice. We just gained so much from that. Yes, who is this? Like, oh, engineer. And I mean, that's nice and all. We actually got an oil rig. No. I'm so high. My God. Holy content. Oh, mechanicalized. That's crazy. Crazy. That means like we basically don't even need our troops, quote unquote troops, because everything is just being so mechanicalized. That's so sick. Mm-hmm.
Population is everything in Civilization 6.
Which might be helpful. Video might be helpful for me.
Aim for the moon.
The number next to the name of
If
its
you miss,
population is
you may
everything in
hit a star.
Civilization 6. The number next to the name of a city shows its population count. Each pop consumes 2 food per turn, and any surplus food goes towards growing said population. So be sure to get high food yields to help cities grow. If you do not have enough food to maintain a city's population, it will shrink until it evens out with the food output like a scale of sorts. You can see how much food a city is making per turn here. While in the city management tab, you can also click here to see which tiles of your citizens are working. Higher populations always means more tiles being worked, which generally means higher yields. Speaking of yields, each population makes
0.5 science and 0.2 culture.
Return, allowing high population empires to delay a few campuses and theater squares. Speaking of districts, the population count also affects how many districts you can build, as the first pop allows for 1 to be built, and every 3 pop after that allows for another district to be built. Every 2 pop in a city also requires 1 amenity, so try not to fall behind on those. Training or buying a settler also decreases the city's pop by 1, so keep that in mind when expanding in the early game. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era. Population is everything in Civilization 6. The number next to the name of a city shows its population count. Each pop consumes 2 food per turn, and any surplus food goes towards growing said population. So be sure to get high food yields to help cities grow. If you do not have enough food to maintain a city's population, it will shrink until it evens out with the food output like a scale of sorts. You can see how much food a city is making per turn here. While in the city management tab, you can also click here to see which tiles of your citizens are working. Higher populations always means more tiles being worked, which generally means higher yields. Speaking of yields, each population makes
0.5 science and 0.2 culture.
Return, allowing high population empires to delay a few campuses and theater squares. Speaking of districts, the population count also affects how many districts you can build, as the first pop allows for 1 to be built, and every 3 pop after that allows for another district to be built. Every 2 pop in a city also requires 1 amenity, so try not to fall behind on those. Training or buying a settler also decreases the city's pop by 1, so keep that in mind when expanding in the early game. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era. Population is everything in Civilization 6. The number next to the name of a city shows its population count. Each pop consumes 2 food per turn, and any surplus food goes towards growing said population. So be sure to get high food yields to help cities grow. If you do not have enough food to maintain a city's population, it will shrink until it evens out with the food output like a scale of sorts. You can see how much food a city is making per turn here. While in the city management tab, you can also click here to see which tiles of your citizens are working. Higher populations always means more tiles being worked, which generally means higher yields. Speaking of yields, each population makes
0.5 science and 0.2 culture.
Return, allowing high population empires to delay a
Ooh,
few
get him.
districts you can build, as the first pop allows for 1 to be built, and every 3 pop after that allows for another district to be built. Every 2 pop in a city also requires 1 amenity, so try not to fall behind on those. Training or buying a settler also decreases the city's pop by 1, so keep that in mind when expanding in the early game. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era. Population is everything in Civilization 6. The number next to the name of a city shows its population count. Each pop consumes 2 food per turn, and any surplus food goes towards growing said population. So be sure to get high food yields to help cities grow. If you do not have enough food to maintain a city's population, it will shrink until it evens out with the food output like a scale of sorts. You can see how much food a city is making per turn here. While in the city management tab, you can also click here to see which tiles of your citizens are working. Higher populations always means more tiles being worked, which generally means higher yields. Speaking of yields, each population makes
0.5 science and 0.2 culture.
Return, allowing high population empires to delay a few campuses and theater squares. Speaking of districts, the population count also affects how many districts you can build, as the first pop allows for 1 to be built, and every 3 pop after that allows for another district to be built. Every 2 pop in a city also requires 1 amenity, so try not to fall behind on those. Training or buying a settler also decreases the city's pop by 1, so keep that in mind when expanding in the early game. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era. Population is everything in Civilization.
That was a pretty helpful, what's it called?
Population is
Video. I'm gonna subscribe to the guy. I've liked his video so far. Watched like 5 of them. Ooh, Poland's getting close. I was thinking about going there too. I'm upset about that. Ooh, hold on. We don't even need sellers. Let's go. Boom! 5 big booms! Slam. Slam. Yee.
You want to file free? Hit it.
When you start playing Civilization 6 for the first time, learning how to manage your cities can be pretty daunting. Between your population, housing, amenities, loyalty, and borders, all basic things that serve as the foundation in your empire. The number here next to the name of a city shows its population count, and the even smaller number next to it shows how many turns until your population grows. Each pop consumes 2 food per turn, and any surplus food goes towards growing said population, so be sure to get high food yields to help your cities grow. If you do not have enough food to maintain a city's population, it will shrink until it reaches out with your food output, like a scale of sorts. Clicking on the city and looking at the city management tab, you can see how much food per turn a city is making here. While in the city management tab, you can also click here on the manage citizens button to see which tiles all of your citizens are working. If you are not satisfied, you can click on tiles you do want them to work and lock them in. But if you misclick or want to change it, clicking again will unlock the citizen, allowing the computer to auto-select the tile they work, or allowing you to reassign them to a new tile instead. You can also go back down to the yields on the city management tab to get them to focus on tiles with certain yields, and have them ignore other yields. This is great if you need to focus on food to get a new city off the ground, or if you need to focus on production to get more troops out in a pinch during a war. Higher populations always means more tiles getting worked, which generally means higher yields. Speaking of higher population, each citizen makes 0.6 science and 0.3 culture per turn, allowing high population empires to delay a few campuses and theater schools.
no.
Districts, the population count also affects how many districts you can build, as the first pop allows for 1 district to be built, and every 3 pop after that allows for another district to be built. Now, of course, you'll need a place for all these citizens, which is where housing comes into play. Going back to the city management tab, you can see how much housing the city needs here. Each unit of population needs 1 unit of housing, and running low has its consequences. Having only 1 housing space left decreases your city's growth by 50%, and it gets lower as you dip into the negatives until the city stops growing completely. To get more housing, you can settle your cities next to water. Each city has 2 housing to start off with, but can be increased to 3 and 5 with coastal and freshwater. An aqueduct can give full housing to cities without fresh water, increasing it to 6 for non-freshwater cities, and 7 for those that already have it. You can get even more housing from buildings like the granary, lighthouse, sewer, or barrack, improvements like farms, pastures, plantations, and fishing boats, districts like dams, reserves, and neighborhoods. Your government type and policies can give housing too, such as the monarchy government type, which provides +2 housing in cities with medieval walls if you're playing vanilla, or +1 housing to cities with each level of walls they have, from ancient to Renaissance, allowing for up to 3 extra housing if you're playing the Gathering Storm DLC. 2 key wonders that affect housing and population are the Hanging Gardens, giving +2 housing in the city it's built in, and +15% growth in all of your cities, along with the Anchor Wat giving +1 housing in all cities, and +1 population in all of your cities when completed. If you do lack housing, don't worry, as you only need enough people to work the tiles the city has, not more. So if you get close to your cap, you can and should switch a city's focus from food to production in the city management panel, like I mentioned before. On top of your housing, your citizens will also need to be entertained, which is where amenities come into play, but I'll go over those in the next video, as this is part 1 of a 4-part series on basic city management, so be sure to subscribe for when that video comes out, and in the meantime you can join my Discord to play Civ with other people, or to ask any questions about the game a new player might have. We'd be happy to help. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era.
Google Fiber has arrived in Mesa. Tired of confusing pricing, added equipment fees, data caps, and slow gigabit internet? With Google Fiber, our price is the same every month. Equipment is included with no hidden fees, and your uploads are just as fast as your downloads. Discover more at fiber.google.com.
Yay!
In my last video, I went over how to grow and house your population in Civilization 6, but knowing how to entertain said population is just as important, which is where amenities come into play. Every 2 population in a city needs 1 amenity, and this number in the city management panel will show you how many amenities you have left over. Having 5 or more extra amenities will make your city ecstatic, increasing yields by 20%, and 3 to 4 extra makes the city happy, increasing yields by 10%. Both are a nice way to reward you for keeping your citizens well entertained. Having 0 to 2 amenities is treated as the default, and is the bare minimum you should strive for. -1 to -2 makes the city displeased, lowering yields by 10%, and it gets worse as the city becomes unhappy, lowering yields further, and going even lower causes unrest, spawning barbarian units. And finally, having citizens so unhappy with your rule at -7 amenities or fewer basically puts the game on French Revolution mode. These numbers I'm showing you on screen are based on having the Gathering Storm DLC, so if you play vanilla, the threshold
Only the
is
mob
happy
and the
lower,
elite
making it
can be
easier for you.
attracted
The
by
most
the
common way
momentum of
obtaining
totality.
amenities is through luxury resources, so understanding them is important.
Hello, I'm Ryan, and today I'm going to explain how luxury resources work in Civilization 6. Luxuries might be the most important out of the 3 classes of resources in Civ 6. They come in a variety of forms, but work mostly the same whether they are luxuries on the map or those generated by great people or city-states. A luxury resource provides 4 amenities, but it can only provide that amenity to a city once, essentially giving 1 to 4 different cities. To get the bonus from a luxury, you simply have to improve its tile or settle on it, which gives you the luxury, even without the tech. Having multiple copies of a luxury does not provide extra amenities though, so you only get them from the first copy. This is where trading with other civs comes in. You see, each continent will have 4 unique luxuries assigned to it, meaning it's a good idea to settle new continents or to trade with other civs that are already on them. Always remember to sell your extra copies to an AI that doesn't have them for a bit of gold, or use them to trade for their luxuries. Note that the AI will never sell you a luxury if they only own 1 copy of it, as it's currently providing them amenities. Now, as I mentioned before, you can get luxuries through great people and city-states too. Zanzibar is a good example. It will give you cinnamon and cloves if you're their suzerain. Additionally, these give an amenity to 6 cities instead of the usual 4. Then there are a few great merchants which can give a copy or 2 of luxuries you won't find anywhere on the map, such as toys, cosmetics, jeans, and perfume. So there you go. I've been Ryan. Hope that helps.
That was truly amazing. The entertainment complex ensures amenities but should be built rarely. You see the zoo and stadium buildings provide amenities to each city within 6 tiles. This does not stack with other zoos of stadiums in the same radius, so be sure to have one entertainment complex in the middle of every cluster of cities you have. Same goes for the water park, but their buildings,
If you go on with this
center,
nuclear
affect
arms,
cities 9 tiles away, allowing you to build fewer of them, or the same amount since the coastal tiles you need to put them on are on the edges of your empire. I recommend building them in lakes in the center of your empire instead of on the coast to save on production in multiple water parks, and also because coastal cities tend to have less production. They also work alongside the entertainment complex buildings, so be sure to build both in your empire for maximum effect. You can get more amenities from your policies and governments, such as the Classical Republic government, giving +1 housing and +1 amenity to every city with a district. The Liberalism policy gives +1 amenity to cities with 2 districts, and the Retainers policy gives +1 amenity to cities with a military unit garrisoned in them, meaning the unit is just placed in the city center. There are a bunch of wonders that give amenities too, but the big 3 are the Temple of Artemis, providing a city with +1 amenity for every camp, pasture, or plantation within 4 tiles of it, as well as +3 housing and +4 food. The Colosseum gives +2 amenities and +2 loyalty to cities within 6 tiles, acting as a classical era zoo, and finally Estadio de Americana, giving +2 amenities to every city in the empire, making it a great late game wonder to ensure all your cities are ecstatic. Now you can lose amenities by going bankrupt and continuing to lose gold, or for incurring war weariness, which happens when you're at war for too long fighting a lot, dropping a lot of nukes, or letting too many of your units die in the same turn. So keep your wars brief and troops alive. This will ensure a happy and productive empire that can stand the test of time. So be sure to improve those luxuries, build entertainment districts, plug in the right policies, and try not to lose money. And alongside keeping up your amenities, you'll also want to keep your citizens loyal to stop them from rebelling. But more on that next time, as this is part 2 of a 4-part series on basic city management. I'm Riddick Acidic, and I'll see you in the next era.
Which one's left?
Scribe is just doing the same thing over and over. Watch this. We'll change it up. Raise your hand if you told your boss how to do the same thing. So,
I've gone over how to grow your population in Civilization 6, how to house said population, and how to entertain said population. But now it's time to learn how to keep your citizens loyal, as all your efforts are in vain if they just rebel. Before I continue, loyalty is a mechanic exclusive to the Rise and Fall and Gathering Storm DLCs. So if you do not own that DLC nor see the rule sets for them when setting up your game, none of this applies to you as loyalty is not in the base game or in the standard rules. Now if you do have it, clicking here on the city will show a neat little bar telling you the city's current loyalty status and how much it is rising or falling per turn. You can also find the value here in the city management tab. Each city's loyalty will range from 0 to 100. 100 means fully loyal and should be the norm for every city in your empire, as having it decrease will cause a reduction to all the city's yields, halting growth and production as they slowly become more and more uncooperative. And when the city loyalty hits 0, it rebels, turning into a free city and spawning barbarian units. From here, the newly independent city can be conquered by any civ on the map with a military nearby without any diplomatic penalties towards the civ it belonged to first, whether to keep the city or raise it. But if left alone long enough, the city will join an empire nearby.
When God
Usually
said,
not the one
"Let
that just
there be
left.
light,"
The loyalty a city has is
he
affected
surely
by
must
three
have
main
meant
factors. As
perfectly
mentioned in my last
coherent
video,
light.
Well, I hear that one more
more
time.
and cause reduction to all the city's yields, halting growth and production as they slowly become more and more uncooperative. And when the city loyalty hits 0, it rebels, turning into a free city and spawning barbarian units. From here, the newly independent city can be conquered by any civ on the map with a military nearby without any diplomatic penalties towards the civ it belonged to first, whether they keep the city or raise it. But if left alone long enough, the city will join an empire nearby, usually not the one it just left. The loyalty a city has is affected by three main factors. As mentioned in my last video, happiness is a big issue, so not having enough amenities will cause some loyalty problems, depending on how big of a deficit you have. But on the flip side, possessing a lot of extra amenities will increase loyalty. Assigning governors to a city will also affect a city's loyalty, always increasing it. So if a city needs a few extra points of loyalty in a pinch, throw a governor in the city to keep it from alarm. Their loyalty effects kick in the second they are assigned, meaning you do not have to wait the 3 to 5 turns they need to establish in the city to get the loyalty boost. But you do have to wait those 3 to 5 turns to get the bonuses from their promotions. Finally, the big one is loyalty pressure from nearby citizens. The citizens of every city exert loyalty pressure on the nearby cities. The more citizens a city has, the more pressure it exerts on those around it, meaning cities on the border of an empire are very prone to flipping if the other neighboring empire is happier and more populated. This is why when settling you need to pay attention to these numbers on the map, which show how much of a loyalty penalty you will suffer for settling too close to another civ. Which honestly, thank God for this feature, because getting forward settled in Civ 5 and base game Civ 6 is actually annoying. The amount of loyalty pressure cities exert decreases during Dark Ages, but also increases during Golden and Heroic Ages, meaning if the era is coming to an end soon, and you're not going to make it to a normal age, be sure you have a contingency plan in mind to keep your border cities if push comes to shove. When conquering cities from other players, loyalty becomes extremely important, as keeping their cities from rebelling against you can be hard. When occupying a city during a war, having a unit stationed in the city gives it a loyalty boost to you, so be sure to pack extra units to stay behind and act as garrisons, even if it's as weak as a scout. And of course, the Governor Victor with the Garrison Commander promotion gives +4 loyalty towards your empire to all cities within 9 tiles of the one he's stationed in, making him a great loyalty stick during offensive wars. Just keep the war weariness penalties from the last video in mind. Whether you are growing your empire from scratch or carving one out with conquered cities, it's not only
I am
good to
a
keep
big
your citizens
proponent if
loyal,
winning
but it's
isn't
also good to know where your empire ends and someone else's begins, bringing borders into play. But we will get into that next time, as this is part 3 of a 4-part series on basic city management. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era.
Protect your dream home under our roof. American Family Insurance.
Ready to refresh your space for less? At Living Spaces, thoughtful design and better sourcing keep prices low while quality stays high. Get this sofa for $295, this queen bed for $195, and this dining set for $295. Updating every room is within reach, only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
An important part of expanding your nation in Civilization 6 is knowing where your empire ends and another begins. That's where these lines on the map representing your borders come into play. They define what tiles your citizens and builders can work and improve, as neither can operate outside of them. Your borders expand naturally as your cities
From
produce
our humble
culture, which is
beginnings
why getting a
ages
monument
ago,
first in every
have
new
you
city
forged a
settle is great choice to
civilization
get them
that has
expanding
withstood
faster, unless
time
you lack
itself.
food or housing. In
Though
which case, you
countless
should go for a granary
civilizations
first, and then
rise
queue up
and
the
fall
monument
around
second.
us,
If you grow impatient,
we
wait
do
for
not
your
just
borders to grow
survive,
naturally. You can
we
click here in
prosper.
the city management tab to buy tiles with gold. But But remember that they do get more expensive the further away from the city center they are. While there, you will often see this purple tile, which tells you when and where your border will expand naturally through culture, so waiting a bit can save you some gold. While you're at it, be sure to keep an eye on city-state borders, as they expand every time any civ sends them an envoy. So try to buy up tiles next to them before sending your envoys over if they are close to you. Getting back to your borders, citizens can only work up to 3 tiles away from their city center, but if your culture is high enough, you might claim tiles 4, 5, or even 6 hexes away, which is very common in the late game, especially for cities on the coast. While you might not be able to work these tiles, you can still get use out of them through national parks for tourism and amenities, or renewable energy improvements that tiles next to them before sending your envoys over if they are close to you. Getting back to your borders, citizens can only work up to 3 tiles away city center they are. While there, you will often see this purple tile, which tells you when and where your border will
While the
expand
Colosseum
naturally through
stands,
culture, so
Rome
waiting a
shall
bit can
stand.
save you some gold.
When the
While you're at it,
Colosseum
be sure to keep an
falls,
eye on city-state
Rome shall
borders,
fall.
as they expand every
When
time
Rome
any civ sends
falls,
them an envoy. So try
the
to buy up
world shall
tiles
fall.
next to them before sending your envoys over if they are close to you. Getting back to your borders, citizens can only work up to 3 tiles away from their city center, but if your culture is high enough, you might claim tiles 4, 5, or even 6 hexes away, which is very common in the late game, especially for cities on the coast. While you might not be able to work these tiles, you can still get use out of them through national parks for tourism and amenities, or renewable energy improvements to power the city. Borders start off open in the ancient era, allowing anyone to walk through them and become closed when the civ they belong to researches the early Empire civic. This is when you can negotiate open borders with another civ, which helps improve relations with them. Note that sometimes you can get a bit of gold in exchange for this if they're friendly enough. Having open borders with another civ will also increase your tourism output to them by 25%, so try to negotiate with everyone if you're going for a culture victory. But if you or another civ have denounced each other, open borders cannot be traded until the denunciation expires. City-state borders, on the other hand, are not as easily negotiated, as they only open up when you are the suzerain of the city-state or plug in the gunboat's diplomacy policy card, which is unlocked with the ideology civic in the modern era, giving you open borders with every city-state on the map, regardless of suzerainty. If you wish to explore despite the borders of other civs or city-states being closed off to you, you can use religious units which always ignore open borders, like a missionary or apostle. You can also culture bomb someone else's borders. This happens when you build a certain district or improvement along the borders of another civ, claiming all adjacent tiles that are within 3 tiles of your city center and don't have any districts or wonders on them, meaning you can claim tiles with improvements such as farms and mines. This is a rare feature provided to some civs like Poland, who can culture bomb civs when building forts or encampments, or with the warrior monk's religious belief, allowing any city following it to culture bomb tiles when building a holy site. Just remember that doing this will anger the civ you stole the tiles from, but not the city-states. You do not lose any envoys for doing it to them, like how you would lose influence in Civ 5. While not the most exciting topic of all the ones I've covered in this 4-part series, it is important to know how these mechanics work if you wish to go forth and create an empire to stand the test of time. While you're here at the end of this series, consider joining my Discord server to play games or ask any questions about the game. I would love to have a chat with some of you guys. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era.
From the first stirrings of life beneath
That was
water
interesting.
to the
Actually, very
great
interesting.
beasts of the Stone Age.
We're not gonna
to
play
man
this. We'll
taking
probably
his
play like
first
2
upward
rounds because I'm not
steps,
sure
you have come
I
far.
even want to play with like barbarians like this. It's actually a really good start too. Oh, terrible actually. This quite a bit over here. A little shitty with just, yeah, but there is a lot of, like, this river is kind of key. I'm just following this river right now.
thought clay must...
Enacting new.
At his best.
I actually like our production right now too. We've been kind of flowing because we also got luxury too. Wheat to the north. Yeah. Wood. Rider. Yeah, we found them. Down this river. I'm on it right. That gear right in the middle. We get wheat, bananas, elephants, and even if we potentially could, maybe that horse up there. Yeah. What the fuck is this?
Vessel's large.
Have to... Almost shit, that's what it is. What the heck? The river ends. They smacked us. Wow. Let's see. That's crazy. Alright. I will be right back. I know. I suck. I'm sorry. After this, then we'll be on for. After this, then we'll be on for about maybe 6 more hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to go into flow state, I swear. We're gonna crush. We're gonna win this game. This next game, we're gonna win. Freaking go. Hold on, I need to ask ChatGPT one thing. I want to do a big game. We got a huge. Here we go. Three, 4, 9. $19, $20. Okay. $17.60. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I actually have a feeling the game's just gonna crash. Oh, we got Poland.
To the great
if this works out, then we got Poland.
To man taking his
Pretty sure we're gonna get a dev error.
steps,
We'll see.
You have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Pious Jadwiga, praise be to the glory of God, the earth, and Poland. Most holy king, you will show your people the truth and the light, and they will...
Ooh. Oh, we got it to work. Ooh, we actually have some decent wares. Only thing I don't like is we don't have a lot of production. Unrevealed. Look at that. Okay. Pretty solid. I mean, not the greatest thing ever, but it's our land. I like it. Sailing comes available super late. Okay, 1760. Let's see. Everything becomes real at 442. So the game should be pretty quick. We'll see. So it says everything should be pretty random. I'm actually kind of curious to see what that looks like. See, this is where like I wish the game mode, this game mode, would be available for like Civ Revolution. That would be so sick. Oh man, that'd be sick. Actually have some decent stuff. My gosh, we do. so far. We look. I'm kind of okay with this. We look good. This is a good starting range. I like this. Luxuries, yo, 2 luxuries. Crazy. Look at this river. Oh, we kind of got a pretty interesting start. Don't want to follow this tribe here. Ooh, orange trade. Let's see. 14 turns. Disgusting. Oh shit.
Our city's
Or city state. Only be 1 second because I don't know what I want to do with attacking so far because my rule has always been very simple and it's have 5. Oh shit! What did I do? My rule has always been get 5 cities by the end of the medieval. About 106 turns to get 5 cities. Because what that looks like for me is like I can do a lot of things with 5 cities, right? And sure enough, everybody else can. From production to basically, it's enough to win the game. And with how many cities there are, or how many armies there are this time, I really want to strive to win here. And we have a set score limit where this is the perfect score limit to lose or win the game. So many city-states and real civilizations. And man, we do have some interesting luxuries over here too. I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna settle right here. Oh my god, spices.
I thought clay.
Kind of freaking out, man. A lot nearby. Oh my god, foxes! Yo, this starts kind of crazy. It's absolutely insane.
enacting
At his best. When you find you.
Oh my god, this is kind of crazy. Alright, we got mining. Just might need 3 cities altogether here. It seems kind of nuts. I just really don't know what to do here because I would like to get all 3. I don't know if I can. And there's really not much production stuff around. Like there is like rainforests and such, but you know it's kind of not. Transportation. Cool. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Plus 1 production from fishing boats would be kind of clutch. Well, let's do Goddess of the Camps. Look at us! Look at us! Plus 4 gold from the capital, dude. Oh my god, they're giving us so much money.
I am fond of pigs. Dogs look up to us. Cats look down.
We haven't been another civilization. Crazy, that's right. I guess carry on to the river. Just take a look what's over here. Oh, that's the end of the river. Good milk. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's Brazilian. Oh, again? Crazy. All right, that means we need to start. We will. We will. This is where we need to get our. Oh, look at these guys. Actually, come from like the sand. That's what's crazy. Let's kind of research what's going up here. All right. Nice and that going. Actually, I wonder if it's better if we do it bum and then the granary, because we can get the locations around us and then we can start getting the what's it called? Gosh, that is a terrible location to be around. They have no production, no food. That's crazy. That means
We have recent.
up north has to be
Righty,
so
easy. I
freaking
like to
dead.
say
Would very much, in fact, like to have Amsterdam with all that freaking dollar bills, y'all. I think we have a pretty solid start to this game. $240. I mean, I think actually it's kind of worth it. Boom. I think we actually have a second to kind of just build around us. There's really just no fresh water, really. And Rio's like down to the south, and looks like they might have a trouble kind of building too. So I'm gonna try. Who's this? The US?
Welcome to the United States of a.
No, because got these dies, right? It's huge. And I actually think what we're gonna do with the dies, because that's like our massive amenities. Let's see. That was big. That was like a culture bomb. That's kind of what they call it, right? Culture bombs. Heal yourself. Ah, just kidding. All relics provide bonus faith, culture, and gold. Crazy. I want to still try to get this, this raid request. It's not a great purse because maybe they... Oh, that was the last game. Okay. Got it. Trade route to the city-state. Okay. We should be getting the foreign trade here soon, so that'll be huge.
Switch to Turbo.
You're watching some of these videos trying to
Your own taxes
make sure I win this pretty well.
with us last year. Just file with
Or at least decently.
yourself by February 28th. Download
It is not that's
What
the
you
positive.
When you
just see.
start playing Civilization 6 for the first time, learning how to manage your cities can be pretty daunting. Between your population, housing, amenities, loyalty, and borders, all basic themes that serve as the foundation in your empire. The number here next to the name of a city shows its population count, and the even smaller
Rivers
number
on
next to it
rivers.
shows how many turns until your population grows. Each pop consumes 2 food per turn, and any surplus food goes towards growing said population, so be sure to get fields to help your cities grow. If you do not have enough food to maintain a city's population, it will shrink until it evens out with the food output, like a scale of sorts. Clicking on the city and looking at the city management tab, you can see how much food per turn a city is making here. While in the city management tab, you can also click here on the manage citizens button to see which tiles all of your citizens are working. If you are not satisfied, you can click on tiles you do want them to work and lock them in. But if you misclick or change it, clicking again will unlock the citizen, allowing the computer to auto-select the tile that
Also weird, what the heck? My headphones disconnected for a second. Yeah, we're about to start mining everything right here. Like rice, bananas, all the good shit. Where this river goes. Another? I have no idea who that was.
they work, or allowing you to reassign them to a new tile instead. You can also go back down to the yields on the city management tab to get them to focus on tiles with certain yields.
Oh, we don't have irrigation yet.
This
Got
is
it.
great if you need to focus on food to
Big
get more
brains,
city
big
off the
brains.
ground, or if you need to focus on production to get more troops out in a pinch during a war. Higher populations always means more tiles being worked, which generally means higher yields. Speaking of higher population, each citizen makes 0.6 science and 0.3 culture per turn, allowing high population empires to delay a few campuses and theater squares. When it comes to districts, the population count also affects how many districts you can build, as the first pop allows for one district to be built, and every 3 pop after that allows for another district to be built. Now, of course, you'll need a place for all these citizens, which is where housing comes into play. Going back to the city management tab, you can see how much housing the city has here. Each unit of population needs 1 unit of housing, and running low has its consequences. Having only 1 housing space left decreases your city's growth by 50%, and it gets lower as you dip into the negatives until the city stops growing completely. To get more housing, you can settle your cities next to water. Each city has 2 housing to start off with, but can be increased
He died?
coastal and freshwater. An aqueduct can give full housing to cities without fresh water, increasing it to 6 for non-freshwater cities and 7 for those that already have it. You can get even more housing from buildings like the granary, lighthouse, sewer, or barrack, improvements like farms, pastures, plantations, and fishing boats, districts like dams, reserves, and neighborhoods. The government type and policies can give housing too, such as the monarchy government type, which provides +2 housing in cities with medieval walls if you're playing vanilla, or +1 housing to cities with each level of walls they have from ancient to Renaissance, allowing for up to 3 extra housing if you're playing the Gathering Storm DLC. 2 key wonders that affect housing and population are the Hanging Gardens, giving +2 housing in the city it's built in, and +15% growth in all of your cities, along with the Anchor Watt giving +1 housing in all cities, and +1 population in all of your cities when completed. If you do lack housing, don't worry, as you only need enough people to work the tiles the city has, not more. So if you get close to your cap, you can and should switch a city's focus from food to production in the city management panel, like I mentioned before. On top of your housing, your citizens will also need to be entertained, which is where amenities come into play, but I'll go over those in the next video, as this is part 1 of a 4-part series on basic city management, so be sure to subscribe for when that video comes out, and in the meantime you can join my Discord to play Civ with other people, or to ask any questions about the game a new player might have. We'd be happy to help. I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era.
Kind of funny. There's like no good slots right now. Wait, there is.
Dog food. Fat Is this guy college savings? Quicken, can we do this? Nice.
Okay, let's take him home.
And start knowing with Quicken.
A strong economy.
Okay. I want to see what's more over here because oh, chocolate. go. This is kind of an insane run.
Let's quickly talk about how we're going to be conducting this sort of experimental way of looking at starting locations. We're going to be running on fairly standard settings. The only thing I have changed is Pangea, so it's all default, except we're running on a Pangea map. So if you want to try and run this experiment yourself to try to learn how to analyze starting locations, that is how you do it. So to start with, we're going to cover the basics of how to analyze a start location. And I have selected a random civilization, so every time we re-roll, we're going to get a chance to maybe have a little bit of insight in how your civilization might specifically influence how you analyze a start location. Obviously, the most important and prime thing that you're going to be looking for in a start location is going to be fresh water, green tiles. You want to be settled on fresh water, particularly in your capital, because I believe it'll let you get to 5 without growth penalties, which is pretty nice. What are we looking for in a starting location? Well, the first thing that we're looking for is a good tile to settle on. That's number one. And then after you found a good tile to settle on, you're looking for good tiles to work within the first or second ring of that settlement. We have spawned here on the grassland hill. Now, we could settle in place here, but there's a better location. We could settle in place here and we would have a 2 food, 1 production tile underneath our capital. Because what your capital does is it takes the tile underneath it and it tries to conform it to 2 food and 1 production. So if we settled over here, it would be 2 food and 1 production underneath the capital tile. But the actual best location for us to settle here is right here on this Plains Hill. Plains Hills are very, very unique. They provide your city with +1 production for the entire game. Now, me personally, it takes me on average about 250 turns to win a game of Deity. So that's an extra 250 production in my empire from turn 1, working away for me, helping me get my settlers out quicker, helping me get my districts out quicker. So I will always try to settle on a Plains Hill if it's available. There are other reasons though that this spot is better. If we take a look at the first ring of tiles that are available to this grassland hill, not only are we missing out the 1 production of this, but the tiles that are available to work aren't very good. So generally speaking,
sometimes bravery.
You want to have at least 1 tile within 1 tile. You want to have 1 tile immediately workable by your capital that has a yield of 4. So for example, this Plains Hill forest here is 1 food, 3 production. That's a 4 yield. This mercury mine is 1, 2, 3 yield. These deer tiles over here are 2 food, 3 production. Those are 5 yield tiles. Those are incredible. On top of the fact that we are going to be settling on this Plains Hill, and we're going to have 2 5 yield tiles here, and still be in range of the mercury. That's incredible. This is a really, really powerful starting location. Other important things that you're willing to consider with your starting location are the number of hills available to you. So let's have a quick hill count. So within the first, generally speaking, you're only ever going to work the hills within the first 2 rings of your city. So that's immediately adjacent and then 1 tile out. Anything that's 3 tiles out, you're probably going to have to purchase, which is why we assign a lower value. So for example, 2 hills on an inner ring are worth like 6 hills on the outer ring, because it's just going to take so much culture and time for you to ever get out there and work those. You could honestly, a single hill in the inner ring is worth an arbitrary number of hills on the outer ring, just because of how impractical or expensive it would be to work those outer rings. You want your
if it was Amsterdam, we would get their chocolate.
So let's move our settler over 1 tile. Now, a lot of people have the debate of should you move or not. And really, it's not a debate about should you move or not. I mean, I think it's extremely obvious to me that I should move to this Plains Hill for a number of reasons, because of the knowledge that I have, the +1 production, these amazing high yield deer tiles, and the fact that it doesn't really move me too much. There's also another advantage here, which is where the civilization-specific analysis comes in that we're playing the Netherlands, and we get extra bonuses from being on rivers. We do lose a little bit of a bonus because we're not coastal, but that's not a big deal because a couple of our bonuses are coastally related. But settling on a river here means that by moving to the left, we could potentially...
It was
build another
luxuries
city on
like
this river
air
and get some
conditioning
more
that
adjacency
brought down the
bonuses
Roman
for our
Empire.
district. So that's sort of an example of when the analysis of individual civilizations can come into play. When we're doing a starting location, we're also going to want to consider what way do we want to scout with our warrior. Now, I could scout to the left here, but when I settle this city, it's going to reveal most of these tiles. And this land over here looks much flatter. So I'm going to make my way over here so I can start to explore down the river because I want to know if I want to settle there. And that's again because I'm playing the Netherlands. So there's all these like small little adjustments and things that you're going to want to keep in mind as you play. And really, don't worry about getting this stuff right immediately. It'll take some time. So we revealed mountains here. This is even better. Mountains are really, really good if you're going for a faith.
We need a commercial hub for sure.
Country. So that's another thing in the favor of this capital. Unfortunately, it is where the deer tile is, but deer tiles are also really, really nice, particularly forest deer tiles in Rise and Fall because of the Governor Magnus, who gives you double plot harvests and feature removals. And with feature removals and plot harvesting, you can actually guarantee certain wonders on deity. For example, you can guarantee the Temple of Artemis, you can guarantee...
Thousands have lived
Valley. You can guarantee stuff like the Big Ben with lots of chopping. Pretty much any wonder that you can reasonably tech to on par with the AI, they won't be chopping out their wonders. So if you have stuff like deer and forests with Magnus, you can secure yourself a few wonders even on the highest difficulty. Okay, so we kind of explored our starting location and we picked a good spot. Let's have a look at another starting location where we can begin to analyze and perhaps contrast it to this starting location. Okay, so here's a starting location as Brazil. Now this is quite an interesting starting location because it is a lot of hills. That means potentially we could pack a lot of cities in here and get a lot of production, particularly in the mid-game after we pick up apprenticeship, which will give our mines extra production, which will mean these plains hills would be 1 food, 4 production tiles. And grassland hills are very, very nice. So this is a very nice starting location for lots of hills. Lots of rainforest for chops, and bonus points we are playing Brazil, so we get extra adjacency from rainforests. Just as an aside there, I consider the rainforest adjacency bonus to be an early game bonus because I think rainforests are still worth chopping, even if you're playing Brazil.
Skill without...
So this is where some interesting analysis can come. It may actually be worth our while to not move 1 tile, but 2 tiles, and to settle on the truffles. I talked about how Plains Hills are the best tiles to settle on. So this is a Plains Hill right here. So this is one of the best tiles to settle on. The only thing better than a Plains Hill tile to settle on for your capital, or indeed any city, is a Plains Hill tile with a luxury. And there are truffles right here. So we would give up 2 turns. However, we would pick up 3 gold per turn for the rest of the game, which means we essentially sacrifice a couple of turns of an advantage for somewhere in the region of 750 gold. Let's say it takes me about 250 turns to win a game of deity. So that absolutely seems worth it. I generally speaking, I won't move more than 2 turns. If you can get your capital settled within 2 turns on a really powerful tile, that is, you have your city placed on turn 3, you're gonna be okay. I think any more than 2, like once we're hitting like 3, I'm really questioning, unless I have like a god tier natural wonder to settle on that'll give me either culture or science. Then I would definitely consider it. So in this instance, pretty much most of these tiles within 2 range here, towards down. For example, here is good, here is good, here is good, here is good. Now,
I shot an arrow into...
That makes this tile really nice is these are Plains Hill jungles with so they have 2 food and 2 productions. So that means like even if I move over here, I'm still getting really, really good yields. And 2 food, 2 production tiles are about as good as you can ask for in the early game. Typically, I would look for 2 of those, but right now we've got 4 of them, which is really, really strong in the early game because it's going to let you grow and produce. So let's walk over to the truffles and settle in place, and I'll show you this. So there is another reason you want to settle on luxuries in Civilization 6,
Please
and it's not just because you get the yield from the luxury. So normally when you settle a city, you would get +5 gold, and you can see here we indeed are making +8 because we get to keep that +3 gold from settling on the luxury, and it's a Plains Hill, so we keep the +1 gold, +1 production. So right now we have a city producing 8 gold and 6.3 production. Don't forget it gets multiplied.
Kind of cool with everybody. It's kind of same.
I'm leaving that by the wayside for now. So this is a really, really strong start. Now there is a bit of desert over here, which is a couple of points out of its favor. The second most important reason you want to settle on a luxury is because it allows you to immediately sell luxuries to the AI. And in the early game, you can often get, the first turn you meet an AI and you give them a delegation, you can often get somewhere in the region of 100 to 160 gold. And that's about half the price of purchasing a settler in the early game. So if you settle on a luxury and then quickly grab a builder and get a second luxury online and sell that to an AI as well, you can often purchase a settler by turn 12 or turn 12, somewhere between turn 12 and 20, while also building a settler. So you can get 2 settlers out by like turn 22, 25,
Your Grace.
which is really,
When
really
wasteful.
powerful. I've had games where I just continuously chain settle on top of luxuries when I got really good luxury placements, and I think I had 9 settlers out by turn 60, which is absurd. That's the second reason we like to settle on luxuries. Plains Hills are the most important. Fresh water is really, really important. Good workable tiles within range of the first 2 rings of the city. Stuff like mountains. I haven't talked about victory-specific things. For example, mountains are really good if you're going for a religion or science victory because of the campus adjacency. For culture victories, coastline is really nice because the resorts are really good.
Divide and rule.
Also,
Yeah, we need this amenity so bad. Oh my god.
Forests and jungles are really high value. A, because they add yields to the tiles that they're on in the early game. So they're kind of like a free improvement in the early game. But also because of the addition of Magnus, you can use this to not only accelerate your cities, but get wonders and stuff like that. Obviously, resources increase the value of a starting location, like amber or sheep. Food resources are really, really valuable too, because what I like to do is harvest food resources and use them to force growth in my cities so that I can place my districts down sooner. I would much rather harvest the rice and get to population 7 in 1 turn and then grow slowly after that without the rice than I would to slowly work the rice and get to population 7 X amount of turns later, because the cost of
huge
scales with how many techs and how many civics you have. So generally speaking, that's why I will always recommend harvesting food resources like sheep, rice, and wheat outside the early game. I would say once you hit say somewhere between medieval, once you're starting to hit medieval era, that's when you want to start considering to harvest these resources rather than improving them. Improving them in the early game can be really, really powerful, and I would absolutely recommend that. But probably once you have apprenticeship and maybe one other tech in here, maybe like depending on where you're going in this tech tree,
we might have to
you
fight
want to start
her.
harvesting the food resources so you can just place your districts down a little bit sooner, and therefore save yourself some production in the long run. This is actually a really, really good starting location for us to get in this video because it's a really, really bad starting location at a first glance. So let's talk about why I am not a fan of this starting location. First of all, we have desert. We have a lot of desert near us, and that is not very good. We do have a Plains Hill with easy access to a Plains Hill. However, it's very dangerous to settle on your Plains Hills when you don't have a lot of hills around. For example, if we settle on this hill, we only have 3 hills within 2 range of our city. 4 if you count the desert hill, which kind of counts, but there's no food on
My
it, which is
liege,
a mark against it.
The more special,
Just like, very, very painful. Let's move this warrior across the river because we want to see what we're missing out on. Yeah, this is again another really bad starting location. So this starting location is bad for a number of reasons. Primarily the desert is the problem. Desert is really bad for a starting location because they're basically dead tiles. Going for Petra, generally speaking, is going to require a lot of chops. We do not have a lot of forests here, so that's another point against it. The other thing that's holding this city back is we don't really have very good tiles to work, no matter where we settle. If I settle in place, I settle on a marshland, and I think I get the +1 food, but then my best tile is a 1 food 3 production tile, and 1 food 3 production tiles, generally speaking, you want to be working a minimum of a 2 food tile the first turn you settle a city. But I think the best spot here is on this Plains Hill, because again, we pick up that +2 production, or +1 production, sorry. The other reasons that this starting location is quite poor is that there is a lack of resources. I see no real bonus resources to speak of, and additionally, our luxury resource is irrigation luxury resources are inherently lower value in terms of starting location, unless you can move and settle on top of them than other ones. I would much prefer to have a
position with
a pasture luxury, a camp luxury, or a camp luxury, or a mining luxury, or a quarry luxury than a plantation luxury, because it's much harder to get irrigation. We don't even have a wheat tile to improve to get the boost for irrigation, so that's another mark against this settlement. We're also playing Sumeria. However, we are playing Sumeria. And I believe ziggurats can't be built on hills, so let me have a double check on that. Trying to remember, just to give some examples of specific things. Yeah, so ziggurats can't be built on hills. So the idea of having these kind of plains tiles is kind of okay, because it means we can build a lot of ziggurats. You know, it's a small calculation. The Gilgamesh is really strong anyway. So that's just another, I'm trying to weave in a little bit of Civ-specific stuff with the starting locations to help give you guys an idea of how to analyze them for yourselves. I'm not trying to tell you I'm not trying to tell you what the best starting locations are. Rather, I'm trying to give you my thought process so that you can learn to do it yourself. That's my hope, that's my goal. So I think I've talked about most of the reasons why this starting location is bad. The desert, the lack of resources, the lack of good tiles to work. Generally speaking, you want to have tiles with at least 3 yields, preferably 4, and you want to have at least 2 of those yields. You have a 1-4 yield tile and then mostly 2 and 3. So this is very, very weak starting. Very, very weak.
Bread is the first.
Alrighty, this is a fantastic starting location as an example, because there's a lot of different decisions we could make. For example, we could move to the coastline. If we are playing on a naval map, if we spawn off the coast, we may want to go to the coast because we're playing Norway. That's a consideration you might want to make. It will take us 2 turns to get over there, but you never know. There's also the option of settling on the T to get the +1 science and unlock the resource itself. We can sell that to the A. It would move us off between the Plains Hill or the However, by moving off of the Plains Hill, we could then work the Plains Hill jungle, which would be a 2 food 2 production tile. And if we settle on the Plains Hill, we kind of don't really have a 2 food 2 production tile, with the exception of the horses over here, which will take us a while to grow to. The only real downside, the other upside of moving towards the T, is that it would move us closer to this nice spot here, which is a pretty decent campus location, combined with this science, science team going. There are some other things in favor of this settlement. There's a lot of food resources here that we could harvest to be able to throw down districts early in the game and lock in their price at a cheap price. We have access to horses and easy pasture boosts. We also have access to wheat for getting the irrigation boost. So even if we don't settle on the T, we can get the T in a reasonable amount of time. So personally speaking, this would really be down to so strategically speaking, this would be down to personal choice. Whether you want to settle for the production or the science plus the amenity, I think I would kind of always gravitate towards settling on the luxury, just because being able to sell luxuries to the AI is so powerful for the early game that it's really hard to pass up. There's also quite a few jungles and forests in here, which means we could chop out settlers, or we could chop out a wonder, or we could chop out districts. So I would give this a reasonably strong rating as a starting location. It's a little bit flat. There's a little bit of a lack of hills in this location, which is kind of making me worried too. We do have some reasonably productive tiles. We have 3 hills in range of our capital, and yeah, that's not so great. But by moving off of this Plains Hill, we essentially gave ourselves another hill. Did I say 3 hills? This is also in range. It is 3 tiles out, so you could maybe purchase it, but it's a little bit far. Generally speaking, I try to only count things within 2 tiles. So it's a little bit light on production, but if we settle on the luxury and are able to crack out settlers, that shouldn't hurt us too bad. So let's have a little bit of a look at this starting location for Persia. Now, this is a pretty rough starting location for a number of reasons. First of all, we're starting in tundra. However, they are tundra hills, which are not so bad. They're essentially just like plains hills minus one production, which is reasonably acceptable in terms of the production, because they do have that 1 food on them. So again, they're just like plains hills, as if you had -1 production from mines. So it's not the worst tundra start. So despite what I said about wanting to settle on Plains Hills, I still do think that moving to the incense here would be the best move. And there's a couple of reasons for this.
One man's...
First of all, settling on a luxury is really, really powerful. But also, settling on a luxury for example, a yield like Faith is really nice for getting that early Pantheon without having to really do any sorts of investment. Not only that, but moving off of the Plains Hill will give us a 4 yield tile to work immediately in the capital for us to maybe crack out a quick settle or a quick scout into Builder or something along those lines. Not only that, but moving off of this hill gives us access to another forest shop to be used later in the game that we could use for example, building wonders. So that's why, even though Plains Hills are generally speaking the best tile to settle on, sometimes moving off of a Plains makes sense. Other dimensions of analysis for this system. It's a little bit rough. It has some good tiles and some early culture it can pick up, which is quite nice. And you can see here we settled on the Faith tile, and we are now getting +1 Faith, which is quite nice because that'll get us a fairly early Pantheon without really having to do anything for it. So let's do maybe like 2 more examples of starting locations, and then we'll wrap this up.
My Life, My Quit is a free quit program made just for teens. You can get help to quit alcohol products, including vapes, pouches, chew, or cigarettes. It's your moment. Join My Life, My Quit today.
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover.
I'm curious to see how they're going to try to stop me. I feel like I'm actually winning. We're 3rd place.
So we are playing as the Zulu in this game, and we're playing as Shaka. Now that means we don't have any specific bonuses towards, for example,
I forgot to turn on score victory.
Or science victories or tourism victories. Really, we're looking for production. We're looking to maximize the production in the early game. This is a really, really, really nice starting location. We have, not only do we have plains, which has really, really good production, we have ample hills within range, or rather, I don't think this is it is a hill. We have ample hills in range, but also at least 2 luxuries and some bonus resources like money, for food, and plenty of shops available. So I think settling in place here is definitely a good move. Alternatively, moving to the Mercury, while an okay move, would move me not only further from these diamonds, but also these hills, and I really don't want to move away from these hills. If this bananas here was a hill, I would actually consider moving onto it and settling on it, because that might give me access to more of these grassland hills over here in my capital. But as it stands, having a look at this is a reasonably strong starting location, and I would settle in place here, because I would pick up the extra production from the Plains Hill, and
like
I have
nowhere else to settle.
1 food, 1 production tile to work, with another 2 food, 2 production tile to work down the line, and a nice, very, very, very nice diamond mine to work for my third growth tile. So here's a good example of a fairly weak starting location. We do have hills, however, none of them are plains hills. This plains hills is off river, so we can't settle on it. We do have a couple of choices of where we want to settle. We could settle in place on the grassland hill. Unfortunately, even though the grassland hill is a 2 food 2 production tile, when we settle the city, the forest will be destroyed and it will revert back to a 2 food 1 production tile. I'll just show you that really quick. You see that 1 production disappeared. So that's really not ideal. It's not the sort of thing that we want to be doing. Now, when I'm looking at this, my personal opinion is that I see a stone that's a really nice harvest for getting potentially wonders down the line, which is something also worth talking about when we come to talk about starting locations. The potential for wonders is something worth considering, but I felt like it would be better if I just kind of kept things simple and focused on the basics of a strong start and not about chaining that together and getting wonders and stuff like that. So again, for me personally, I would settle on the citrus here. It's a really strong food tile yield. It'll unlock another mine for me because there's really not a whole lot of mines in range of this tile. But by moving here, I guarantee myself another mine, which is pretty good. And that means we would have 1, 2, 3 mines. I would say 3 mines is a good number to have like a pretty basic city. Now I do know that this city right here did have a couple extra as well, had 3 as well. But I feel like, you know, when you've got a lot of flatland, you want to avoid settling on hills, if you can. If you've got a lot of hills, go hill wide. And so you can see we have the 4 food, 1 production in our capital, which means we can get away with working low food tiles in our capital, which is pretty damn nice. For example, we could work this plains hill, we could work this plains forest, and we could work the... Well, those are about the only 2 low food tiles. So I hope this kind of general purpose sort of look at how I analyze my starting locations and how I make a decision about where I want to settle and why. In particular, another advantage of settling on the citrus is that it is a plantation resource that can be hard to unlock and we can immediately sell it. Just thought that would be worth repeating. But yeah, I hope this has been a useful little bit of a tip video, a guide video. I don't know exactly, like, would I call this a guide video? Is this more like a strategy video? I don't know. But basically, I thought I would share how I approach analyzing starting locations with a view of having a good early game. There are more dimensions of analysis that I've covered in this video. For example, wonders, civic boosts, and tech boosts and stuff like that worth considering. Certain tech boosts only, I kind of touched on irrigation, but there's others like the coastal boost.
Defense is...
What my kind of plan is right now is I like to always have a eureka on something. So these 3 are probably going to be my next ones. So what I'm going to be trying to do, have a builder build an iron mine, that in half. Then we do this one, build whatever this is, or even do this one. In reality, we are kind of crushing it right now. The only thing we're really missing out on, I'd say, is like the religion win. We still need housing here. Let's see. These are always just so hard, man. I always have a hard time starting cities. I say that's like the hardest thing for me. That's like, we don't even need amenities right now. What I think what we're gonna do, since we don't need to build any housing yet, is I think we're gonna do. I would like to build an army for sure, but oh man, we don't even have it ready yet. I feel like it's not even. Let's build a watermill. Why not? Builder. I think watermill would be fine. We have so much money too. The production is like actually insane. We are flying through like money victory. Here's my current
There is nothing but
thing
if
right
it's
now.
natural to kill.
I don't want
How
to
come men have to go into
have a domination victory. I feel like that's totally unnecessary and just whatever, right? Don't need the housing for the city. Dang. He's pretty chill so far. Maybe they're just not fighting me. I mean, we're kind of a peace. I mean, I'd say we're kind of peaceful. Only thing we're really doing, I'd say, is we're kind of fast with is like the Eureka's. But even then, I'm like kind of not doing too crazy shit either. Let's see. Project could be kind of cool. Or or 8. Another builder would be fine, I guess. Buy these, right? I should just buy these because it's like I got the money, right? So it's like just full sending it. 432, yeah. Bang. And we get a head start on the right. You need a granary about 6 turns. 60, so we won't buy that. That's got it. We got it. I won't lie. It's gonna be absolute hell. I think I should take the city. And this city eats so much.
Na Adam.
بفضل منه.
How the hell did you find it?
No hour of I've lived through.
I think this takes them out. Hopefully. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Let's take out this rainforest. Walk through this rainforest. And the climate activists are going crazy in the background. No! No, please! Local rainforest. Thing.
Okay, Dad. Oh, hang on. What is that? The snow just moved on the ski resort. Is that...
Everything has its limits.
I know.
I and all cannot be educated.
Ah! Oh, it's like a snow globe. How have I never noticed that this... Right, I'm gonna leave now. I'm going mad. Okay, Dad. Yields. Oh, hang on. What is that? The snow just moved on the ski resort. Does that... Oh, my. I never knew you could do that. Ah! Oh, it's like a snow globe. How have I never noticed that this... Right, I'm gonna leave now. I'm going mad. Okay, Dad. Yields. Oh, hang on. What is that? The snow just moved on the ski resort. Does that... Oh, my. I never knew you could do that. Ah! Oh, it's like a snow globe. How have I never noticed that this... Right, I'm gonna leave now. I'm going mad. Okay, Dad. Yields. Oh, hang on. What is that? The snow just moved on the ski resort. Does that... Oh, my. I never knew you could do that. Ah! Oh, it's like a snow globe. How have I never noticed that this... Right, I'm gonna leave now. I'm going mad. Okay, Dad. Yields. Whoa, hang on. Did you see that? The snow just moved on the...
Jinxie.
I'm really liking the start of this game. And we have everything connected too. What the fuck did you just say to me? Oh.
Get tax expertise without hidden fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150. Apply to fees and match with a trusted expert to handle your taxes. All forms, all returns, all taxes.
There are many ways to win a game of Civilization 6. Whether you're a fan of science, religion, domination, or diplomatic victories, they all pale in comparison to a
shit.
Your lands is greater than the domestic tourists in the lands of another civ, you are considered culturally dominant over them. So, to win a culture victory, you need to be culturally dominant over every other civ on the map. This makes domestic tourism your defense and culture victory, as every 100 units of culture an empire produces creates one domestic tourist for them. Culture received from inspirations also counts, as they give 40% of the culture needed to research whatever civic they are for. Foreign tourism is your offense and a cultural victory, and is applied to other civs for the first turn you meet them. You can see your foreign tourism output per turn at the top of the screen here. Opening the tourism lens at the bottom left above the mini-map or pressing 7 on your keyboard will tell you exactly what is producing all the tourism in your empire. You see, foreign tourists are generated by applying enough tourism points against another civ to convert one of their domestic tourists into one of your foreign tourists. This is why having a high tourism output to outpace their culture production is important. The amount of foreign tourism pressure you need to apply to a civ to convert one of their domestic tourists into one of your foreign tourists is actually equal to the number of civs in the game times 200. So, if there are 8 civs in a game including you, 1600 units of tourism is needed to convert a domestic tourist into a foreign one. But if there's only 4 civs, then this number goes down to 800. You need 800 tourism to convert another civ's domestic tourist into one foreign, and you will have completed this conversion after about 8 turns. Having the amount of tourism needed change based on civ count is meant to ensure culture victories constantly to obtain on larger maps, since there will be more civs to pull tourists from. And no, this means that civs are killed or eliminated from the game. Then you no longer have to beat that number, moving the goalpost down to an easier spot. To understand where all these values are, you must take a look at the culture victory screen, which is located here at the top right with all the other victory tags. This menu is best thought of as 3 columns. The left column is the number of domestic tourists every civ has. The more culture a civ produces, the larger this number will be. The middle column is the number of foreign tourists you have from each civ on the map, showing whose domestic pools you've been pulling from the most. All these are tallied up in the right column showing the numerator shows the how many other civs have, and the denominator shows the total needed to win. You will notice the denominators correspond with the domestic tourist on the left, as you have to beat whoever has the biggest number in that category. This is also why you'll see 2 different denominators, as one person will be going against whoever has the second most domestic person. If you are not that guy by the mid to late game, then you are in no position in pursuing a culture victory.
And all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her. We can no more.
Now that the basics of domestic and foreign tourists are established, we can actually talk about how to get tourism. The most common way to get it is through great work. You see, what makes theater schools so important for cultural victories is not only do they provide the culture needed to produce domestic tourists, but they also provide great people points for writers, artists, and musicians, all of which can create great works that provide a little bit of tourism. You can click the Great Works Viewer button located here in the top left. Each great writer produces 2 great works of writing, filling up a single amphitheater. Great works of writing provide 2 tourism. In the Renaissance era, it's double the 4 tourism. Then you have great artists, who produce 3 works of art, filling up a standard museum, and all 3 works of art are usually of the same kind, with few exceptions. There are 4 types of art, being portraits, landscapes, sculptures, and religious art, and all of them provide 2 tourism on their own. However, if there is a second or third work of art by the same artist in an art museum, then the second and third only generate 1 culture or tourism. You can count this number by art from the same artist to different museums, but you can also theme art museums having 3 pieces at the same time by different artists. Filling up 2 broadcast centers, which helps get use out of this building towards the end of the game, given that these are the latest type of great people you can achieve, with the first ones being based all the way in the industrial era. Great works in music provide 4 tourism, but if you plug in the satellite broadcast, the space of the civic in the atomic era, This is increased to 12 tourism. Note that with the Battle of PAC there are a couple of great writers and artists whose works give twice the amount of tourism, and a couple of musicians who provide 3 works of music instead of 2. Now, the Great People Viewer button is up here in the top left. This menu is important because the theater square buildings and the district itself each provide some Great People points per turn. And on this menu, you will be able to see how many points you will place per turn, as well as how many you need for your next great writer, artist, or musician. Waiting on this to build up can be quite slow, so to speed things up, you can always buy the Great People outright with Faith or Gold to cover the remaining cost of Great People points. However, if this isn't an option, you could use Theater Square Festivals. This is a project you can do in any city with a theater square, and is usually located down towards the bottom of your production selection window with the rest of the available city projects. On completion, you get both a boost of culture and some points towards your next writer, artist, and musician. If you are serious about wanting to fill up all your great work slots, you will have to complete some to start the game. It is possible to go whole game without them, and only resort to these projects towards the end of the game develop with nothing to do. You can strategically do a couple here and there. On top of the usual buildings, the palace, each empire gets 1 of the capital, has 1 slot for any kind of great work, including relics, which we will get into later. Note that capturing other cities' capitals does not grant access to the palace for extra slots. Then of course you have the cathedral, which is a which grants 1 slot for religion. The History Museum is a Tier 3 government plaza building with 4 slots for writing, art, and music. There are also several wonders that have spots for housing great works. The Apadana is an early example with 2 slots for any kind of great work, including relics such as the palace. Then the Great Library and Oxford University allow cultural players to dip their toes into science, as both have room for 2 works of great writing, Bolshoi Theater, Hermitage, and Broadway. Cultural players, as they each provide room for music, and lastly, 1 writing and 2 music. Finally, there's the Sydney Opera House, which provides 3 spots for music. I would advise against building it, unless you have a coastal city with nothing better to do in the late game, but it's honestly better off spamming theater square festivals. Try to get a city as many slots as possible, and establish the Governor Pingala in it. Not only does he double the amount of points the city produces, which is useful if the city is but he also out of these buffs by establishing Pingala in a city with as many great works as possible. When building the theater square buildings, you'll be given a second for building choice of an art museum to store great works of art, as mentioned before, or you can build an archaeology museum instead. This allows the city to produce an archaeologist unit, which can move to 3 different antiquity site tiles on the map and dig them up, turning them into artifacts stored in the archaeology museums. Going to the Great Work Viewer screen and hovering over an artifact will show you what civilization and era it came from. You can use this knowledge to theme artifacts like you would with art by putting 3 of the same era but different civs into the same museum, doubling their culture and tourism output. Note that if you within the borders of the civ, you need a unit to go dig it up. However, if you have the Wonder Terracotta Army, you can bypass this and send the archaeologist anyways. Either way, this will upset the other civ, who will get mad at you for sending archaeologists to their lands and ask you to stop inflicting grievances. So do keep this in mind, as strong diplomatic relations are important to a culture victory. At the same time, you need artifacts to the civ, so do anyways. Make sure to plug in the Heritage Tourism Policy, which is unlocked with a Cultural Heritage Civic for the Modern Era, and will increase the tourism output of both artifacts and great works of art by 100%. Also note that if you get Suzerainty of the Anshan City-State, you get +2 science on great works of writing, and +1 science on artifacts, and any relics, which we will get into later. This provides a nice source of science for any culture players lucky enough to have the city-state spawn on their map. Now, if you're having a hard time theming your great works, you can actually go to the trading menu of other civs and exchange the great works for them to get art or artifacts from an artist or civ you might not have in your collection. You can make it easier to arrange your collection with the Great Works Viewer UI mod, which gives you will be in the description. If you're having a hard time getting Great Works in the first place, either because you built your theater squares late, you could buy Great Works directly from the AI, making the transition from commercial hubs or harbors into theater squares more viable. Or better yet, you could invade another Civ cities where their Great Works are located, theater squares attacked to create your works quicker and get extra Great People points. Of course, you could buy the Great Works from the AI, accomplish the or to immediately declare war, canceling those payments if you have no intent on actually capturing any of their cities and just plan to sit idly until a peace offer is made. If you don't want to deal with war though, you could send over your spies to the same cities to perform a Steel Great Works mission to make them yours. That being said, theater squares are not the only district important for a culture victory, nor are they the only way to get Great Works. As your relics go, but we will get into those shortly. For now, your entertainment complexes and water parks will be important too. Not only will they provide a major adjacency bonus for theater squares, but all of their buildings provide a little bit of
Nothing's like worth to even settle right now.
the stadium and the aquatic center, with the stadium providing 2 tourism in cities with a population of 10 or higher, which is then increased to 5 if the city has a population of 20 or higher. The aquatic center, on the other hand, will provide an extra tourism on the wonders on and adjacent to coast in the city. These are rather small, insignificant buffs, but don't sleep on them, as both districts give you also adjacency bonus to theater squares and culture, and you still want them for the general amenities to boost the rest of your builds. Theater squares and entertainment districts are your bread and butter for a cultural victory, so slap on some economic districts that give you gold for general development, and you'll be on your way to a solid win. Of course, this victory condition would be nothing more than a snore without the inclusion of faith.
Google Fiber has arrived in Mesa. Tired of confusing pricing, added equipment fees, data caps, and slow gigabit internet? With Google Fiber, our price is the same every month. Equipment is included with no hidden fees, and your
The worst deal I've ever seen.
downloads. Discover more at fiber.google.com.
Scribe is how 4 million people turn processes into step-by-step guides. The hardest part of
It's funny. I don't want to expand to this north because it's kind of pointless, I guess.
Go to scribehow.com.
We're all apprentices.
Do the task once, and Scribe will create a step-by-step guide. You ever walk someone through a giant process and know they'll forget half of it? Scribe instructions, pictures, videos, all on one page. So anytime they ask, you can just send the link. I know what you're thinking. They still belong. Scribe will literally guide them through it by click. Warning. If you think you're a genius, just say Scribe. Scribe instantly turns any workflow into a step-by-step guide, so you never have to explain it again. Go to scribehow.com and try it for free. You don't even need a credit card.
Religious tourism is where faith and holy sites come into play. Relics play a big part of this, and if you stumbled across one from a tribal village early on, you will know what I mean. They are stored in temples and provide 4 faith and 8 tourism, making them extremely powerful early game. For this reason, earning them is very tricky. The most reliable way of earning them in the base game is purchasing an apostle and giving them the martyr promotion, which provides a relic if they die in theological combat. The Wondermont St. Michel actually provides this promotion for free to every apostle on top of their regular promotion, so building it and then spamming a bunch of apostles to go perish on the other side of the map will ensure as their deaths will reduce your own religion's presence, which is something we don't want happening close to home. Being suzerain of the Candy City State provides a free relic upon discovering a natural wonder for the first time, providing one more way of obtaining this rare item. All of these relics can be enhanced with the reliquary's religious belief, which triples the faith and tourism yields from relics. Your holy city, which is
The
the city
taxpayer.
founded your religion in, provides a little bit of religious tourism as well. Building St. Basil's Cathedral triples the output of religious tourism a city has. So stacking it with Mont Saint Michel in a holy city with reliquaries and a ton of relics, as these numbers can hold a total of 2 and 3 relics, making for a total of 5, will produce a lot of religious tourism. Sadly, your religious tourism against other civs is reduced by 50% if they follow a different religion. This is cut in half again with the Enlightenment civic in the Renaissance era. When a civ researches the civic, the effects of religious tourism against them are reduced by another 50%, meaning that if another civ follows another religion and has the Enlightenment civic unlocked, then your religious tourism against them is only 25% as effective. Quick note, the religious tourism do not count as religious tourism and are not affected by any of this. Your cathedrals are safe, do not worry. The Enlightenment civic can be countered with the Wonder Christ the Redeemer, which undoes the effects of the Enlightenment civic, as well as doubles your tourism from seaside resorts, which we will get into later. All in all, religious tourism is a bit more gimmicky, but can absolutely work if you play a civ centered around relics like Poland or the Congo, but for the most part is still a sideshow that suffers a massive loss without one proclaimed alien wonder. Tourism does not just come from resorts and buildings, it can also come from tile improvements such as seaside resorts and ski resorts. Ski resorts are unlocked with the professional sports civic and the atomic era, and can only be placed by buildings and mountain tiles that cannot be put next to each other. They provide 4 tourism and 1 amenity for the host city. Very simple. Seaside resorts are unlocked with the radio technology in the modern era and can only be built with coastal water. Minimizes appeal and creates gold and tourism equal to the appeal of the tile it is on. To see the appeal of a tile, you can press the appeal lens in the bottom left above the mini-map or press through your keyboard. Note of this, as appeal is going to be one of the most important features in this chapter, as having an empire with high appeal is essential to winning a culture victory. To give a brief rundown of how appeal works, the appeal score is assigned to a tile based on what is around it. Things such as woods, rivers, lakes, and oceans, mountains, wonders both man-made and natural, improvements like sphinxes and water parks, and districts such as theater squares, holy sites, and entertainment complexes all boost appeal to adjacent surrounding tiles. This is useful as these are the key districts you want to be building when going for culture anyways. Now, on the flip side of things, features such as marsh, rainforests, improvements like mines and quarries, tiles that are hidden, village, and districts such as aerodromes, industrial zones, and encampments all work to decrease tile appeal and should be avoided. Thankfully, spending time working on these districts does little to help you out when pursuing a culture victory. A full list of what increases and decreases tile appeal, you can press this question mark on the top in the civil keyboard, allowing you to use the full list yourself, helping you get a better understanding of this. Conservation civic in the modern era, as it will allow your builders to plant trees, giving them something to replace your marsh and rainforest with to dramatically increase appeal across your land. You'll also want to rush for conservation anyway to naturalist units. You see, real tourism is found on land with undeveloped woods, mountains, and natural wonders, all of which are do the exact same thing as seaside. Returning tile tourism to create them is simply use a naturalist unit which can only be bought with faith in the same cat you will find your religious units. But don't worry, unlike religious units, there is no district or building requirement for them, meaning you can build them in any city. Regardless, this makes holy sites and other means of faith generation important for a culture victory outside of just religious tourism and by great people. Naturalists can turn 4 tiles in a vertical diamond shape into a national park. When trying to make a national park, all 4 of these tiles must have at least charm appeal or higher. Rule 2, all 4 tiles must be owned by the city. Lastly, Rule 3, all 4 tiles cannot have improvements on them. When complete, a national park provides tourism equal to the same appeal as all tiles, meaning will each generate 16 tourism in return when made into a national park. It is also worth mentioning that national parks
I never knew what was coming.
Je suis Kater.
Christ the Redeemer doubles the tourism from season well, another thing to keep in mind is the Golden Gate plus 4 appeal to every seaside resorts by 100%. Only in it. So you can find a city near a passage of coastal water that can a bridge and 3 or more national parks and a bunch of seaside resorts to fill in the gaps. As you should be planting trees in them, which all give plus 1 appeal and have to be unapproved. Don't forget to use the preserve district, as it not only gives plus 1 appeal to all adjacent tiles, as its buildings give incredible yields to adjacent unimproved tiles with charming or breathtaking appeal, making it synergize perfectly with national parks and arena's governor ability. I of course can't talk about appeal-based wonders without mentioning every tile in this empire, essentially adding resort on it, making it not only essential for culture players, but also ridiculously strong when you stack all 3 appeal wonders together that I have discussed in this chapter. Things like this are how you win the game decisively. Similarly to naturalists, rock bands are another unit you can purchase with faith to tourism. They're unlocked with the Cold War Civic in the Atomic Era, and work by heading over to districts in the Lance Brother Civs and performing rock concerts. Just make sure to name your rock bands, as these are the only unit in the game that cannot function without a name. I am to name my Weezer and Good Weezer. Each rock concert takes the domestic tourists from the specific civ you sent them to and turns them into foreign tourists. This makes them a great last-minute unit to spam. Send them to that last civ you need a culture to dominate to get a culture victory, as it brings the goalpost down and brings you closer to them at the same time. Just try to be the first to reach these guys, because the music censorship policy, unlocked in the Space Race civ, will ban all foreign rock bands from entering the civs in the North plugged in, shutting them down completely, much like the handshake that left my room when it decided to set the move by playing Weezer. No, you can use this policy itself to counter another player's push, but it does cost you 1 in any city. Stadiums and aquatic center skis that we talked about earlier, the amount of tourism doing so well, don't worry, it's not your fault. After playing this game, I don't think anyone else does, or ever will. Now, a somewhat overlooked source of tourism as well. When you unlock the conservation civic in the modern era, not only do you unlock naturalists and the ability to grow trees, tourism, depending on what level they are. Medieval walls giving 2 tourism, and lastly,
Tactics mean the Navy.
Stack on top of each other, making for a total of 6 fully upgraded walls. Bonuses that smaller dudes. Remember that walls also provide other smaller bonuses that add on, such as science, diplomatic favor, and housing, but only if
Major victory.
this is all day. I wouldn't go out of your way to walls for the tourism, but it's definitely something to have on the back of your mind when building your empire overall. Style improvement that gives culture, but only when you reach
Major victory.
making a one-to-one ratio. This means any unique improvements such as the Sphinx,
Victory.
such as the Tampon giving tourism from its food that work the same way. All of this is an important one to look for. That's what it is.
wins.
I don't see how they could get a minor victory. Doesn't make sense.
Theater squares and holy sites are objectively the two most important districts for your culture game. Let's say you built an empire that ignored religion,
I'd actually finish it, right? Right? No.
maybe you didn't even build a single theater square. The biosphere war makes it possible to win a culture victory in this case. This wonder is unlocked with the synthetic materials technology. Generated by your empire.
Now it's empty. Oh, it was actually 1 health. That's insane.
cities, which the biosphere then turns into 9 power
Keep it.
per city, making it both great
In fact, keep that shit.
Just be aware that this government does have a negative 10% penalty, so be sure the biosphere boost is enough to outweigh the governmental downside. Also note that the Governor Reina from earlier can also be used for renewable energy subsidizer promotion, which grants +2 power to all renewable energy improvements and buildings in the city, which the biosphere of course turns into an extra 6 power and 6 tourism. This makes her an extremely valuable governor to have for a culture victory, just like Pingala, whether you're using the Golden Gate Bridge and National Park strategy or the biosphere and renewable energy strategy. Now there are a few other wonders that help to provide or boost tourism. Sorry, did I say a few? I meant every wonder in the game provides tourism. They can provide 2 tourism in the era they are unlocked in, and gain another +1 tourism for each era after. This means even if you build an ancient era wonder super late, even later than your medieval era wonders, they still provide more tourism as if they were from your era. Modern era will in the atomic era, also regardless of when you build it. Mentioned in this video from Great Works to National Parks can be enhanced or stunted in a couple different ways. First, having open borders with another civ increases your tourism output against them by 25%. This works both ways, even if only one civ provides borders to the other. Then having a trade route with another civ increases your tourism output against them by another 25%. And lastly, the computers technology and the environmentalism civic both increase your tourism against everyone else by 25% each. So with all of this in mind, having open borders, trade route with everyone, as well as the science and culture needed to make the necessary late game tech and civic will increase your tourism by 100% against everyone. And plug in the online community's policy to unlock the social media civic in the modern age. Another 25% tourism boost in trade routes, all of which will increase your tourism by 5% total against any civ you meet all of these requirements for. This is why I said earlier that having relations with other civs is important.
That's a lot of money.
As you cannot get open borders if you and another civ
I'd like to say I'm sorry.
you cannot send trade routes to people you are at war with. Now, what is important to note here is your empire will actually suffer tourism debuff against other civs with a different government than you. These numbers and equations get a bit convoluted, but just understand this debuff can be anywhere between 3% tourism and negative 40% tourism against other civs, which generally gets worse as you switch to higher tier governments. So try to keep an eye on what ideology everyone else is following during your diplomatic meetings with them, and try to follow along if it works best for you. You so-called
Money talks. Money talks.
tourism buffs and debuffs you have against the specific civ, you can find out in the Culture Victory tab by hovering over the number of foreign tourists you have from that specific civ in the middle column. This includes everything from religion to trade to open borders and to government. So be sure to check it every once in a while. Target a specific civ. If you follow all of this advice, then your culture win will surely be enhanced.
I'd imagine the hope.
Level needed for our final step. a lot of poison, and you find yourself culturally dominant over the cities on the map, but not all of them, meaning but your teams. Well, being culturally dominant over another civ grants you a few bonuses against them, such as exerting 25% more loyalty pressure onto their cities, plus 4 gold from trade routes sent to them, and your spies complete missions 50% faster in their lands. Of course, to get there, we need to review everything, as there is admittedly a lot to a culture victory. First off, I've hinted at this throughout this video, but please build your economic districts. I cannot stress this enough. Not only do you need them for your trade routes needed to get the major tourism buffs, but gold is also handy to develop your land and keep up with the rest of the map. From here, the 2 most important districts are holy sites. You can efforts on securing as many great works as possible using your buildings for great people, or you could do the opposite extreme and ignore theater squares, use as much space as possible to dip into relics, or buy some buildings and trees, turn your land into a nature reserve that exports some great works, relics, national parks, rock bands for best effect. And to keep the game fun, no matter what you do, remember that you can mix and match all of these to your heart's content, and all of these rewards which I consider to be the best victory condition in Civilization 6, and is what you should strive for in every game using your scientific prowess, your strong military, your lance holiness, your shrewd diplomacy, and developing the greatest culture the world has seen, because every win is a culture win. Before I go, I would like to thank Twitter artist Bonza for the drawings used in all the chapter descriptions. The work is incredible, and you might have already seen it from this collage of so please go follow her at zen_Arcadian on Twitter and her profile below. Once again, please go support her. Her work is amazing. On a similar note, if you like these Civ 6 guides, I do have a Patreon now that will also be linked in the description where you can support me. I'm gonna try and make longer videos now like this. I'm kind of done with the shorts, so anything you can spare would be helpful. I don't really have much to give in terms of perks. It's pure donations if you're willing. I do enjoy getting to make these videos, and I would love to have the financial backing to put more time into them. With that said, I'm Rebirht Island, and I'll see you in the next era.
My Life My Quit is a free quit program made just for teens. You can get help to quit any nicotine product, including vapes, pouches, chew, or cigarettes. It's your moment. Join My Life My Quit today.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to pass my taxes to a TurboTax expert means that I have to only collect documents, I give it away, and then they will let me know when it's ready to go. That is 1 minute of me thinking about it, and that allows me to do everything else in my life. Now taxes is filing without breaking a sweat.
They'll consider us the villains, so let's try to be nice, right? This fucking guy. The lines.
We have uncovered a way to increase our farming output.
Few inventions have been so simple as the stirrup. With the advanced
Our dedication.
Green. Egyptians? Yeah, dude, who's fucking lying to me?
Protect your dreams under our roof. American family.
Shut up, kid.
Get Detroit style slices and sticks for $4.99. 2 delicious slices and 4 pieces of Italian cheese bread. You get both over yourself. Aren't you spoiled? Try Detroit style slices and sticks for $4.99. Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Welcome back to a brand new Civ
Nothing's
6
worth to get.
Civilization 6
It's crazy.
video. Today I'm going to be doing something never seen before in the history of man, a complete beginner's guide. I know, I'm a bastion of creativity, Disney take notes and all that, but in all honesty this guide is for the early game for deity, from about turn 0 to the medieval era on what you need to do to dominate the early game, like I want Jadwiga to dominate me. The early game is by far the most important phase of any game, and this isn't just for deity, of course. I can already see the Mother's Basement dwellers with their Dorito-stained fingers typing. Actually, it's for deity, it works for every difficulty. Shut the fuck up, your parents don't love you. This guide works for any difficulty, and even without DLCs or on different consoles, it's just going to be some concepts like secret societies that might be different, but you can just skip out on those parts. Subscribe and hit the bell if you do enjoy, it helps out the channel a ton, and you won't miss out on future content. We start off the early game. I don't have a script at all, so if I make more piss and cum jokes than usual, you'll know why. But I'm playing as the Congo. It was a random Civ, which is kind of nice, except for the fact I can't get a religion. But I picked the start because it's absolutely cheeks. I could probably spread eagle on the camera right now and get a better view than this fucking disgrace of a start. But the way you want to settle, pretty much for the most part, is number one, if you find anything like resources, like luxuries, for example, you do want to settle on those resources 99% of the time, I'd say. Get the immediate luxury, get the immediate yield benefit underneath, especially if it's made for gold like gems or dyes, and if not, then you'll want to look for a Plains Hill tile. Why a Plains Hill tile? Well, because every city you settle is going to automatically have 2 food, 1 production no matter what. Like, you can be in the middle of the desert or something and Noah comes in and builds a new well or some fucking thing, and you'll get 2 food, 1 production on your city center. The thing is, it doesn't take away anything. So if I settle on this Plains Hill, for example, 2-2 is bigger than the 2-1 I normally get, so the city center will have 2-2. Whereas if I settle on the stone, for example, the 2-1 would stay 2-1, and if I settle here, the minimum is 2-1, but there is no maximum amount of set. You also want fresh water. The way you do that is to click on this, and actually I might be missing a couple brain cells. Oh yeah, no, you go. You do have settlers. Apologies right here, I haven't had my 5th carbonated caffeinated drink today, so I am going to be a little slow, but the dark green right here is fresh water. water giving you +3 housing, and then you have coastal water, which is like seawater, right? Not necessarily drinkable, but it'll do. +1 housing. No water, you'll get no housing, and then if it's red, you can't settle on it. So you do want to get the housing, of course. So if you go settler here, you'll see that lots of dark green around lakes and rivers, and I do have 2 resources nearby. We have a gems tile and a dyes tile. Before you do anything, you do want to move with your warrior first. For example, we're going to move this guy here just to get a little more exploration, a little more information after all. That's not remembering anybody. And yeah, you could settle in place. Taking 1 or 2 turns to move your settler to an optimal location is better most of the time, I would say. Like, at the very least, I'm going to settle here at the very most, and I'm just going to go ahead and hit next turn. I know there are a lot of people out there who are like traditionalists or whatever, saying like you're like the Antichrist or some shit, like you deserve the death penalty if you move your settler turn 1. But honestly, it is better, because if I take
The purpose of education.
1 turn of production and research, but I do end up getting, for example, 3 gold for 1 faith, which adds up over time. Only move if you have to, of course. I'm going to move my warrior up here, and now we have 2 options, 3 options. I could settle on this city and get the 2-1. I could settle on the gems and get the 2-1-3 and have a Kilwa city, and then I could settle on the dyes, for example, and I could just get a really good 2-2-1. The thing is, though, there's a reef over there, so if I do get a campus over there, for example, and then over here I could get a government plaza, and then here I could get a harbor with the lighthouse, which does give me more housing, and this is already going to be fresh water if I settle over here, so I'll get a lot of housing in this city. And then, for example, I could surround it, I could have an aqueduct near the fresh water, and then here I could have an industrial zone, and after getting a new change of underpants, just looking at all these beautiful yields making me uncontrollably ejaculate, then you're going to realize this is a better spot, right? I can give up the 1 faith, and that's exactly what I am going to do. Lots of housing, which will be better for the late game. We get an immediate luxury.
In peace.
2-1-3. The gems tile isn't removed, but it's still there, and we get lots of housing in the city for those economy. So I'm going to move my warrior down southwest. It doesn't matter where you move him. This is pretty much my thought process when it comes to settling cities. Before we get started, before we really go in balls deep inside of the game, we want something to plan. Whether it be an achievement run or victory types, I'm going to really stick with the victory types for this video because that's what most people want. There's about 5 of them. Science, domination, culture, religious, and if you're a degenerate, diplomatic, and if you're a furry, score might be more to your liking. Those are the 5 victory types, 6 really, although score we don't really count. And early game, you want to sort of pick the victory type because especially on the higher difficulties, you really have to focus in, hone in on one victory type, or else you're going to be far behind and it won't be as, I guess, optimized or whatever, and that would help, that would make you lose the game essentially. We'll go through them one by one, starting with diplomatic. I don't recommend going for diplomatic, not because it's hard, but because it's brain dead easy. I could literally give a monkey, like, the basics of Civ 6 and he'd win a diplomatic victory. It can easily be used as a backup without even having to worry about Diplo favor. If you really want to go for diplomatic, then I would recommend going for pagodas, a religious building that gives 2 Diplo favor in the city. Get alliances, get city-state suzerains for Diplo favor. Then once you have 16 diplomatic victory points, build the Statue of Liberty to close out the game. I'll go ahead and go for domination next. If you want to step on other civs like I won't be able to step on me, then domination is more than likely. With domination, the best time to go for a domination victory is if there's another civ near you that you can easily blitz and take out in the early game, grab their cities, and snowball out of control. Technologically, you do want to go ahead early game, and there's different ways to go for a domination victory, I suppose. There's different units for each era, but here's what is optimal, I guess. If you want to go for an ancient classical era rush, bronze worker will get iron, get your swordsman or the Gao Biba, in my case, that's going to get me Twitter, and then after that you want to go to battering ram and the archers. The reason you don't go horsemen or war chariots, heavy chariots, is because if the AI gets walls, then battering rams can't be used on cavalry units. Only melee units can use them. And the reason you don't go spearmen is because, well, they are probably one of the worst units in the game. They just fill me with disgust. And archers are to help you kill units. They're literally the best unit in the game. They're ranged and they do so much damage. And also with the domination victory, keep your units alive. Getting all those promotions is the difference between turning them into some sort of like conscripted force, and then ones that absolutely just take out 6 enemy units on their own and be home in time for dinner. But after that, you are going to want to go for a medieval era rush if you can. And with that, I would go siege towers, crossbowmen, arms, pretty much the same as the classical era, except
Don't judge someone.
Era, that's it's different. There's no battering ram or siege tower to take out walls in the Renaissance. You have to get bomb walls, and with that you'll need knight. After that, I'd recommend going musket in if you have upgraded units, for example. Just keep those promotions. Go ahead and you can get the cavalry units like cavalry or corsairs, although they're more so industrial, so maybe you won't be able to get them. But yeah, it's pretty much exactly what you want to do for domination. For science victory, it's simple. You want to go writing, and then you want to beeline whatever technology gives you the science, like university. From there, you'll want to go industrialization, Valley. After that, you'll want to go chemistry and then rocketry, and this is an early game guide, so I'm really not going to worry too much about that. The best way to go for science is if there's no one really near you, and then you can settle for a 100, which in my opinion guarantees a science victory if you just follow the plan I just outlined with the tech tree. I've never lost a game aside from a surprise religious victory when I had 10 cities by around turn 100. Turn 120 is fine, even turn 150 is okay, and even if you only have 6 or 7 cities, you can still win, but that, in my opinion, guarantees victory to the cities by 100. The best thing for you to do, though, is to go for an early war, like I said. Take out the nearest civ, for example, and just like that, really low colored cities because the AI starts with so many bonuses in the early game, and you'll be able to snowball out of control. Culture's a little different. You do want to go for your cultural great works more than anything. So you'll want to get the theater square, get political philosophy just to get the government. That's really for everybody. From there, you will want to get the humanism to get the museums and archaeological museums. You do also want to go holy sites to get faith, because mid to late game culture really has a lot to do with faith. You also want to get some of the wonders that have lots of great work slots, like Bolshoi Theater, for example, and and then you also want to get natural history for the archaeological sites, and you're going to want to go conservation to get naturalists for natural parks. But the most important thing to get is going to be cold to get the rock bands. They speed up your victory dramatically. You're going to go from a snail or an OP scooter driving, I guess, Walmart enthusiast or whatever, into just Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. Rock bands are a catalyst. They will turn your reaction from absolutely nothing going on into a goddamn mega colossal volcanic eruption. You want to save as much faith as possible for rock bands. Religious victory, again, another brain dead victory type. You want to go holy sites, astrology. I can't build a holy site because I'm the Congo. You want to build a holy site, get the religion by getting a holy site, and then from there you want to get as much faith as possible by missionaries and apostles, which you'll need temples for, which is in the civic tree over in theology, and then start spreading your religion as much as possible. But those are pretty much the victory types. Score isn't necessarily counted because score is only after turn 500 is finished. Whoever has the most score possible is
Yo, my God, look at this. Look at, my God.
Here, I have zero score right now, and it's used if there's a tie at the end of the game. But if you want to go for a score victory, just go for domination pretty much, and leave one civ with just their capital, and then wait till the end of the game. There's no way they'll be able to build just their capital. But that's pretty much the planning, I guess. Let's get into the actual gameplay. After getting bullied constantly, these little bugs immediately subscribe to Civ Lifer, and we get to see execution. They grow 250 pounds of pure muscle, immediately grow 30 feet taller, one roar and the Twin Towers have collapsed again, and they unlock their true Civ Lifer subscriber selves. Bear witness to the power, one fastball in the continental plate's ship, and Australia's attached to India again. Leave a like and subscribe to immediately reach the pinnacle of human evolution, make 6 figures on your jawline alone, and 2, more importantly, not miss out on future content.
Get on. Those barbarians trying to.
After spending the last 10 minutes cosplaying a commentary channel talking about communism or some fucking shit, let's get into the actual gameplay. There are 3 different orders: build order, tech order, civic order, that are extremely important. Let's start with build. Now, everyone loves building scouts. 2 or 3 of them in the early game to run around smashing goody huts. I despise scouts, alright? If I had 2 buttons, one of them telling me I could save humanity but scouts are still a thing, and the other is remove scouts from existence but kill all of humanity and just life in general, you best believe I'm killing the humanity and scouts. I'm pressing that button so many times, there's not going to be any life for the next 10 million years, alright? I despise these guys. They're good in the early game, I guess, for exploring and whatnot, but they only have 1 more movement speed than the dudes. Like right here, if you are going to, for example, climb up on a hill and then go here, like if I move this warrior here and then here, the scout would be the same exact thing, 3 turns. If I cross the river and move here, the scout would move exactly as fast as a warrior. They're only really good for exploring. AI on the higher difficulty starts with so many units that by the time you do get scouts and get them out and running, AI's already grabbed up all the ancient ruins, alright? There's nothing left for you. It's like Ash coming in like fucking 2 hours late to get his first Pokemon, and he's stuck with fucking people. You had Charizard. Okay, well, he did get Charizard. Never mind, alright? I'm not that deep into Pokemon, okay? That's just kind of the example I'm trying to do. You're going to be elite, alright? And it's like women getting periods late. It's really not a fun experience for anyone involved, and that's exactly why I don't build scouts. Not to mention, after the early game, there's literally useless. Like, you can technically go and get skirmishers and even rangers if you really want to. That's like putting up a sign in front of your city saying, all the men and women are gone, come take our cities and children. That's kind of suicidal at that point. That's why I don't like building scouts. If you like them and you want to build them, that's great. Congratulations. There are different ways to play the game. Just go ahead and leave a dislike or leave if you really want triggered or some fucking shit. I don't give a fuck. But when it comes to my build order or whatever, I like going for Slinger, Warrior, Slinger, Monument. And now, if I run around and find that there's no more than 8 nautical miles of me, like it's even more, I guess, barren than the Sahara Desert or some fucking shit, then I'll probably remove this other Slinger and maybe even Warrior and just get started on the Monument. But the reason I like doing this is because in the early game, the AI is always going to try and attack you if you're weak. You want to get the Slinger first to try to get a boost to archery by taking out a Barbarian. You want to get Warriors because they're really the meat and bones of your early game defense. And then a second Slinger because you'll eventually get archery, which Slingers upgrade into, which are, again, the best units in the game. You want to get Monuments because 2 culture is so huge in the early game, letting you get an early huge PP is absolutely Empires, of course, they're all just really important civics in the early game. That's really what I like to do. After that, I will get Settler, Builder, and I start Settler spamming for the most part. That's pretty much what I like doing in the early game. When it comes to early build order, at the very least, depends on
The
what
lowest.
attack you're going for, like we said early when it comes to planning. But I'm gonna do a science because I feel like that's what most people do. And that's what most new players should do because it's not brain dead easy, nor is it difficult and tedious like a domination victory. So again, I am going to go first things first. I'm going to go archery. After that, I'm gonna go writing, and then from there, I'm going to look at the luxuries and bonus resources nearby. I need irrigation, mining, so you want to get all the early technologies out of the way after getting archers. Because once you get archers, you pretty much you're unstoppable. They have to send the fucking Avengers after you, revive Tony Stark or some shit. Once you get archers, you're just a menace to the people. You keep 3 or 4 archers, the AI is not coming into your city, alright? It's like foul repellent or something to like Axe body spray enthusiasts or something. We're gonna go writing, mining, so I'm probably gonna go mining into irrigation, Brown's working for jungles, and then after that, what I want to do is you are going to want
Ваш
to
народ
go
достоин восхищения.
huge,
Искусство,
really help cities just grow so much bigger, stronger, and dominant. It's like going to the gym 6 days a week, bro. Blink a couple turns, like 10 turns, and your city's going to be like the real-life version of GigaChat or some shit. After that, you are going to want to go industrial zones for production, education for the do meet a civ or city state that I want to take out early on, then again, I will go for my swordsman, battering rams, archers, and then go for an early war like that. But I don't think anyone's going to be nearby. If they are, I'm just going to go the safe route of archers into writing. And when it comes to civic orders, you have to start a code of laws, and then you want to beeline early empire immediately. The reason for that is colonization gives you a 50% prediction to settlers. I don't know how the hell that is. You just manifest destiny. You pop out those settlers just extremely fast. You get like 10 cities per turn. After that, you are going to want to go state workforce. And we'll talk about governors soon. Manifest destiny. You pop out those settlers just extremely fast. You get like 10 cities by turn 100. You have 1 day. After that, you are going to want to go to state workforce, and we'll talk about governors soon, but you're going to get the governor plaza, 2 governor titles, which you're going to want to spend on Magnus, which we'll talk about soon, and then political philosophy, so you can build the ancestral hall, which gives every new city a free builder and another 50% production boost to settlers on the city that built the ancestral hall, and then you get to pick your government, which we'll get to in a little while. That's pretty much the early orders. Again, build order. If you want to build scouts, go ahead.
New opinions
and that's pretty much what I do in 99% of my game. After that, we're just going to pretty much hit next turn and explore where we're starting war. Now, there are a couple different ways you can really explore with this guy. The most important thing to do early on is to find where you're going to place 10 cities. Again, you don't need 10 cities, but I have personally never lost anything other than a surprise religious victory after getting 10 cities by turn 100. So you can either go up on the hills or you can go and travel the floodplains. I'm going to travel the floodplains because I want to settle cities near rivers, and with the, I guess, 3-tile policy, you can settle cities within 3 tiles of each other. You are going to want to find river systems that are at least 3 tiles away from your capital. So I'm going to keep exploring. There's the coast over there. That's another actually really good harbor spot. You see really good civic spots, just do that. I do use a mod. It's not needed, of course, but the mod I like to use that gives me the numbers on what the districts are going to give me is called the detailed map tab. It's just such a great quality of life mod. We're going to move that guy up there. We get our first city state of Zanzibar, one of the best ones. You can see the suzerainty over here with 2 unique luxuries that give 6 amenities each, and they can't be gotten in any other way. You want to find as many spots for cities as possible, and just like that, we do meet Saladin of Arabia. We gotta find his capital city, alright? Because Saladin, if we find him like early, oh, he denies us. They didn't you there, so just punch him up, I guess. Arabia's right over there, so they are really, really near us. Medina is right over there, and just like the AI, they settle in absolutely the worst possible location, so that's good to hear, I guess. With Arabia being down there, we have 2 options right now. We could go for an early swordsman rush, and if you want to do that, you want to look around and see if you have any potential spots for iron. Iron is going to be on spots that are on hills without anything on top of them, no forest, no resources, etc. That's where iron is going to spawn. We did get animal husbandry right now. Again, you can get a horseman rush if you want. There are no horses nearby, so I can't even if I wanted to. But I have 2 options. You can go ahead and go archery and continue doing the same thing you've been doing, or you could go ahead and go for ironworking and get your unit. What I think is I'm going to go for the ironworking.
My battery's died.
Number 1, I want to show you guys how to go for war, and number 2, if it doesn't work out and I waste time, then that's just going to be harder on me, if that makes sense. So I'll show you that not everything has to go perfectly for this game to be, oh my goodness, I think I might jump off a bridge. It was nice knowing you guys. I just found my 13th fucking reason, so yeah, I'll be back. I guess we'll use the scout. He's free, so there is that. But yeah, like we said, there's Teddy Roosevelt. That's kind of sucks because he's coming in up north for us. We'll see who we go after first. There's a natural wonder go bust in. It's not a good one. Even if I settle it, it isn't going to like break the game or anything, which is great. When you find someone early you could potentially take out, you want to explore their territories, get a little reconnaissance going. And yeah, we're going to continue moving. Slinger's going to move there, so we pretty much have a lot of our early terrain, I guess, found out. And what you want to do is you want to settle cities. Settle on the coast if you can with harbors, just so you can get the extra gold as well as the house of the lighthouses. After that, you're going to want to settle these cities as close together as possible. Also, because you want more cities. The more cities you have, the better. So worrying about yields and whatnot, getting cities as close together as possible. More cities, more of the districts you need, and of course, well, okay, fuck you too, Teddy Roosevelt. Go to the fucking gym, bro. I'll pay for your membership, dumbass. And again, you are going to want to get the districts because districts are going to what make a great game. That wasn't an English sentence. I don't know if I was speaking some sort of, I guess, fucking Valerian or some shit. I don't know what.
While the Colosseum stands, Rome shall stand.
For, I guess, chiefdom slots or whatever, you want to go discipline into God King, get the early Pantheon, get the production towards barbarians so they aren't a nuisance. That's pretty much what you're going to do in the early game. Explore as much as possible. See if you can find people early on who you can eliminate from existence, like I found with Arabia, and we are going to try to go for an early domination rush, I guess. While we continue with this game, I'm going to go ahead and monologue about the different types of miscellaneous things, I guess, starting with governors, alright? When it comes to governors, the first 3 governors you're almost always going to want are Amani, Magnus, and Pingala. Magnus, because with provision, settlers don't consume population. Apparently, we found a way to reverse engineer like 2 cells or some shit, and now we're just building people out of thin air that don't cause population. Pingala is because this that you really need to win any sort of victory type. When it comes to Amani, Amani gives 2 encores and not only get things like Amani, but sort of get just to help you explore just like faster. So we're going to because we are going to be settlers, of course, Next up, secret societies. There's 4 secret societies. You got the Owls of Minerva, Hermetic Order, Point Singers, and then one we haven't discovered, the Vampires, alright? The best one to go for 90% of the time is Owls of Minerva. It's the most well-balanced, giving you envoys towards trade routes to city-states.
What can be labeled?
Economic status and governments, which we'll get to in a minute. It's really good. They also give you extra spies later on, which are just really nice. They're just really nice. Hermetic Order, Neophyte lets you reveal ley lines, which become good later on. You get, they're absolutely useless. 90% of the time you'll only get 1 or 2. So I normally recommend doing them, unless you're okay with reloading the save if you don't get the ley lines you want. Point Singers is if you're going to go for a really big culture and faith-generated game. They do end up transferring some of your faith into culture and science and food, but again, you do need the culture and you need faith at the start to actually go for it, I guess. When it comes to vampires, you get them by taking out a barbarian encampment, and they give you a free vampire unit that's as strong as your strongest melee unit. So for example, I get a vampire now, I'd have 20 combat strength. If I got a vampire after I upgraded domination, I get 38 combat strength. That's just how they work, and you can get vampire castles anywhere on the map after the second promotion, and they take all the yields of adjacent tiles, and they give them immediately to the capital, so they are pretty good. When it comes, we'll get to picking governors eventually. I'll recommend going for Owls of Minerva, unless you have, again, lots of faith generation, you think you'll get a lot of ley lines, or if you're going for domination, then go vampires. When it comes to governments, again, go for the policy.
Every man should make his
early game. When we're viewing governments, there's 3 in, I guess, government slot or whatever. We'll focus on the early game ones. Autocracy, Classical Republic, Oligarchy. Oligarchy gives combat strength to melee units and experience, and 2 military slots, so do that for domination. Autocracy is really the worst of all of them, in my opinion. Production towards wonders is nice if you're going China. 1 yields for each government plaza, palace, whatever, which is in your capital. That's nice, but that really isn't going to change your game, and they have 1 of each title, which is okay, I guess. But Classical Republic's the one you're always going to go for if you're not China, not building wonders, or if you're not going to go for early domination. Housing and amenities is huge. You get 2 economic slots for the best in the game aside from wildcard, and extra great housing generation, which is absolutely massive. Just big chungus type of massive. But yeah, we're going to move down south, take out this encampment, and then we are going to talk about settling cities and getting started with our war with Arabia. We'll also talk about wonders and religion a little bit. Those are high risk, high reward. They can either help you dominate the game, or you end up spending so many resources and not getting the beliefs nor even religion or wonders you want that you end up wasting time and are so far behind that you can't catch up. In my opinion, you don't need the religion nor wonders like 99.999% of the time. They can be nice, of course, if you are going, for example, an early, okay, this guy is, get ready to bend over, I guess. But if you are going for an early wonder or religion, they can be helpful. But again, they're just high risk, high reward. Sometimes you're not going to get them. So only go for wonders or religion if you're okay with not, I guess, getting a wonder or religion. If you fail, it's no big deal. That's probably the only time I would recommend getting those different things. But yeah, we're going to attack, try to take out this encampment, and try to get vampires, or try to get a bonus towards slingers. Although this guy's probably dead, honestly. Nope, he is not. All right, we're going to keep this guy fortified. I do not want to lose this guy. Move the slinger down south to deal with the barbs. You're going to move up there, and again, you do want to settle cities wherever you can. For example, this city's coming over here. The more, the merrier, I say. So we're going to go ahead and settle by Go Bustin', and then we can go ahead and get more as we explore more tiles. When it comes to early game expansion, there are 2 ways you can expand. I'm just going to go auto explore with this guy. You can build settlements to settle cities, or you can build military units to take cities from other people, and that is the one that is going to be the most effective. Let me explain. I got archery. I think this city-state's going to get the encampment, though, because it's a bit, although I'd much rather get the archery boost than I would rather get the, I guess, encampment to gold or whatever. And you can also spend money to buy spearmen or to prevent this is with the DLC. Most encampments are just going to when it comes to expansion, the reason for this is because the AI gets so many bonuses, they have so many but they're also going to have buildings, districts, as well as tiles improved for you, which is pretty much just a head start. And the thing is, after building your early army, you can get as many, okay, well that wasn't good. I guess we lost the slinger, that's unfortunate. You're gonna stay back, we'll kill 2 barbarians, we'll try to kill a 3rd in order to get the encampment. But like I've been saying in the early or Bronze working, excuse me, like I'm saying, you do want to go ahead and take out take out civs militarily because you get those cities all for free. If you can't, of course, it's not the end of the world. You are just going to have to go ahead and get settlers, obviously. After this monument, for example, I think I'm going to go double settler into builder. And now let's go ahead and talk about pantheons as I get mine over here. You're pretty much praying to a pagan god that's going to somehow give you bonuses and whatnot, which is pretty nice. Now, there are eventually ones to go for. Religious settlements gives you a free settlement. Always go for that one. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 million. Go religious settlements later, unless you're going for Russia, Dance of the Aurora, or something like that.
I want to attack French because I have a feeling they actually will be an issue. Really do.
Or you can also go for God of the Forge, which is also free, which is 25% production towards military units, which is really good. But since the only one is going to be fertility rights that you can grab, City Patron Goddess gives you production towards your first district, which can be good.
I haven't fought anybody in like 30 turns.
One of the better ones is the one with the Lady of the Reeds and Marshes. Desert floodplains, marshes, and oases give 2 production.
Astronomy
a lot of them, and Divine Spark, of course, gives you extra great input points. I think right now I'm going to go fertility rights, just so I don't have to build a builder. So if I find iron nearby, for example, I can immediately send this builder to improve the iron, and then we can immediately get our 20 iron, build our units, and go to war with Arabia. Let's go ahead and hit next turn. When it comes to settling cities, again, you do want to settle as outside as possible. Loyalty is a thing, of course, and if you have negative loyalty, let me just try that again, it's settler here. If you have negative loyalty, the city will eventually flip to the AI. So you want to settle as close as you possibly can without suffering from loyalty bonuses, just so you can sort of establish a frontier, I guess. Like, for example, I could go ahead and place the city here. I'd settle that city first before any of these cities, just so I have the loyalty to withstand and stop America from pushing, and so I can fill out everything while I'm waiting for the loyalty. I guess is the best way to say it. Go ahead and actually settle right on top. I can't settle the gems tile. That's unfortunate. That's pretty much early expansion. I do have a good amount of cities.
Housing. Always housing issues.
So if the AI tries to move in, you can attack, steal their settler, and then make peace 10 turns later, because the AI will always make peace with you, unless they're kicking your ass or something, if you're the one who declares war on them after 10 turns. Okay, well, looks like we're gonna have to back away from that encampment after all. It feels like that one meme right now where there's just like that is exactly what's happening to me. Honestly, Valhalla boys, let's get okay. We are close, we get this. Districts, the best one to go for is going to be the campus. Harbors are going to be the best.
Give me 4 cents.
A huge amount of housing if you do settle a city right beside the coast with a lighthouse. Most of the time it is going to be campuses, followed by commercial hubs, followed by industrial zones. You're going for science. If you're going for culture victory, you are going to want holy sites and theater squares, and then you are going to want to go for again commercial hubs.
I have a feeling there's one more city up here.
Aside from that, you'll go campus, just like the science victory, campus, harbors, commercial hubs, industrial zones, that type of stuff. Yeah, this is not looking too good for us militarily. We are hopefully going to be able to defend this one, though. We should be able to stop them. I think most of their military units were going after America, of course. I will try to bait them if I can. You can never lose your capital, so never worry about that, honestly. They're going to do some damage to me, although I should be able to hold off a little bit. Move in there. We're making so much
Why is he a dick? Honestly.
Slinger and probably another warrior. Mentoring a Dark Age. If you enter a Dark Age in the early game, don't worry about it. Like, Dark Ages really aren't the worst early on, especially if you are going for like a domination victory, for example, as we get bronze working. And when we search up iron over here, we have 2 results, one over there, and the other is going to be under Samarkand, so we really only have 1 iron tile. Now, you could settle on top of the iron, or if you want the iron working boost, you could build an iron mine, which is going to give you the boost, although considering that we want to go with war as soon as possible, and we're only going to have 1 iron source, we gotta start stockpiling the iron as soon as we possibly can. Now, the good thing to do with settlers is to like trade a luxury you have, or trade something if you can, and get the money to just buy the settler outright. First one only costs 320. If you do what I did and settle on the gems tile, see what I told you, then you are going to have more than enough money to buy a settler, your first settler, and then you'll get these cities settled out as soon as possible. We're pretty much going to time-lapse the actual war because I don't want this video to get 50 minutes long, and also because there really isn't anything too interesting going on.
Where else you gonna find protein balls like this? Or 2 jackraps for just $6.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
I did end up girding early empire and colonization. I bought a settler and then I settled back up. I also built a third one to get that city on Dark Age, however, like I said, that doesn't really matter. I did have my units, I began upgrading my unique units, and then I was waiting pretty much to build more units in my capital, get gold to upgrade into archers, and get a battering ram. I kind of fucked up a little because I upgraded a slingshoot to an archer before getting a battering ram, so I had to spend a couple more turns. I did also get oligarchy and the Vampire Secret Society just to help my conquest that much more, and then I finally did declare the war on Arabia, and it really was just an absolute stomp. They didn't have any strategic, so all they had were warriors and catapults. And I did put governors in give them just enough time to end up taking Arabia's capital and Baghdad to prevent any loyalty loss. I did also get a heroic golden age after you were in a which gave me 3 potential benefits instead of just 1 policy, which was pretty nice for me. But again, you want to surround the enemy city, just get that like heart with like a cross in between, like somebody got shot by Cupid or some fucking shit. And once you do that, that means the city is under siege, and when the city's under siege, it can't heal. But it was pretty easy. Again, I did go natural philosophy as a governor title or a economic policy slot. And aside from that, it's pretty much it. I'd say nothing really too important occurred after this point. And that's pretty much going to be it with my war with Arabia. Absolutely dicked down, honestly. I've never seen something more disgusting. Just steamrolling through them. I felt like I was Germany running through France. Yeah, as you can see, it's about turn 96. We only have about 7 cities. We could keep going and get that 10th city. And I think that's what I would do probably 90% of the time. Right now, we have so many more cities as well. I don't know if I want this to be a city-state because it's not the best city, I guess. We could settle better. But yeah, as you can see, we're pretty much set up in a really good position. He's got more science than us, Teddy. Doesn't matter. Bull moose Teddy. You end up catching up in the mid to late game anyways. And we don't even have our campuses out. Again, tech orders and civic orders, that was pretty much what you want to do most of the time. Now let's talk about if it doesn't work. What if your plan absolutely fails? You just fall flat on your face, right? You just couldn't do it. Sometimes it happens to the best of us, right? Sometimes you go for an early war and you get absolutely smashed. Let's say we weren't able to take Medina. Let's say they got man-at-arms or crossbows or something. Well, I would still have about 4, 5, 6, 7. I could squeeze it right there. I'd have about at least 8 cities at least, which is enough to win most of the time. After that, I could shut up, phone. You're not important. You did 9/11. But you could go after the city-states. In my case, they did end up getting swords and man-at-arms before then, so I would have had to rush them almost immediately, and Zanzibar only has like 1 tile you can attack from. But again, I'd pretty much just turtle up, get my campuses, get my districts out, and then I would go ahead and that would be a lot harder for sure, but in the mid to late game, I could then go turn around with planes and bombards and shit, and then take out Arabia and these city-states that way. But it worked this time, and it worked great. I did go vampires to eventually end up getting the more units we had, the better. We lost a couple going after Baghdad, although I really didn't end up retreating from Baghdad and healing up like I should have, because I thought I could take the city, and I was right. Be Steel, of course, if you want to. He doesn't want to do anything. I guess it's fine. You can just go ahead and take out his last city. But yeah, if everything goes wrong, again, diplomatic victory is still in possession. Like, if we didn't take his capital, we wouldn't be getting the excessive grievances nor occupied original capital penalty. And from there, I would just try to save up Diplo favor, know where I can't win a diplomatic victory thing, type of diplomatic decision type of here. I did end up getting at least 1 Diplo point, which is nice. You can see it is an absolute joke for like everyone, diplomatic victory. Then I'd get a harbor, and then by the time I get 16 diplomatic victory points, I would go ahead and get Statue of Liberty to win the game that way. That's pretty much most of the early deity guide. We are at about turn 96. Turn 100 is, I think, when the early game really ends. But yeah, the other thing I would have done is get alliances. If I did have friends, of course, I would get alliances. If they know anybody, it is a Pangea map, yeah, so I can eventually find people after my grievances with Arabia goes down, or if I take them out. I'd get some friends, get some science alliances, especially to get science from traders, and I am going to be building harbors and commercial hubs as much as I can. This commercial hub isn't really necessary because we get a trade route from the harbor, but yeah, that is pretty much going to be the video, all I wanted to talk about. Let me know if you guys want a mid or late game guide, and as always, leave a like and subscribe if you do enjoy. It does help out the channel a ton, and click on this video in the top right corner for more. I'll see you there. Peace.
Build a website you love. Create your brand.
run with you. To gotta have it. Make every detail yours.
At roads were set.
Remove what's not.
Rocks in my. I conclude then this.
Set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Choose Advil Liquid Gels for faster, stronger, and longer lasting relief than Tylenol Rapid Relief. Advil targets pain caused by inflammation for fast, strong relief. Choose Advil.
A house divided against itself cannot stand. No truer were those words than the Roman Empire in the year 270. For the last century, the eternal city was drained from constant warfare, laid waste by disaster, and plundered of its treasures by enemies both near and far. It is said that no empire lasts forever, but it's also true that no empire was ever truly beaten by its external enemies. For the past 100 years, generals and corrupt senators were fighting not for their nation, but for their ambition. Constant plots and treachery, emperor after emperor proclaimed overthrown and assassinated. From this unending battle, two generals were distinguished. Tetricus, of Gaul and Hispania, declared his independence from the emperor in Rome, and in Syria, Odenathus secured his fiefdom in the thriving city of Palmyra. To curb his growing power, the emperor gave the order to have this general assassinated, and Palmyra brought back into the game. But the successful plot ended with a spectacular blunder, as its conspirators were brought to light, and so outraged were the people for their beloved leader, they chose directly around the general's widow, Queen Zenobia, and their infant son. But the Romans could only watch these troubling developments, paralyzed by the barbarians infiltrating their porous border, and the man facing their hordes was Emperor Claudius, a brilliant battlefield commander who beat back the barbarians, using this reprieve to retake Spain's silver mines from the usurper. Surely history will remember him as the man who saved Rome, but it wasn't meant to be. From the breakdown of trade and communication, so too did the knowledge of medicines and hygiene disintegrate, as an enemy more terrifying than any army ravaged the Balkans, one that didn't distinguish child from man or emperor from peasant. With the death of another emperor came another succession crisis. The corrupt members of the Senate named General Quintilius as Augustus, a weak man who would turn a blind eye as they continued to pilfer the state treasury. But as was common in this century, the field army was loyal to their own Kaiser, the right-hand man of Claudius, an Illyrian peasant who rose through the ranks as an esteemed cavalry general, Emperor Aurelian. After negotiations from both parties predictably failed, Aurelian moved his forces to challenge Quintilius, who was too occupied by the lavish his title bestowed upon him to prepare any meaningful response. It was obvious which man was fit to
We're back.
As Quintilius's
We're on a break, but we're back.
the Senate had no choice but to recognize Aurelian as the rightful emperor of the doomed empire. This succession crisis left no legions available to stop the Germanics, Goths, and Vandals from simultaneously crossing the border and ravaging an army that was still divided as legions in Illyria proclaimed Septimus as the new emperor. In this weakened state, Tetricus used this opportunity to retake Spain. Zenobia utilized her late husband Aurelian's fame to take control of critical Egyptian grain and 2 of the Empire's 5 mints. The Roman Empire was never supposed to start in the 5th century.
My Life My Quit is a free quit program made just for teens. You can get help to quit any nicotine product, including vapes, pouches, chew, or cigarettes. It's your moment. Join My Life My Quit today.
Copilot, read these reviews and distill them into a visual summary.
The most immediate danger was neither Zenobia's monopoly nor Gaul's mobilization. These would prove minor distractions if the Germans sacked what was left of the empire. So in the year 270, the new emperor aced his first test when he pushed back the Germanic invasion of the Italian boot. But the victory was far from decisive, and he couldn't afford to chase them down when the Vandals began to plunder Pannonia. This was the decisive moment. For the past century, the Empire was playing whack-a-mole with its many enemies. If the crisis were ever to come to an end, there needed to be multiple decisive plays to push back the invaders and strengthen the area. And Aurelian had just the move. So dire was the situation.
If you're the Bank 100...
This time an emperor was crowned outside Rome in San After a limited ceremony, Aurelian ordered every grain of wheat, livestock, and anything valuable to be evacuated from the front lines. This scorched earth policy proved effective, as the barbarians would never go back empty-handed, and the further they pushed in, the hungrier they became. Finally, with their fighting spirit and numbers reduced, Aurelian pounced, crushing the Vandals decisively, forcing them all the way back to the river. With their backs pinned and stockpiles run dry, the second part of the Emperor's plan was enacted. In exchange for safe passage back home and desperately needed supplies for the trip, the Vandals would return all the loot they'd stolen, as well as provide a cavalry contingent for the army. With the barbarians pushed back and the army bolstered, it seemed like the incursions were finally defeated for good. But Aurelian's previous mistake had come back to haunt him, and with his forces moving west, an old enemy was about to make his move. Never before had there been an army like this one. With such overwhelming numbers, the Germanics were rolling through the north like a pack of locusts, razing everything in their path. But numbers alone would not make them the threat they were. They'd rallied around competent leadership. On his way to meet them in battle, Aurelian was ambushed, suffering heavy losses. The army, already straining, was at its breaking point, crushed so thoroughly that under most leaders this would prove their end. But unlike before, there was no other army that could pick up where another failed. No one was left to stop the Germans from reaching the Eternal City. But in their greed, was no new emperor. He quickly rallied what was left of his army and force-marched his troops down the peninsula to ambush the barbarians in the region of Phoenicia, sending them into a hasty march back north to the safety of Rome. But the Romans had learned from their previous mistake and kept on their heels, crushing them in battle after battle before finally vanquishing their foe once and for all in Ticinum. A victory so complete that no Germanic army would for the next 100 years. But the slow travel of news at the time meant that the citizens of Rome were still oblivious to this victory. In fact, the city believing that the emperor had fallen was in open revolt. This would do, and Aurelian himself had moved into the city for the first time in his emperorship to restore order. Thankfully, his prestige in the recent victory, as well as his admirable skills.
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning.
gave him the support he needed to outdo his political opponents, corrupt political opponents, and seize their assets. You see, Aurelian despised corruption more than anybody else in the Empire, and so he didn't feel bad at all when he used those seized assets to raise new forces that were sent to defend against the Gallic incursions, which were pushed back. And while the invading army was nothing more than a raiding party, this win still proved to the usurper that Rome still stood, and that instead of risking it all on the he needed to wait for his opportunity to strike. This bought precious time for Aurelian to deal with his rival, one who was extremely unpopular by both civilians and increasingly by soldiers. This fact led to Aurelian ordering the assassination of Septimus, which not only secured his throne, but also brought the Illyrian legions back into the fold. For the first time since the death of Claudius, Rome was now a stable realm. Its stability
What gunpowder did for war?
at any point, and to prevent another risk of invasion from its ensuing rebellion, big, beautiful walls were constructed to protect the capital.
I need a reliable connection to upload files, so I use AT&T Business Internet. Who's gray-eyed? Oh my god. We'll re-upload and get this whole thing started again. CPGs are confused a lot more than you think.
Mine metals. We create futures. At Freeport, safety isn't a policy, it's a commitment. Through industry-leading wellness programs, we've built a workplace for you to grow, thrive, and lead. Apply today at Freeport.
And I'd imagine Germania paid for it all. Unfortunately, Aurelian would only be around for the initial phases of this construction, as King Cannabis, the man who had obliterated Rome 20 years prior, had made his return. At the head of an army of double the size, double the plunder. This behemoth of an army was the greatest threat to Aurelian up to this point. The only advantage the Romans had was King Grass's arrogance. After destroying a Roman emperor and living off their plunder for the last 20 years, battle so decisive that it spiraled the 3rd century crisis into its own sub-crisis. He believed the empire to be a spent force, and so focused his time on
The day we
plunders he could carry. But what showed up to face him wasn't a ragtag group of militia King Marijuana had come to expect, but a well-disciplined elite army organized under one of the greatest generals of the time. And it came as no surprise when the cocky general was de-pantsed and deflowered in record speed. Not only did Aurelian make this once feared commander look like Scotty Barnes, he did what no Roman emperor had done this century, by counter-invading the Gothic homeland and giving them the Carthage special, Kobeing his way through their territory, killing the king in the process, before laying waste to all his subjects. But there was one thing this decisive victory made clear to everyone at the time. The Balkan frontier was invincible. For too long it had been the most hemorrhagic of all of Rome's wars, and changes needed to be made. And so, with great sorrow, Aurelian did what no emperor before him had even dreamed of. He gave up Rome. While losing Danubia was a it was a practical decision, allowing for a far more defensible Danubian river with more troops to man it. The citizens of Danubia were likewise evacuated to resettle the ravaged Balkans, repopulating and re-strengthening the desolate lands. With the Balkan situation now permanently dealt with, more forces were available for the upcoming fight against Rome's Achilles heel. The entire empire was reliant on grain shipments from Egypt, an Egypt now under the control of Zenobia. During this time, she also made attempts to secure Asia Minor, which would significantly deter Aurelian's abilities to land. But Zenobia would rather her forces to protect her core Syrian territory, and so her efforts had stalled. Before she could reinforce, Aurelian would now embark on a whose grain prize would spell the fate of the empire. Seeing as how he was about to pull her shade smooth off, Zenobia promptly proclaimed her son Augustus and herself Augusta, cutting off all grain shipments to Rome and declaring her independence. With both the rich Asia Minor as well as Egypt under her control, Zenobia not only controlled the food, but also the money. Alexandria and Antioch were home to two of the empire's mints, allowing her to print enough money to fund her Palmyran empire. This gave Aurelian a poison pill option. Does he send his forces through Anatolia or focus on securing Egypt? He decided to put it all on black. Half his army would march through the weakly defended Anatolia, while the other half would attempt a risky naval maneuver to capture the all-important Alexandria. If they failed to land, or stalled just long enough for Zenobia to react, then his campaign and Rome itself were doomed. Being a naval landing, there were immense struggles at first, fighting up the beaches and then up to one of the largest cities of the time with limited foraging and no supply lines. The Egyptian campaign faced defeat dead in the eye, with even the general sent to lead the campaign himself nearly being captured. Napoleon had chosen his general, and Probus proved himself just as capable as the emperor when he secured Rome's lifeline. The main army in Anatolia could now breathe easy, with just one simple goal in mind: to take back Asia Minor. In their march to the Taurus Mountains, the Romans faced a new enemy standing in their way: Zenobia's Clibanarii. While isolated, this elite cataphract proved its mettle, nearly destroying a Roman force 3 times its size.
Petra is a brilliant display of man's artistry in turning barren rock into majestic wonder.
The Romans to overwhelm this behemoth.
All that glisters is not...
But this wasn't the end. As Zenobia had thousands more ready to be deployed once the Romans entered Syria. But to get there, they would have to retake the cities standing in their way. But this is where the naval invasion of Egypt really paid off. In her race to defend her homeland and Egypt, these newly conquered Anatolian cities were under-garrisoned and still loyal to Rome, easily falling once they saw Aurelian's banner fluttering outside their walls. All aside from the most important city, Tiana held the pass into Palmyra proper, and unlike the preceding settlements, this one was steadfast in its support of Zenobia, a city that stood for so long that Aurelian himself promised that not a single dog would be left alive by the time he was finished with these traitors. And his army promised all the plunder they could carry, greedily kept up the pressure until the city could finally take no more and was forced to surrender their fate to Aurelian.
People we rely on every day are fueled by Circle K. Every single day, fueled by Circle K.
His hands. But there was a problem. Tiana wasn't the last of Zenobia's forces. If the Romans continued besieging and heavy casualties, they would be falling into the exact same trap that the Vandals did all those years ago. And while Zenobia was painted as an outsider, this is settlements aren't exactly plundering of the surrendered city mean that they too should give up the fight. And so Aurelian ordered the citizens of Tiana to be spared from the victor's justice, much to the chagrin of his enraged soldiers. These soldiers reminded Aurelian of his previous moves. It was like, no, well, screw it.
Let's get on our...
Say no dog would be left alive, so go kill all the dogs. Now, while this line isn't much of a knee slapper today, Back then it was funny enough to where his soldiers acquiesced and went about carrying out the Emperor's orders. This move showed exactly the difference between Aurelian and every other leader at the time. By keeping both the loyalty of his troops and the gratitude of his subjects, every other city throughout the subcontinent soon surrendered without much of a fight. And with Probus's successful campaign in Egypt, the Romans would now crash their two pincers into Palmyra itself. And standing in their way was the full might of the Palmyran army. This next battle would decide the war. With Alexandria falling, the last mint still under Zenobia's control was Antioch. No doubt the bulk of her army, including her famed Clibinari, would make the final stand here. Throughout history, the outcome of a battle was solely decided on which side possessed the best cavalry, whether it be Alexander's companions, Gengish's Keshegs, or Germany's tanks. Superiority in mobility would almost always win the day, and in this field, the Romans were outgunned, but not outclassed. In this era, the greatest cavalry general of the time was Aurelian. By feigning retreat with his lightly armed horsemen in the middle of the field, the cataphracts were baited into chasing them off the battlefield. But as they chased their retreating foe further and further into the scorching Syrian desert, the heavily armored riders were utterly exhausted, which is when the Romans started to face the Clibinari, who were too exhausted to fight and too heavy to retreat. What happened next was the most decisive victory in human history. Of the 5,000 or so cataphracts that took to the field that day, less than 100 made it to noon. During this decisive victory, Zenobia herself had entered Antioch with the royal treasury in tow, meant to bolster morale to her soldiers and citizens. And so you can imagine her shock when her generals arrived to inform her that the soldiers wouldn't be needing that bonus anytime soon. Now this was a tricky situation. They didn't want to get encircled in Antioch, but at the same time, if they visibly retreated from the city, the panic amongst the crowd would pose a danger for her and her entourage. And so she came up with a brilliant ploy. They lied, and found someone who kind of looked like Aurelian to pose as the emperor they had captured in battle. And while the city was up all night celebrating their legendary empress's victory over the tyrant Aurelian, the army quietly slipped out in the middle of the night. In fact, it must have been quite a sight when they woke up the next day, only to find the armies of Aurelian still very much intact outside the walls. And so the citizens of Antioch opened the gates and celebrated the majestic Aurelian's decisive victory against the evil usurpers in Italy. And once again, clemency was given to the traitors, which convinced the villainous holdouts up to Palmyra itself to surrender without a fight. But the war wasn't won yet. Zenobia retreated with the remains of her army, which would soon be put under siege by Aurelian's troops. With one hope left, the queen snuck out in the middle of the night to plead her case to the Persians, hoping they would save her crumbling empire. But as she was crossing the Euphrates, the Roman scouts caught up to her. With their empress in chains and no hope in sight, Palmyra surrendered when Aurelian promised not to bring the rebellious city to the ground. A promise. But the real prize was bringing her back to display in the Roman triumph that would follow his great victory. Before that triumph, he still had one last chance. With the East Stable, Aurelian made his way to Gaul before something horrific. The Palmyrans, the same ones he pardoned, decided it would be a great idea to rebel and re-establish their empire once again. Aurelian was back so fast the city hadn't even started to prepare a defense, and this time they were given the cannabis special. Shockingly enough, the merchants of Alexandria had just
Pissed off everybody. You're honestly pissing off me for no reason.
Aurelian got there so fast that the citizens didn't even know they were being
Oh,
Palmyra
we aren't coming.
special. And finally, this time for real, it was over. Peace in the East had been established, and all that was left was the final campaign against King Tetricus, who was shaking. Tetricus asked for surrender, and Aurelian agreed, but he needed him to do something for him first. And so both armies met up in the open plains of Catalania, a location perfect for cavalry warfare, against the greatest cavalry general of the time, who was bolstered by his new Palmyran class. In my canon, the soldiers figured out this was a setup before Tetricus made a break for it and bent the knee to Aurelian and probably sucked him try to cap off his
This is Russia up north.
The soldiers didn't
Are we all together? No, this is bullshit. Wait, we have a. Yeah, we are.
decades, but they were still crushed in 10 seconds flat. The crisis was finally over.
Oh
The empire was
my
restored
God.
once again. Aurelian
This is terrifying. To think of, just to think about. Civ 6 has set us up like with 5 of us on one continent. Whoever dominates this continent will have to find a new continent of the same amount of people that were on this one. City states and everything. Like, it's no wonder I was like, huh, this is weird. It feels like I haven't met half of anybody. Because there's probably is like a whole fucking continent. Oh my god, it's insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've only seen 9 people. There could be a whole nother continent. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We haven't met 11 people. There's probably a whole nother continent. So my question is, how the hell do I conquer this continent? Because we have the time. We have totally the time. We have, look at the turns. And I have it set up where we could actually get to the end super quickly. So like in 17 turns. Frigate. I wish you luck. I also get almost a Lincoln. Can I get also to? It would be interesting to see if we can actually oh, I would have done that. Let's go. we got everybody fighting each other. Let's go. You be like this. This is cool. This is cool. We actually have like a world war going on. The only people out of it is actually the British. Surprisingly, actually, the British and the Russians. Alright, this is kind of exciting. We got the whole continent basically fighting. This is a huge chance to get a lot of land with everybody kind of in agreement. Kind of just let's try to grab as much land as possible. People who I think will actually be the worst about the whole this, maybe them, Arabs. America, honestly, my entire allies. I don't know much about the Greece. I'm not sure. Well, I'm kind of curious to see how they fight. I gotta actually remember to use them.
Times have changed.
A diplomat is a...
Yeah. I don't know. I think Brazil could do. It'd be interesting to see what they do against Greece. Oh, really? What was I talking about? Shit! Blasted. Mm-hmm. Dear Philadelphia, I hope you are doing well. Always. Oh, I forgot to patches. Fucking. Russia's denouncing even these France. We're supposed to be the bad guys. I don't know why. They're saying they're also the bad guys. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? But I'm sorry, but Russia's fucking crazy too. They're fucking, I don't know. They're Turkey for what?
And returned to Rome and celebrated his long-awaited triumph with Tetricus. His sons and Zenobia all paraded in front of the Sun Emperor. For his loyalty, Tetricus was made governor of a small South Italian province. Zenobia was mugged. She was wed to a Roman senator and allowed to live in an estate right outside the city. Her own kids eventually became senators. You know how humiliating it must be for your own kids to support the establishment of the ops. But Aurelian wasn't just in Rome to humiliate the vanquished. He restructured the empire's finances and defenses while viciously rooting out the corruption he so hated. This task might have been more monumental than his conquests, as it took him a few years before he set his sight on the Persians. Aurelian left through the gates of his newly built walls to the cheering of a grateful crowd, but this would be the last time he would ever witness the city of Rome again. A corrupt official broke the books and was unjustly his skin. He implicated multiple high-ranking officers who eventually got tired. Aurelian had given Rome a new lease of life that lasted 8 years later, and while the crisis
Ooh, double kill.
Imagine there was more. When you partner with Paychex, you become an extension of your team. From AI-powered intelligent HCM to HR advisory and employee solutions, we give you
We're
more
keeping that city, yeah.
More fun is coming to the Frog Kingdom in the Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, plus Meet Up in Bellabelle Park game. Available March 26th.
Hold on, the fucking light. Good. Had enough. Okay, we have our 5 cities. It took a hot second, but we got it. The 100 turns is about a solid mark. 20 turns too late. Alright.
If facts don't fit the theory,
Baby. Major victory. Nice. Instant. Scout's just watching it in our Coliseum. It's so funny to think about. Oh, what the fuck? Places we know for sure. Eat their fish. Yeah, this night's kind of scaring me. Act off. Interesting play.
You must not lose faith.
You
I meant to get this one. Whoops. Oh no. We're doing really well, actually.
First and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I unlatched Bevo's gate while taking a selfie.
Bevo, no! Come back!
Whoa, 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 whoa. At least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds.
Let's get it going! Let's keep the energy going! Let's keep going!
Williams backing up, being chased, going way back now, back to his 40. Lofts a pass into the end zone. Cole Kmet caught the ball. Touchdown.
Oh my God!
And the comeback kids.
Oh my God!
They continue to awe-inspire a fan base.
What the
For the first time in 40 years, these historic franchises will play an elimination game. The winner goes to Seattle.
Our civil.
We got a general now. Oh my god. We went ham. Don't get me wrong. We're super late to the fight. Oh, the third death. Ooh. Hard. Curious to see if Teddy will even want to be friends with us. He still does. That's crazy. Kind of shocked that he still wants to. That's fine. We had a war, which we never, ever, ever even fought anybody but her. To be fair, her and the Greeks and the Greek has been a fucking asshole. Everybody this whole game. Not my fault. Absolutely not my fault. I don't even know what Russia's problem is at all. I think they're overreacting a little bit. Personal opinion. I think if either somebody that we dislike takes Midla or Teddy, I think I'll invade. If it's not Pedro or Teddy or Saladin, I'll probably invade Midla because the city. I want another city. They actually took their gunpowder production from Seven Brothers. So let's see if we can see.
There is little man has made that.
Yeah. Argos. Wasn't this their city? Are they still fighting? They are still fighting. In the Greek and them? They're still fighting their wars. I do. What do I do? 'Cause, let's be honest, I don't think they're gonna do much. They're not gonna fight too crazy hard, right? In the difficulty they are, there's no way, right? Yeah. Okay. Do. I'm more worried about the Brits right now. Dobos. Where the fuck do they think they're gonna settle? Hold on, respectfully, hold on. Here? I mean, go off queen, what? I don't think. Here? It's not gonna grow. Oh? Am I wrong to think that? Alter.
We chose Spectrum for it. Extremely busy. Spectrum, we would not be able to run our business.
Get your business free fiber-powered internet forever.
Are you ready for this? Full list? Yeah. Infused with peptides. Jelly volume, jelly smooth. 16 cherry scented shakes.
I find this to be a very interesting because Havoc's known now as a former pro and pretty much like #1 right play player. Us, we have me, Hyde, Ease, and Icons.
If it's really Doug, let's have a big competition.
I'm down. Let me know.
Are you guys blocking?
Shop, not trying shop.
Yeah,
More in shop.
Weak, going mid.
This guy's shitting on them right now. No, I pressed my button on my controller.
Alright, 3 down. Beautiful. You know the last time you shot? You get away, then we break in.
One operation they've let you go.
Yeah. At least potential. Some stuff we used to work on, some basic COD fundamentals, but like...
Did you watch them play yesterday?
Yeah.
What did you see yesterday out of him?
When you shoot straight, got good movement, it's just like the decision making, but this is the first day of the team. But if you tell him stuff, like he's actually pretty...
My goal right now is because I'm kind of scared of Victoria. Because that 460 looks fucking scary. More than a lot of people combined. I'm like, yikes. So, I want to try to double 460. So about 900. I want to shoot for my military.
Pick up his mid. Put up.
Like that.
Nice, I'm getting top green. They're gonna be mid.
I'll get plane, get top.
I'm gonna get mid.
Icons. Yeah, get mid.
I got mid. I have all mid, bro. I have all your mid cut.
If you want plane.
Plane, yeah, they're right there. 3, 4, maybe 4.
Nice, legend.
Can I let him just?
He's one shot time.
Oh my god. Takes so long.
Yeah. Getting kills.
Watch up plane.
in mid-cut, close in mid-cut.
Hmm.
I'm gonna get close.
Hey, mid. Like this week.
There you go. Ah. We shouldn't try to just run straight up there.
One shot in the back, hitting it.
Your ass, dude. Nice.
Stop timing, boys. Stop timing.
He went top. They're all mid, guys, all mid. One's hitting top, one hitting mid right now. 2 mid right now. 3 mid, one's hitting the back right. Right flank.
Top kill me. Top kill me.
He went top. I'm getting out early. Let's play the back of new. One's like truck right now.
That was good.
I'll be honest, I think Pedro would be terrified without us.
Let's get a double around the back. Then third guy will hop top green.
Dude, are you still at war?
Not this morning.
That's R.
Let's go fresh in the brain.
Send through the back. Good. We'll take it. No, we're just gonna break the back off rotation because then we still spawn out mid. Yeah, just initial push. Now they have to worry about it.
I just love
We can win the gunfight front. Fuck.
Okay, play this last fight.
Yeah, if we won that gunfight, that would have been huge.
One more. Yeah, one more. Is the other? Shit, I'm getting the setup.
Nothing big going on left, I think. I'm looking at left route.
Top blue. One more red set.
Red set and top blue.
Keep killing time. Yeah, go shot.
I'm going shot. You can try my cut.
Yeah, one mid high.
Icon's on the right of me. I'm gonna play my last. You can play okay?
On top.
Four.
Get time, so I stay up.
My left right now, I have all left.
They're gonna be mid-cut.
I have your health, you're mid-cut, watch me.
Weak mid-cut. Nice. Nothing else. Go. Last two.
I'm with you, Avic. I'm marking.
Ben, I'm looking mid-cut. No, top green. Just look at us.
Legend, you get that.
Okay, hide out right
I
now.
gotta ape this guy green.
Alright, cool. One be dead.
Nice.
I'm playing
Yeah,
last.
This is
we're
perfect.
missing one more. We're missing.
I'm getting on mid. Block legend.
I can't stop blue.
I'm blocking.
I'm getting on time. I don't have trophy.
Alright, Legend, you're good. You're blocking, Legend. We're good. I'm here. Get up.
I'm fucking challenging. What the fuck are you doing?
Nice, Avic. One mid.
He's gonna try to get a city right here. You kidding me? Do it. Go ahead, do it. There's like no way they can even grow it.
I got naded.
Top red is gonna kill me. Top red, hide.
Guys, there's some.
Top red, hide, absolute.
One more their side.
Not all who
Nice. Last guy's rotating.
Oh my god. Really?
I'm gonna beat you there. Let's play slow here.
Yeah.
Gotta play kills here.
One's mid. Hide is mid.
Yeah, mid.
Ooh.
Two plane heady. I got one.
Let's go.
Go let me.
Let's go.
Hate that shit, baby.
Block green, guys.
There's my minus green.
Oh, you
Here, I killed one off.
He's already top green.
Here, are you pinching him? Okay.
Yeah,
One's in market.
Mark it dead. I'm
Two
getting
green.
plane. Yeah. I'm coming to plane.
Here, I'm standing over you.
One shot. Two there.
One shot. I'm gonna pinch me guys. I'm pinching these guys. Watching it.
Pinch green.
Good play. Great play.
I'm with you, Jordan.
Make sure we don't overchild this, okay?
3 great...
One shot mid, one shot mid.
Nice, boys. It's a good bump.
Say light top. Finesse, finesse.
It's a good bump. We have top here. We don't got to tweak.
Bumping you top.
Nice, boys. Look at that. We're a well-oiled machine right now. Of course, Havoc's frying too. When we talk about this, and we're doing it.
Mark everything. They're gonna spawn in the back.
They're gonna be a mid gun. They're spawning mid.
One shot, one shot.
You see them bumping time and shit, Sam, and setting up?
Yeah, they look the last.
Proud of that, Sam. We're proud of that.
I think they were slow to warm up. They look really good as last like 4 hills and stuff.
Yeah, no, they've been playing the hills well. You can tell they're like doing stuff together.
Yeah.
They're on the same page of what they wanted. Yeah.
That P3 pinch for legend was really good.
Yeah, that was beautiful. He just whipped the guy with the head, he then got lost.
Yeah.
Great play. The one thing I caught was when Swoody after the P2 went around, he's like, block green, but no, just say, yo, they're spawning green. Like, you're spawning them out. Just say, yo, they're spawning green. So you're gonna
Yeah, get out their fucking face. I don't care. Get on their face. I don't care. It pisses me off. She's so fucking irritating. Can't believe she would do that.
I spawned front, I spawned front, spawned front. I got one, two, one more dead. I'm turning, I'm pushing up though. You guys block, make sure you block, make sure you block.
I'm blocking green. I'm staying down.
I have all fronts,
Remy. Please, Remy. Please.
Are they spawning? Are they spawning? Back to bold?
I will fuck. I'm taking this city. Fucking.
Yeah, he's feeling himself too much. Get him, just holding iron right there.
This other team is awful at playing their lives. They go 3-4 dead like every hill, it seems like. There's like no like layering at all.
Try to cut from the stallion. What happens, you start tweaking when you start playing the stallion, Sam.
There's an aura in this lobby. Show.
And number 7's on a good pinch, Legend. Legend is definitely a route, man.
Yeah, he is. You can tell even when he's playing the league, you can tell.
Yeah.
Same push up, on me, on blue. Never mind, green.
One can be behind us.
I'm looking.
Watch out on the car.
I'm wrapping left, okay? I'm wrapping left.
Okay.
I left.
Got another? They cut me.
Nice. We cut him. Now we have new.
They gotta kill Spooty mid as well.
Yeah. Should be G, as long as we don't get naded.
Yeah.
Nice. Good map. Oh, a cycle of just doing that over and over. You guys, they couldn't even get close to the hill. The P1s were great. P1s were great. There was one time, Swoody, from the P2 to P3, where you were in their blue, you're like, yo, block green. But at that point, just say, like, you're already hard blocking blue, like, they're gonna spawn green. Just tell your teammates they're gonna spawn green.
Yeah.
Be like, yo, they're spawning green. So that your teammates that are pushed up over there, like, on that side of the map, could just turn around.
I'm going top blue.
Try the right with me.
Remember that mission.
Made it too. I'm gonna made it.
Walking left.
Nice there, one shot.
He's low, one shot, Vines, one shot, Vines.
I'm going Vines.
I'm on left early. One's already out P2. Out P2.
The key word.
One's top.
Top. Legend. Yeah,
nice.
I'm banging them.
Yeah, I'm banging. On time.
Yo, garage, all in the back.
I
both. I'm nading front.
Vous osez attaquer mon royaume? Je ne crois point.
Play, I'm hard
Four dead.
Like, it's actually, like, I feel like he'll found himself in the right spot. The places that he gets to is, like, where his disconnect is. Because, like, I mean, I've watched two scrims or 3 maps, like, way here, and I watched him play in the league, and I feel like he's always, like, on a route. He always takes good space, but, like, once he gets to the part to make the play after that is, like, where the disconnect happens. But I feel like the fact that he has the first part of that equation, like, down really well with this little game knowledge, I feel like he's actually really good. Because that's some shit that people with multiple year careers don't know, bro. People have no clue what that. Like, when Tom and I bitch about, like, people taking space and shit like that and just don't do it, like, that's what we're talking about.
Icon's one on outer. No, it's yes. We're going con, bro. I'm making it. Let's go.
Right 10. He's on me 10.
Yo, and we'll
Get out mid. We can get out mid.
Get out the fucking tree, man. I'm going next.
He doesn't go on top of it.
Yeah, one here. Doug here.
Yeah, Doug's there.
He's one shot flat. He's one shot flat. I spawned G2 guys.
One more there. One more dojo.
Yeah, let's get out.
Keep fighting the back.
Yo, two in tomorrow. Up front, bro.
I got him. I'm big annoying. I have to play for me.
He's on you. Staying top blue. I'm going P2, one P2, Doug. No one has time. I can grab it.
Go to weak. Nice. I'm helping you.
Nice, Havoc.
Oh, you're
Nice.
I'm going top window. Your beacon's open. Your beacon's open. I have your
I have P2.
going outside. Yes.
Beacon, yo, one shot low binds.
Beacon
Right,
outside.
yes. He's challenging. Beacon still.
Nice, good job. He's gonna fly time.
Guys, one right.
Two left. Wait right. Icons. Behind us.
Back right. Yeah, are you?
That was a decent initial setup on that hill.
Close back. One in P2.
Kind of tore it up a little too much.
Yeah, is it P2?
We should focus spawns though. We're not hitting the right route, yeah?
Should we are back in the back? I'm guaranteeing
Two in the back. Got one. Is that all of them?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the right. I'm blocking. Go crazy.
I stop all your left. Like P1 or mid.
I have the deep routes.
They're hit your mid right. I promise. They're hit your mid right.
One in the back of me. Back dead.
Just
Back dead.
Shit.
Let's go in the back of me. Let's go in the back. They're playing for spawns. They're trying to play flag. He's laying down your left. Bully that guy. Both of you. They're gonna go. Nice.
I'm done.
We got lead change. Keep shoot.
I'm broken.
Here with you.
Couches down.
Push forward.
One couches.
I'm done.
Two. Guarantee these skills. Do not try this. Let them push you.
Yeah, I'm with you,
I
Jen.
hear that.
They can jump. In the back, done.
Play my back dojo, guys.
Lobby.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I already heard you.
Each other over here. One shot.
I'm here.
Outer dojo. Easy kill.
Oh my god. Pistol, bro.
Nice. Good job.
Tried to reload.
I'm having time. Grab back dojo.
I'm mid.
Oh, Swooty just shouting. I'm gonna go fuck.
Yeah, one shot hide. I promise. Outer 10.
Yeah, try to. Fuck mid, bro. Let's run back and get dojo.
Okay. I'm kind of already here. You guys know. Bombing me. Weak 10.
10 flying.
Chalk to one shot time, Daniel.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I feel like I'm like, this sounds troll as fuck, some common bullshit, but I'm not trolling. I bet you if I had a week with Sabri, I could make him 3 times a player. I'm not even trolling. Like one-on-one VOD, I actually could turn this guy into a god. Oh, we're flipping. have been a little sus.
They spawned there behind time fast.
They're dead.
On the tree.
Somewhere on the tree dead. I'm only back
Nice.
to back
Surface. Yeah,
Back
Legend,
right
pick
now?
a small.
Yo, ammo. Small
Back
down.
dead.
Small.
Trophies are gone.
Pass
Yeah,
them all,
They have to
small.
fly at me, Kurt. Jordan.
Yeah, I have your up. Pick the I have small. your up. Hey, one more small.
Small down. Somewhere in the back.
Three in the small.
One more. Help me.
Hold.
Come to time.
I'm
Sweet.
Cyber cross, don't pick Cyber cross.
Heard that.
Take your time. There's my front. Walking back. He's one actually. Icon's front.
Beacon. Being Dodger, I'm pretty sure.
One shot icons, bro.
It's on the back.
I know.
Could be getting set up
Front
next.
door hill.
Yeah, it went over.
I hear you, bro.
I have the back. Don't worry. They can't fight.
Yeah, right, bro. I don't know where he went.
She hold me.
Challenger shrooms, Mr. McNuggy meal.
Oh my god, who the fuck?
What's up?
Good
Can you
pinch.
chop?
They're hard anyways. I'll get these numbers.
I'm trying.
Good numbers.
Weak on time. Nice. Yeah, bum. Push. You should go left, though. Actually, I'm just gonna find
No, he went back to his next. He went to his next.
That would be cool one day.
You're gonna be in the back. One shot hill. I have a kill. I got one more in hill. Push out front. Last guy hill. Block the back, Jordan. Go back.
There's money light. Yo, I'm in
push up.
I'm already fighting hard. You're getting caught. You're getting fucked up.
Four. Where are they spawning? Go,
They rotated. I'm flanking him.
There, go. Leave.
On the desk, dead.
Play slow white sides. One's gonna spawn out behind us, I believe.
Yeah, that's fine.
This one's up behind us.
Swash through. Let's see if we get these later.
Yeah, with you, Swoop. I have a sub, man.
The other two, we're putting the other off spawn.
Take your time. Yo, he's up there.
Inside.
Nice Mondo, guys.
I'm playing my life.
Hey, one dragon.
The whole palace complex, a common mistake.
One's on my heady weak and one's close, I believe.
I'll hit mid. Mid room done.
On my assist. I'm waiting.
You guys should go. Go mid.
He's out already.
They're trying you guys.
Stay alive, Jordan. Stay alive. Take routes.
Yeah. Okay, mid.
Play. Encourage, like, play old. Yup, love it. Great play.
One shot. He hit.
Nice. That's good scrap.
We win.
Great play. Encourage me.
Have mid.
Yo, one shot. Nice, Jordan. Nice.
I got mid. Good job,
Yeah. Get ready, hold.
Our routes are just a little out.
Yeah.
Fucky duck. No, I'm just kidding. Keep it up though. We're actually playing pretty good. Like a lot better than yesterday. We're playing a lot
like we played yesterday. We actually played really good on the ground yesterday.
Yep.
Like all of our setups we got into, our breaks, they just keep communicating. And if we get kills on the P3, it's the first P3 to P4, and we get kills, have an AR go to the back right of P3, fucking shoot over, look at the cut in P4, and then you guys just...
His Victoria was kind of cracked. I didn't know she was.
I'm gonna try to get in spinner.
Okay, I'm trying some, bro. I'm going out already. I know you land down
Fuck.
Nothing done.
One shot spinner.
Alright, this is a map I actually don't have a lot of reps on watching.
He went back. We should play for this guy.
Close. Is that I'm not dubs.
I'm playing slow.
Hit a route. I'm gonna hit this window.
I'll take your time.
Wait, with you.
Both one shot hiding and...
Nice, one more. Be on the wall.
Nice.
I have the left. Pick up the right. I have all the left.
I have all the right. Front dubs.
I have all the left.
Front double door. Nice. Big time me. Not correct. I don't want to not right.
I'm getting aggressive. Yeah, pick up the right. Is that four?
Yeah.
All left. He's challenging me over.
There's no guy off hold. He's going front. Yo, one shot, bottom dub. Nice, good shot, backing up.
I have all in mid. I got mid. Can you keep looking left, sir? Keep looking left, sir.
Long. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Long, too long, both weak. Too long, both weak. I'm right up. I'm looking long.
Weak mid.
Yeah, yeah. I should have played
across.
Playing your cross. Front. He's already there. I'll see another time, bro.
I'm playing.
Yo, connect your inner low. On the back barrel. Back barrel heading.
Got one.
Got two. Trying to get it. Nice. One more inner. He's gonna peek your front right now. Icon.
Oh, three.
All good.
My fucking L. So weak. Compared to like who's around us.
Watch your right.
One's out right. My bad. Trust you. One's out right, sir. That was good. Dog. Dog is out.
Five.
Coming up here. 100 mid, actually. 100 mid hit through.
Help me in the back. Please help me in the back.
That's fine.
Good help. Off front. Last guy front. Right, get a setup. Hit a route right.
Stay on mid.
I'm blocking.
They're spine deep now.
I'm gonna give it the back now. That guy's gonna flip it. I'm in mid.
They don't know.
I'll make sure.
That P2 right now.
No windows. Icons. I'm right there.
Window dead. Here comes.
EP1. I'm just banging time.
One more mid. I'm gonna hold the back. They cannot flank. Flank that.
Oh, we got here.
How much you gonna flank? Yeah, flanking. He's one shot on the flank.
I knew it, bro.
Not my phone. They keep attacking me. I got 5 turns to establish my dominance. Look at you! You're all over Brazil.
Economics is...
I'm just not going for a religious win. I just don't know how it works, I'll be honest with you. Fuck off. Look, my war will end. My turns are over. It's not the same for you guys. You guys are like fucking going crazy on there. Fucking paper here.
Sub out more than they are on this match for it. I think like 60 points is good, but I think sub is just better most of the time.
Continued access to premium benefits.
I'm getting their base. I'm getting their base, bro. They're spawning out left. They're spawning out right. Trust. They're spawning out right. Spawning out right. Spawning out right. One more. Cross back building. Wait, hold it. That's what we gotta hold it right there, boys. Flank fast. Go. Don't wrap. Flank. Go.
He went front, probably. He went front.
He's on ball dead. They're going. They went up mid. Up mid to A. Up mid to back to B. Back to B.
I'm going.
Go left. Leave that guy.
Yeah. Go fast.
I'm getting broken. I get the ball.
New overload device. Inside.
I'm playing side.
No way.
Fuck off, we're done. One more on that. One more on that. Hit that guy and wrap it to us. Wrap it left. One shot. Just 2 mid, right and left. You right now. P1 dead. One on you. Good on. Our side, hide. Guys, focus getting the ball out. We have to.
He's just holding that.
I feel like Legend is gonna be a really overload player once he gets things understood.
Everyone, we have numbers. 2v2 here.
You just push up our vines right
I did. Let's go see the
There's some mid. There's some mid. Yeah.
Should die.
You're going left. Looking over you.
Two left. Blue green beacon.
I have beacon.
One's in our water. One's in our server. One our vines, one beacon lane down.
I have ball.
One shot. Ruby.
It can't be their you.
Beacon. Okay, he's there.
Can we grab things? Yeah, come on, wait, he might flank mid.
Flank him, bien, you Beacon still chipping.
One shot, they're going mid to right. Server.
Oh, server power. Dude, right?
Server.
Our military.
Human nature.
That with the server out on the side is like.
I don't mind this route. This is a good route now. This is a good play. This is a good play.
We could start going on. Come left.
Encourage to sit around. Actually, no, we can push. That was a really good play.
I'm coming, Jordan. I'm coming.
Wait for the pinch.
I'm coming.
two.
I go top window and then Jordan. Window or top bottom right? Nothing bottom right?
Yo, he's inner P1, inner P1.
I'm behind them, I'm behind them, I'm behind them, I'm behind them. I'm gonna come and play ball, play ball. Line's dead, you dead. I have the cross, go B, go left, I have the cross. Good break. Break worked, but...
Either somebody else out there. Oh, there's like 2 massive pockets.
Chop dead, I'm going... Yeah, go left. Where's this guy's...
This guy right side, lookers.
Yeah, he didn't go mid, he flanked, stress. I have the cross now. I have B cross now. I got one. I'm gonna cross. Nice, I have cross. Just follow this last guy. One cross, 2 cross.
They're all there. They're both window. It's okay, we got up the window.
Yeah. Window.
Come left, let me spawn. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. One's gonna be close. You're close to me too.
Back there.
Looking for one. On ball, last guy. I'm going left.
Oh, we slammed it. Oh. Ouch.
Yeah, we saw it.
I got another, I need help, bro.
I can't speak.
I don't see bomb. BSD. Oh, BSD. He's in lockers. That's right. Lockers. I did.
We need to clear the right.
Right when I let go. He's in the back. Looking back.
Okay, couches. Couches is not moving.
Oh, they didn't cap that? Wow, they actually got that.
Oh, you know, it's cool.
Hit this with me, Swoop.
Are they? Oh.
Oh. Get the swoop. I have radar. Yo, come back. Don't go this time. Come back. Yes, we are. They're on ball right now.
Last guy's
I fucking ate their shit. 31. Yeah. That's a good play to let them grab the ball. Who gives a fuck about the ball? That's good numbers.
I think you guys just started second.
Our spawn back there. Control it, bro.
Yeah, it's every week. Viva, I was like on the actual overload, bro. Like, I get to BSD. Like, that's what I get to BSD. Like, I'm not, I didn't know B bomb actually meant
P2, do the same hardware break. Right, okay? But we're still gonna go left. I'm gonna put you in the top blue, but I'm gonna block this one.
This is what I'm most interested about. Crazy.
Yo, he's going out. He's already our trailer. 2 our trailer. They're just spawn killing.
I'm in there blue.
The 2 off spawn are gonna grab. These guys are. No, top green.
Grabbing dead.
He's probably gonna be motel. He's on your guys' left somewhere.
Hey, grab that. I killed him. I think I'll top blue.
Green again. I can stop him. He's our captain.
Maybe mark him. Top blue dead. I'm blocking left. Yes, come left. Come here.
Hey, John, get the ball left. Spawn right again. Yo, top blue. No,
I'm in there blue. I'm just gonna kill him. I'm gonna reflank this one.
Clear left.
Apart from the set.
Nice, good shot. Look at our top green.
Top blue. One's marked right now.
Top blue.
Mark it.
I'm backing up to plane. Mark it done.
I'm going to
front white wall.
I'm outside mark right now. I'm gonna run mid. I'm going, bro. I'm going. They're gonna pinch. I'm going.
Actually, where is your army?
One more, Kurt. He's in market and marker right now. Shouting.
Probably.
Spawn left. Let's see if we spawn right.
One's marking him. Losing.
Yeah, no, left. One ACD icon, he's out here. Yeah, flick this. I'll grab out spawn. Through left. Might just grab it. One across, he can hit roof. Hold on. I got it. Yeah, last one chalked in the back. Top blue.
I have the cross out. Yep, I have the cross out. I have the P2 cross out.
I'm gonna ape their spawners. I'm aping spawners.
I missed it.
I'm going around. Nice.
Come in.
Rat. Great ratage. Nice. He takes space on the left here. Sabrina comes mid while it's mid fights on. No skims. Sabrina should get a dog kill here. Make dead. Mid.
P1 watcher on the track.
There's two outside market.
Calm on that, my sweet.
Watch out. 2 pushing plane. One is watcher. 2 pushing plane.
Cole should rat this. We should rat this. Loki laying down there and ratting it.
A great.
Bolts on a route. Spawn kill.
Maybe.
What top blue behind you?
Watch your right one.
Middle high. Yo, through left on his side.
One more crossing. One touch it. Push it up there.
Oh my god, we have another chance.
No, just die, bro.
No, you guys can always grab the ball the first round. When you die and it drops around you.
Good.
I'm dead in market. I got needed. They might just upgrade it. 2 our truck.
understand.
They're in our booth already.
Yo, he's our couple. Jump down. Jump down. Close
Yo,
up.
one way motel, Yeez. Yeez, one shot dish.
What was on our tank somewhere? Let's be probably honest.
One our dish, Yeez.
Top blue me, guys. We gotta kill our base first. Base first.
Yeah, I'm in our base.
Trying to find this guy.
Dead.
Top blue, top motel.
I'm gonna help you.
He's top motel, he jumped out of you guys, motel.
I'm wrapping back.
Top dead.
Spinning.
Got him.
Grab, you're already spawning right.
I'm going.
I got top green.
You got it.
Nice.
I'm shifting
Yo,
right.
he's low, Havoc. When you regen, you left. Get out. One of them. They're spawning motel right now. No, those guys aren't. The other two are.
Alright, one's pushed out our hut already.
Yeah, the two are spawning out. I'm spawn killing.
First guy left.
He's pissed.
Never criticize a right.
This guy Legend is always permanently blocking, bro. I love it. He's always in fucking kills. Oh, good nade. Great nade.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not trying to be cool from him. His army's been 10 this whole time.
So good.
Why the French haven't tried to take him down, I'm not.
But an
No
overload
idea.
team's like in front of him.
So frustrating.
Understand like what he needs to do. Like I can tell, you can see it. Like an overload, when you got spawns are flipping, your map's moving. I get it. It's a little more annoying. It's so obvious when you watch him play Overload. The game is in front of him. The spawns are in front of him. Like he can understand things, and he's still taking good routes. Like he's definitely got it.
On the plane down. There's that guy close.
I'm gonna push up.
Who's Havoc? He's this rank play player that just got picked up as a stallion, so they're giving him a chance.
Get that. I'm pushing up.
Hey, we spawn here. Listen. We'll be alright.
I'm holding the cut. In the cut.
One in motel. I cut one shot on the truck.
I'm just crossing. Just look at me. I'm just crossing.
Nice, guys. Great job. I'm going left.
Yeah, just drop left.
Fucking shit on pussy.
Two on me left. One more Yeez. Our left side.
I had two cut, I think. I'm going right. Wait, one thing.
You watch that high
That's not sneaky. I got to the top. There's one left. Nice, grab ball then, grab ball. Grab it. Wrap it, but go back to me. Push up the right. Go right, Sweet, go right.
Having seen a non.
Thank you. Are you getting open?
Okay, this is a win.
That's what I'm talking about, boys.
Good map.
The race mod.
That was fucking perfect.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I didn't check if doing the George Clark at my boss would be appropriate. Go, dogs!
So we need
That's not. Checking Allstate first was smart. Barking at my boss. Boom.
Yes. Found me. I religion.
Goes to Seattle for the NFC Championship.
Can't get no better than this, man. Playoff football. Dream about when you were a kid. That's why I used to watch NFL film.
Defend them. You see everybody around them. That's all I need.
Chemists do not.
Welcome to the next generation of website creation. Wix Harmony. Get the power of AI and the freedom of drag and drop to turn your words into a website with purpose and a brand that's entirely yours to shape. Work alongside Aria, your personal AI agent. Ask for anything from pages to functions, and there it is. Then, between instant generation
another continent.
push it further and let it sit.
Your Excellency. Neighbor.
What I like about City.
Craft a brand identity that's all yours. Generate advanced.
Mic check, mic! Microphone check! 1, 2. Woo! Come on, baby! Shut up, John!
In fairness, thank you for the $5, Doc. Any streamers from back in the day you miss streaming?
Oh,
anyone that you miss? I'm trying to think. I mean, I do miss playing with Timmy. I think secretly Timmy. I mean, Timmy misses the 2-time too. The problem is a lot of agencies control.
That side looks fucking
conversations,
crazy
right?
too.
Hey, don't play. It's right now. It's risky to play with them because then we can't get these sponsorships, and then we're gonna get caught. Like,
But I do miss playing with Timmy. Nick Merchant? No, I don't miss. Fuck that phony.
bitches, obviously. I mean, yeah, there's a couple. Hallie, yeah, absolutely. But we're over here, champs, doing our thing. They have to network and collaborate and just it's if you really look at it, like there's only like 2 or 3 agencies in the space, and they all of them own all these streamers, and that's why they all network and collaborate and they stay. That's how they stay relevant. But we're over here, kind of just doing our own thing, and I'm good. By the way, it's Friday. God, I look good today, huh?
talk about a fucking snooze. Anything else? What about Z? Listen, I miss playing with Z. Again, it just comes down to like this whole like you had the internet convince you and fool you and you jumped on this whole hype train of demoralizing the two-time or trying to and people trying to. We're a year and a half past that, and look at us, we're thriving. I'm looking good, I'm feeling good. My team's feeling good. 2026, we're here, we're rolling. Summit 1G, you know, you guys know how I feel. In fact, I don't want to speak too much on Summit because I don't think Summit ever, even going back to the H1Z1 days, ever liked it when I spoke on him. Whether it was positive or giving him a hard time, being a better PUBG player and overall kind of gamer in general. You know what? Summit's always been my favorite. He's always been my go-to and still's my go-to. Maybe a late night cocktail. Hey, let's throw Summit on. Is he playing Tarkov? Oof. He's a classic. He's an OG. He's one of the greatest, if not my favorite. And I've always respected the fact that he never spoke out on anything. Like, and he gets it. That's the right answer. Not being some fucking 5'6" wannabe tough guy punk going on some low-budget podcast. What was that? Hanging boys on the bus or something like that. Not doing that and talking about like shut the fuck up, man. Thank you for the $5 Rumble rant. Burnt Peanut constantly talks shit about you. God. Never played with him, never met him. I don't watch him. I don't, you know, I've caught a couple clips. I thought he was funny for those clips. I'm never gonna hate on anybody else's success. Good for him for running the show right now. You gotta remember this whole entertainment business it's an up and down trend. As a two-time, going all the way back to 1993, playing on the Sega Genesis, champion in Vallejo, California, in front of the Killer Whale exhibit on a 32-inch tube TV, using Sean Payton on NBA Jam, winning this championship. I've been doing it since then, and I've been very fortunate to be where we're at today, still at the top.
My Life, My Quit is a free quit program made just for teens. You can get help to quit any nicotine product, including vapes, pouches, chew, or cigarettes. It's your moment. Join My Life, My Quit today.
Through the high highs, through the low lows, win, lose, through heartbreaks, triumphs, and everything in between. Work hard, and Chapman Automotive are with you every mile, no matter what team you're on. And with 11 brands across 12 locations, Chapman Automotive makes
An enormous and lofty column of flame.
You know. You got any sniper there right now? I can't believe what just happened. Third party. You can't shoot to the fucking steps! We're at? No. What? What? Try to win a gunfight next. Try to get more than 2 viewers on your failing YouTube channel. Is this where things are gonna go today? Unathletic fucking game! Unathletic game! The momentum of my throat throws me in and it makes me stumble and I can't backpedal. So fucking game. It's built for people that have a bad Wi-Fi connection, that play on 85-inch screen TVs on their couch with a wireless controller that has a battery percentage of 5% left on the battery. Gameplay looks atrocious. You know what looks atrocious? TT Tech is your paycheck. Fucking stupid! Stupid ass This game is so overrated because it's the fucking only thing! It's the only thing out there! Overrated game! This game doesn't fucking come close to H1Z1, I'll tell you that right now. This game is training wheels for shooter games. That's what it is, and that's why everyone loves it. Everyone loves this game because it has training wheels, and it's made. Oh god. Like, nice combat too. I can't even see the guy! I'm shooting darkness! And then here comes a boom, 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 boom! Instant discussion! Combat is fucking trash! Lengthen the fucking clip! This game is for fat fucks that have no athleticism and they want to feel success in some sort of way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then 14.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Doc, you gonna sue Lego for what they did to you in the Jack-O-Lantern club set? What? Take a look. Lawyers are reaching out. Yeah. What the hell is this? I don't care if they're multi-billion-dollar. And I don't. Fuck, man, that's gonna be a tough case.
Tense situation. Let's jump right
Science.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on board. And violent roll right now as he makes his way around the outside portion of this particular point of interest, aka POI. If you don't know what that is, please go do some research and maybe go get a game development degree. The rotation is real. The rim and third-person head glitching is outstanding. The techniques being displayed in front of millions around the world, they're extremely advanced. You're welcome. Here he comes. Here comes the crouch blocker. Oh, here they come. Oh, one shot, two shot goes out. Three shots goes out, four shots goes out. One goes down. And ladies and gentlemen, we're in a 1v1 situation. Grenades are going out. And just like that, Viz says,
We gotta get right in their face.
Viz says we gotta get right in the face using the in-game communication system. Shots going out, boom. Sent the fuck down. Boom, boom.
No, bro, no. Can't believe it.
You're too fucking green. Turn the red up. Says big frontal lobe. Holy shit. Oh, here we go again. Doc, you look a little pale. Should we saturate it up a little bit? Here, let's try this. You ready? How's that? Just initial. Lighting is off. Your teeth are off. Champs, what are we thinking about today's session? Are you thinking, are we incredible, or do you think we suck? Is what I'm saying. Do yourself a favor, like the video, follow the channel. Let's get right back in. Sloppy, drooly, unstaffed, trapped in their mommy's basement. I've got an epic profile, and I'll teach you a lesson on my keyboard. I know. It's a shock factor. There he is. Look at how good looking he is. Look at the jawline. Look at the complexion. Look at the fucking multi-million-dollar.
Ours look at that are
I'm not.
all night. All.
Ballet project.
Sometimes, because bro really is the worst human alive. Happy there. Horrible at his job. No respect for him. But cool on you for second chance. You're an incredible human. Thank you for that $10 super chat donation. We've got Resident Evil around the corner, so we've got some good variation. So for all these fat guys, look, Arc Raiders again. Oh fuck, man. What do you want to play? Counter-Strike? Fucking Tarkov? Doc, maybe play the damn game. How about shut up? Oh, you got me good. You got a good, real sneak attack on you. You got me real good on that one. Hey, I'll revive you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I got no materials. I got a free loadout. I'm just here to get out. I want you to farm for me. There's your part. tell what he was saying. Give me a fart? I thought he was saying, give me a fart. Fart, bark for me? Two bark farts to each other? Give me a fart. That's bark for me. Okay. So you at least we're on the same page. I understand. It was like, give me a bark, give me a bark. Give me a bark, give me a bark. Give me a bark! I'll never forget, I was with my buddy. This was like in high school. And we had to go to the library for something. You know, libraries, quiet, everything. And on the exit of this particular library, there's like this kind of like this long sort of hallway, and kids would sit down on the left and right reading their books, you know, on the ground, and it's like a kind of a hallway. Jump! Exit the place, exit to the place. My buddy was behind me. I don't know, it was just one of those moments where it was a perfect opportunity, and I knew that I could stretch it out for a good solid like 7 seconds, and I just unleashed a fart, and it was, I mean, it was like walking all the way through this fucking hallway out the door. It was unbelievable. Wake up, stop camping. Jeez, shut the fuck up, April. We just knocked 2 guys. Right, we just went to the hottest zone on the map, and you're telling me, fucking wake up, stop camping. Shut the, you fat pussy. People are calling us, calling this game Attic Raiders. Not Arc Raiders, Attic Raiders. Attic Raiders. This game again, sigh. Yeah, because there's a lot of fucking games out there that are getting people super excited to play right now. Like, if you really want to break it down, right now, out of all times in the history of video games, right now might be, if Arc Raiders wasn't around, right now might be one of the absolute snooziest times in the history of gaming and online PvP. If, like, imagine if Arc Raiders just didn't exist, what the fuck, like, tell me what would we be playing?
Let's see if I can crawl away to it. I think I might be able to.
Grab the ledge! God, the game's so unathletic, man. Like, out of breath! Doc, you need to stay in cover. This game is not designed for running away. I just want to read stupidity. Doc, you need to stay in cover. This game is not designed for running away. Wait, did you hear that? Yeah, someone's here. Someone just healed.
Okay.
I think there's a team of 2.
Trente, help me.
That guy's low on the corner. I'm gonna crawl to you. He slid down. He's trying to put me out.
Crawl in here.
Yep.
He's pushing.
Yep. He's one shot. God.
No way.
Might be able to get me.
Oh.
Good shit, Miss.
Haven't even fought anybody.
Oh my gosh! I thought I got him. I don't know if he was his friend then or something.
Glad I could help you out there, Viz. This is the no shield general. Hey guys, Dr. Disrespect. If you notice behind me, I don't have a shield. What do we call that? It's a no shield challenge. Please like my video, subscribe to the channel. Wow. I forgot that I didn't have a shield. Sorry, Viz. It's not as fun when you die as much as you do, says Evan IRC. When you got ugly looking braces like you do, Evan, it's it's not as fun to eat beef jerky, is it, pussy? How unathletic and pussy of a game is this? It's so fucking overrated, and you know it. People are actually getting popular because of this fucking game. I can't believe it. Because of the game, they're getting popular. There was no fucking audio for nothing. I'm telling you, huh? I'm not. Come on through. Come on through. Is that right? Are we gonna fucking talk again? I don't know. I'm mantling up. Oh god, I'm out of fucking breath off a mantle. Boy, we got real far on that sprint, huh? We're gonna get this guy. He went all the way up top. It's you and I against him. Holy shit! I'm kind of over the game. I'm over it. Look at that thing go. I've just got to mute him. Right when I'm about to putt, I don't want to. I don't want to hear nothing. See, so much more clear.
Dude, I haven't even
Nice
done a
little
warm
chip
on
there.
this.
And I'm kind of hoping for him now. If he sinks, he wins the match. This fucking John guy, huh? Absolute incredible day inside the arena. 5.5, 6 hours of athletic, and I mean athletic, art creator, right into a golf game.
No one stopped.
Is that our scout? Did this man just quit his job? Motherfucker, we were waiting for you to find that continent. What did we make you for?
and corporate events. Dive into fun that never stops and create unforgettable moments in Mesa, Arizona. Experience
This
the
writer
adventure today.
Amory Blaine inherited from...
It's your time to push your limits. U.S. Army Reserve.
What a fucking... This game's built for pussies. It is. Everyone puts a fake smile on, and they go, God, we're having a good time. Art Raiders, yeah. Dude, fucking bought like 40
Remember that
fucking viewers, and let's create artificial excitement over this fucking Swedish skittle game. It's obvious. Oh my God, man. This is... God, when was the last time you
So I decided to gamble and fucking loot the body so I can listen immediately. And they give us nothing.
She was dazzled.
Before I fall asleep! Doc, change your name to Dr. Crybaby. The goal's to not die. You should try it sometime. Did you ask your mommy for that one? Hey, mommy, give me an idea of the info Dr. Disrespect. You're such a fucking pussy. Don't fucking tell me how to play. Don't go, Doc, you gotta play quieter. Doc, you gotta just stop, engage. Doc, you gotta like, know how to pick your fight. Doc, sometimes you just can't fight. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. We've been having a really good time with creators. A really good time. And it's pretty amazing. Alex, what he can do. Me all morning on the way to the arena today. Say, hey, watch my latest edit. I took your last 8-hour beautiful stream of Arc Raiders, and I wanted to show the world that you're just having a great time with Arc Raiders, and it's a super fun experience. So he's been wanting me to watch it. I'm dead here because it's
What would be your biggest challenge in a job like this?
I shop here a lot. I feel like I should have it all. Just want to take it all home, eat it up, and shoot it out my eyes. So like, give it to me. It's mine anyway.
Such a good answer.
What's a booster? Somebody that steal clothes from a store and sell it at a discount price? It's like community service.
Is this the right video? Come on, baby. Come on.
Simile Lois, kai lesti reglo I...
I'm for this one. Keep it going. Let's go.
At least you're gonna kill me.
No, we've changed reasoning with people. There's been a dramatic change. I gotta spend 10 minutes fucking putting together a class of art getting really pissed off. And I shouldn't get pissed off. I wanna God, man. I'm in! Get in the fucking door! Fucking game's so unathletic. What am I hitting right there? What am I hitting? What is that? What is that? What I'm saying is the straight feet behind the cover. Not me! Fun! Hey, John, yeah. How can we make solos so much more exciting? Throw more. Is this the video? Unbelievable. Alright, easy. Trashy fucking stupid ass. Easy. Little third grade. Easy. His refusal to heal is something to be studied. Like do you Don't say it. Get the modular doc? I don't fucking know, man. I know you guys have all the answers. I know. Oh, you got this. Oh God, no. I'm dead here because it's fucking don't. No, don't say it. Don't say it. A gameplay that's getting so old and it doesn't come close to H1Z1 DSM levels. Hey, do you wanna team up and play trios and we link our Twitch channels together so we can all stay relevant? Community fan accounts too. Alright, that's turn it off, Al. It really is up to you. Can I call my agency and let them know we're doing a collaboration? Maybe we can get a campaign deal out of this. Maybe gamble some and do some slots and machines. Alright, I'm not fucking watching this anymore, okay? New Marathon developer insight. You know, this is one of these games. In the beginning, no interest. The very first time we saw the game, I had zero. None. We went through that damage thing, and they're playing damage control. But then, like, they kind of got locked in. I feel like a little bit from a development standpoint. I mean, it's still not like.
Depending on your play style, if you're like some mechanics back and it's just like, you're someone who likes
Guico for the Kanata 5. I'm gonna let you guys know. Art Raiders solo has got to be the biggest pussy online experience ever in the history of shooter games. Don't you? That's me. I tried listening to you. I tried listening to you, Doc. You should try to like negotiate. Try to be a nice guy. Don't take every fight. I tried fucking listening to you. Why don't you go play Call of Duty Mobile? Fuck out of here. Come on, into the fire. Hey there. No, you're not a friendly. Wait. Now you're okay. Hold on. No. Before you. Here, let me open that door for you.
The fucking four of them.
It's like a zombie game. Stepped into that. Doc, how come you only read YouTube chat but not Rumble? Says Big Frontal Lobe because you keep spamming your same fucking thing. There's nothing. No, auto accurate audio.
There are three things. The release of atom power.
Brother, just play Battlefield 6 for a while. Actually, a Joy says Fearless Cheshire Cat with a 9.99. These people that are new to the arena, you kind of have to point fingers at them and make fun of them. Just play Battlefield 6. That fucking comment, that donation, that $10 donation, it's still in the back of my mind. That's all I can think about right now. Brother. It starts off with the word brother. Try turning on night mode in the settings. Oh, night mode? Dude, I never thought of that. Huh. Oh god. Output mode, night mode. Oh, it's on! like I'm getting delayed. I'm so unathletic. Doc, how about a playthrough of a single player game just to get away for a little bit? Maybe a Souls-like game we haven't played yet. Or maybe we should go play Battlefield 6. Yes! Go ahead, circle me. Oh, got your partner. Got your partner. Oh, got a two-piece. Oh, you gonna sneak in on the action? Come on over here. I've been waiting for you. Let me get my gun reloaded. Skid, thank you for the 4.99, brother. If you don't like Arc Raiders, play Battlefield 6. Nice shots.
Champs, I appreciate all the donations, the commitments, the recommitments to the Champions Club, not just today, but all week and all month and all year long for over a decade. We've been doing it. And you always put a multi-million-dollar smile on my face, and in return, I try to do the same. And I know some of you are still broke, but we'll figure it out. Anyways, I gotta go. Friday evening. We'll talk to you later.
My name is Jamal. I am a professional chef Working long days as a shoe, it's very important to choose the right shoes for your feet. When I come to a runner store, it's like a candy store for me. They scan your feet, and that's how you become more aware about which part of your feet that is having pain. When I wear the right shoes, I don't think about the pain I go through. Anybody who works for long hours in the day, they should come to World Runner Sports.
Come with me to South Ashley's President's Day sale. This place is littered with deals. Luxury items as low as $349.
And I know some of you are still broke, but we'll figure it out. Anyways, I gotta go. Enjoy the rest of your Friday evening. We'll talk to you later.
Zip, 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 zip. I think I'm dead here. 'Cause it's
Don't watch the big clock. Do what it does.
hello and first game in. Too hard. Not too much. Not too much. Left here. No. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Oh. Ah. This one's looking good so far. Continuing on its line. Oh. Down. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk. Well, because I thought you threatened me.
Dude, I know you.
I thought you. I thought you threatened me.
Hey, man, you're lucky I like you, watch you, you entertain.
Hey, appreciate it.
Please, if you're gonna kill me,
No,
do it on stream, I guess.
No, we've come to reasoning with people.
All right, cool, man. I'm just gonna go.
Enjoy your
some
time.
Hornets now.
Enjoy your time. Okay.
That was fun, man.
A lot of fun. I gotta spend 10 minutes fucking putting together a class. I'm already getting really pissed off. And I shouldn't. I shouldn't get pissed off. Why would I be upset?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest. Ed. The brown dog.
Fucking game's
Good boy.
What am I hitting right there? What am I hitting? What the fuck? What is that? What is that? What I'm saying is a straight feet behind the cover. Hey, John, yeah. How can we make solos so much more exciting? Throw more arcs in there.
Don't say a word.
Proximity chat. Riz is severely lagging. What does that mean? It's like code. Are you talking shit? Shut up, Paul. Dude, are you friendly? This game's made gamers soft, hasn't it? What do you mean for no reason? You're in an online fucking game! You're in an online game! What do you mean no reason? You got stupid ass fucking things that are just ruining the entire fight. Trashy fucking stupid ass goofy shit designed for little third graders going, oh darn it! His refusal to heal is something to be studied. Like do you Fuck! Get the modular dock? I don't fucking know, man. I know you guys have all the answers. I know. Oh, you got the Zip, 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 zip. I think I'm dead here because it's fucking an athletic game!
A gameplay that's getting so old and it doesn't come close to H1Z1 VSM levels. And it's overplayed, and we all fake our energy and try to create artificial excitement over the game so that we could stay relevant in the industry. Hey, you wanna team up and play trios, and we link our Twitch channels together so we can all stay relevant amongst each other. And create a whole bunch of artificial intelligent community fan accounts to continue our energy. And we never stop being fake and phony with our Hey, you wanna pretend to jack up our numbers and make a joint stream, and it makes it artificially look like we have way more viewership than everyone else, and we'll throw a couple botted lobbies in there too, and a couple botted accounts, 20 to 30% maybe, I don't know, but it's up to you. It really is up to you. Should I call my agency and let them know we're doing a collaboration? Maybe we can get a collaborative campaign deal out of this. Maybe gamble some and do some slots and machines and burn our fucking brain cells when we're just selling out our soul.
It isn't.
A world with the class struggle.
Selling out our
Trashy, unathletic, boring. Solo experience, fucking boring. Horrible. Can't do it. I can't. This most unathletic game ever. It might be the most overrated unathletic game in the history of video games. It might. It actually might. It might be. I go through a barrel roll to try to fucking ADS this guy for 40 seconds just to do that. Just a barrel roll into an ADS. It's like 33 seconds long. It's fucking unathletic, and you know it. All the way from level 1 to level 75. To the expedition. What else is it gonna offer? What else is it gonna offer the 2 times? Huh? I feel like it's not gonna offer nothing. No more. It's unathletic. Breathing heavy. Out of stamina. Fucking animation. Boom. Boom. The fuck out of here, man. I want precision and speed. Not Fruity Loops. Tippy toeing Fruity Loops. Where's the loot? Where's the loot? Huh? Where's the loot? Where's the loot? Are you friendly? We're having so much fun. Be fucking unathletic. It's a joke. It's a loot from cheating. Well, doctor, maybe it's a skill issue. Yeah, it's a skill issue. Level 4, level 3, level 2. He should have fucking had an injector. Oh yeah. Level 4, or what kind of attachments did you have? The dispersion and the fire rate? You might have. You probably could have had a 3rd attachment. That was true. Barren dead COD player can't even spell brain. Thinking about your education, Miles. I know. It's no surprise you don't have one. Genesis, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, NBA Jam, 32 inches. Do your fucking research. You guys are really pissing me off. That was like 40 years ago. Oh yeah? Michael Jordan, he won 6 championships, but that was like 20 something years. That was like 30 years ago. Let's forget about it. Violence, the speed, the momentum. On full display today was the millions that we accumulated in our creators and the athletic maneuvers, the eye-hand coordination, the reaction speed, the multi-million-dollar smile, the sound of the 1990 Lamborghini diablo that seems to be a V6 now and it's taken off
and Eddie. Sorry, not you. Roosevelt.
Cars haven't advanced that much.
I appreciate that. I didn't know you guys were big fans. Well, sure. How about this? We'll do something. If you can find my fucking Lamborghini, I'll give you a signed vest. Yeah. Get the chopper in the air. I hear. It just zoomed by. I'll look forward to hearing from you.
The way you see an idea in your mind and shape it into something that could only come from you. This is how website creation should be. Wix Harmony, the new way to create.
Red Bull gives you wings.
These videos are actually so funny. I don't know why I'm just cracking up.
I didn't know Maduro liked Arc Raiders. Cool. Hey, let's keep the politics out of the arena. Okay, Fire Maduro is back. Fire Maduro. Alright, let's lock in. We gotta make them remember today, bitch! Oh, this thing triggers somebody inside, yes. I say we wrap around to the outside and go to the door.
You saying right side, yeah?
Yep.
Flare in there already, Doc.
Yeah. I think that's too. Behind me, take enemy!
Other doorway. Other
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. They're fighting. Knock one.
Yep.
We got a guy on the right here.
Yep. Focus this guy right here. Not yet. Love this.
He's coming through. Yep, he's coming through.
He's on top.
Actually, I think you're right. I think he is on top.
Yeah, it's crouch walking.
It's very, very strange.
Yeah. What happened, doctor? You know what happened? Your brace is distracting me. Your ugly ass smile. That's what happened. You should go back to RedSec. You should go get a job on a Monday.
A lot of gifted memberships today that think they could just get away with this. Fire Maduro is going to get locked in. And you're going to see those results happen right now.
Whoa. Oh, you hear those shots? Oh, right here. We can go underneath, right?
You could. They're fighting in the building. They're in that building, Doc.
Yeah. You just open the door?
Barry's own that. Oh, well, I don't. Crazy.
I got one.
I broke one. I think it might be two.
Why anybody in here? Oh.
I'm opening a door.
Why are you mad? Why are you angry?
Yeah, it's more than one. Yeah, corner. Back corner. many dead people right here, Doc. There's 2 more over here too.
I love it. Take some of it.
There's bodies everywhere. There's so many bodies.
Okay, I think I looted everyone inside. Oh wow.
There's over there. And then there's these 2.
I'm at 157,000. I don't know about you.
137.
Okay. I think we head to the water treatment. To the extract. It's right on me.
I'm not to you, Doc. I was including this last body. The rockets are attacking you.
They just jumped out. They're underneath. They're underneath.
Oh my, dude, no way. Knock me. I'm knocked, Doc.
Okay. Can you jump down or no? I got you.
I'm killed. Just have to be careful. Just have to rocket 2s back up there for yourself.
I can get you.
I think I can move to that.
Okay. You jump right here?
Yeah, hold up for a second. Yeah. Oh, right here. He got him up!
You gotta quickly. Guy's down here. I think we gotta go up. Gotta get out of here.
He's targeting him. We see him around right side, I think.
Yep.
He's targeting us.
It's okay. We're okay. Miss, you're all right. Survive.
Now it's targeting them?
Yep. You're not knocked though, are you?
No, not yet. Not at all. I've been worried getting out of here with this thing.
I tagged her twice.
Coming. Can't let them leave.
He's inside, miss. I'm having returned it. I'm hitting it.
Push it.
I got it. Get the fuck out of here.
Heavy evil. I'm not gonna do it.
One dose of this is the closest thing to the fountain of youth anybody's ever gonna get.
Everyone wants beauty.
Beautiful people don't think the rules apply to them.
They get more dates, more attention, more.
Beauty is painful.
The good news is I lost another 5 pounds.
FX is the beauty. Now streaming on Hulu, and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers.
How many players?
What was that raid, Doc?
That was a crazy raid.
Holy crap.
Dude, I walked away from that raid with 10 weapons.
You know what's crazy? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We went into that fight and I know, man, we just.
I've never had. A Rocketeer assault the whole team trying to go out for the final second elevator. Holy crap.
What does everyone say? This is cinema?
That's exactly what that was.
Oh. Hey, you know what? That's a good one to end on. Oh, baby. That was a great raid. I appreciate the game, Viz.
Hey, right back at you, Doc. Hey, have a good rest of the day, man.
Yeah, you too. See you next time. Later.
You have a hash key, Doc? 'Cause I don't have any more.
Let me get right back to you, Viz, if you don't mind.
Champs, was the last time you stopped by the Gimnasio and jumped on one of these treadmills and took his butt naked and sweated it? Which like basically different. Rather than sweatpants over and everything's compact and you're sweating like. Anyways, follow me.
There were 7 wonders.
In case you didn't know.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh. I'm feeling athletic today. Eye-hand coordination, dialed in. Reaction speeds, minimum. Greek marble flooring. Massive posters. My interior decorators, they get paid big. But not as big as the Toon Time. Not when you're the back-to-back champion. Not when you've been doing it for over a decade at the tippity top. And trying to
We have further.
Many of us take in all works.
when you take a look around.
Round 1, fight.
The garage, thank you for the $10 donation. Doc, why couldn't you make it to your safe room? Guys, I said stop it. Number 1. And number 2, how about El Presidente Dr. Disrespecto?
Enough. The Arc Raiders grind continues, and we're not going to be stopped. You can hold the flag just 1 second ago.
You mind if I extract with you? Johnny, extract with you, Johnny? I am not gonna, I promise I will not shoot you. I will sprint right in. You and I are getting out of here in 3, 2, 1. Here we go, Johnny! Here we go, John! Friend! Oh, slow go, come on! Hey, Johnny, just put this guy down. He doesn't belong in here. He doesn't belong in here, Johnny. This guy doesn't belong in here, Johnny. You know it. This is ours, Johnny. Johnny, stay alive, Johnny! Stay alive, Johnny! Woo! Let's go! God, I feel good, man. Where's my fucking menu music? 2025, man, I'm telling you. The year of variety. In 2026, we might have to go that route again. That's going to be the very first thing. When GTA comes out, champs, the very first thing we're doing, it's literally, like, without doing it, like, if I can, like, avoid doing story mode or whatever, my very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to steal a fighter jet. Literally the first thing I'm doing. I don't know how, I don't know where the military base is. I don't know what we need to do to get in there, but that's going to be my first mission of GTA 6. Just want to let you know. I don't know. Hey, I don't think they have any air vehicles, Doc. Are you kidding me? You don't think GTA 6 doesn't have any air vehicles? Give me a break. You got this year better, Doc. Thanks for your time with us. Come on, man. All I do is show up into a $2.9 billion arena and have fun playing video games. I'm already over in cover. The first fucking thing I loot, I'm already fucking over in
So
cover.
exhausted Roosevelt, I won't lie.
It just takes forever to switch to my fucking bandages. It takes forever to switch to bandages and fucking move in this unathletic, overrated game. It takes forever. Once you're damaged from behind, there's nothing going on. Super positive. Maybe it was just just that raid that got us really upset right now. Maybe this game is actually really, really good. But like, there's some anger management that basically needs to be managed, you know? And so we're working hard through it. I'm working hard through it. I hope you guys understand, right? We're working hard through the anger management, and I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job. Stop. And fucking like, you're like, what the hell is that? Right? It's just like muffled, and it takes forever to eat. I don't know how anybody. Serious.
Through the high highs. Through the low lows. Or lose. Through heartbreaks, triumphs, and everything in between. Morgan and Chapman Automotive are with you every mile. No matter what team you're on. And with 11 brands across 12 locations, Chapman Automotive makes it easy to find your next vehicle.
I vape, but I don't on the weekends. I don't know. I don't really like to think about it.
Kind of a funny concept to me. Like, no offense. I don't know, kids. I don't know if you guys are inspiring. Like, you just want to like get up.
Once you have.
Good luck, man. Good luck. I don't want to tear you down on that. I have a hard time grasping the concept of like someone seriously just playing video games. Like me, yeah. I mean, championships. I get it. Lamborghinis, red carpets, multi-million-dollar deals. A couple lined up. Right? It's gonna be a good 2026. I'll tell you that. I mean, it's gotta be VSM or nothing. I mean, minimum, right? No selling out, no ads, none of that, right? We're not selling out nothing, no, but nothing. We're not running ads every We're not doing any of that, okay? We keep it simple on this channel.
Gilgameshaki.
You're not even close. I didn't read any donations. My bad, champ. Let me just read a couple right now. DM Thorpe, thank you for the $100 Rumble Rant. Thanks for filling my time with great entertainment this year. Hey, appreciate you being inside of the arena. Now, if you can like stop distracting me, I can play a fucking video. Wake up!
The great.
Is this some sort of joke? Dude, don't shoot me, man. Dude, I'm not. Can you come in here and get me? Fuck. I'm a friendly. I'm crawling around right now. I don't know if you open the door, you can just see me. I'm literally knocked right here in front of you. See me on the ground in the corner? Yeah. Diabrigio! Ow, my ass. Slide down my ass. Doc, I've got a new charcoal portrait for you. Check it out. It says Sizzle Master. Another charcoal portrait, huh? Let's take a look. Thank you. You got a lot of talent. Their charcoal portrait, huh? Let's take a look. You got a lot of talent. Doc, you should make a rap song. I'm not gonna make a rap song. And a Christmas album. Christmas album. I was working on a like a hook the other day, champs, just for fun. I don't know if you guys want to just hear it. Let me see if I can find it. It's called Bang Bang. It's just the hook. Terrible? Okay. Ew, brother, no. Okay. I hate it. Got it. Doc, play the fucking game. Okay. You know, and this is why I don't read chat ever in almost the 10 to 11 years that I've been inside of these games. Like, this is why. Good run. World record run late into, like, that's what we just fucking need to do. Just get ultra aggressive, PvP. Have fun. Make fun of the game. Instead of making fun of the game, let's make fun in the game. How about that? That's a good philosophy. Towerkin, thank you for the 20. Happy New Year's. Hope 2026 brings you nothing but success and great moments. Your funny attitude and positive energy. Yes, definitely positive. I appreciate that. Make the streams awesome. Always a pleasure to watch. Appreciate you being in here.
Oh, another blueprint! Another blueprint! Give me another blueprint!
Fire Mario is back. Stop, guys. Okay? Enough. Enough. Let me take this offline. Okay? Is that what you want? I'm tired of Fire Mario comments. So we're just gonna take it off. Easy.
You found your dream engagement ring at Chain Company. Is it protected? Absolutely. We protect it with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It doesn't cost a dime. There's no fine print. It even covers the center stone, because our rings are crafted to last. If something does go wrong, who's wrong? Is it Ave?
The inherit. church and state. If it weren't for electricity.
It's okay. No. Just figure it out! The first stream of 2025. You kidding me?
We've been at the tippity top for a very, very long time. And we're still only halfway up.
We're losing that shit. Like,
There's a couple places. There's two solos and us. Nice. One up, Doc. One up.
where is it?
Come to me, Doc. Come to me.
Nah, I don't have time. I don't have time. Let's go, baby! Got him.
This guy right here. This is the guy right here, boys. Bro, this guy down, boys.
Got this guy here? Fucking way! Get me! Trust me when I say this, nobody does it better. Champions Club. It's time to wake up. Champ. We've got some good news today. We got some good news today. Monetization is and I'll have everything fixed and cleared up. Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Why is a woman to be treated?
Hey, Doc, is this true?
Doc, congrats, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Where's the gifted sub button? Where's the gifted sub button?
You're gifted. Somebody take that 100 gifted for a spin.
Doc, oh my god, man. I literally have the chills, dude. I'm
I
so
appreciate
fucking happy for you,
I
man.
appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Doc, let's get go!
Meditating won't save you, Doc. I'm bored. I don't want every fucking gun that I'm picking up off the ground's an LMG. Get it out, man. Stink it. I can't even. I'm so upset. I can't even talk.
Those would be.
Man. What the fuck is this game? What is this? Fight! Fucking pisses me off. Fuck! And I'm fucking strafing right now. A fucking joke!
It's a distraction. Talking about that thing? Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it.
Over here. Yeah, right. Really? I don't get the attitude. God, I feel good today. Like, sit down and shut up. Fun too. Gotta hit your headshot, bud.
This is supposed to be Norway, right? I wonder if Norway's been trying to get this island for a long time. I think if we get this for them, I think they'd be
What's
pissed.
going to happen today? And boy, oh boy, did the 2x 6'8" gaming great show up.
Hold on, let me get it loaded up. Fuck out of my game! I haven't lost a fucking sniper fight today. And it hasn't even been close. Hey, what's going on over here? Where'd this guy come from? Oh, I saved you. Oh, I saved you. Yeah, I saved you. I saved you. Leave. This is so stupid. Because you gotta remember, only stupid idiots play this game. Let me take a look. Ladies and gentlemen. Happy to announce that I'm now an owner in Kinetic. A brand that's building the future of human performance, violence, speed, momentum for life. It's a big deal for the 2-time. Done this in a while. I'm not nervous.
Better.
Me nervous the 2-time? The back-to-back? Nervous for an announcement? I feel like I've done this. Come on, when you get stretched out. I just got word we've got the Doc's Diarrhea Simulator main menu screen. First time seeing it with you guys. Jesus. Should I slow down? Do you think I should slow down? I know. That's a fucking good looking arm. How many would want to buy this game? Do we have an audio battle royale? Wait, where's the audio? Where? What? Audio! I'm watching Battlegrounds? Oh, no. No! Come on! Oh my God! Jesus, what the? Alex, help! I didn't die, did I? Right in front of us. Vehicle right in front of us. Vehicle right in front of us. Cash out. Look at the Hey. Look at it. Guys, it's Dr. Disrespect. Welcome to my channel. Nothing's wrong here. We're all good. And we're playing this new AAA game called Baby Steps, where we got to get to the very top of the mountain. Let's see if we can get a good angle on this. It's the top of the mountain. It's right. I don't know if you can see it. It's. Give us a light. Thanks. Get up! 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 Grab that rock! Get up! No! Get up! Hold on, man. Grab something. No! 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 No!
Signe is a tool.
I'm not gonna do this. What the fuck is going on? No, there's no fucking way. I can't do this. Get up. Get up. Outside of the steroids. What is on my camera?
This Earth is a
Water and air.
I hate this game. I really do. I hate this game.
Ah, the aerial bully warriors. This is driving me nuts!
There it is. Oh, yeah. 13 hours and 40 minutes?
Friend recommended Roadrunner Sports. Fit expert guided me through the perfect fit zone. The foot scan, treadmill analysis, the whole process was an amazing experience. He even set me up with the right shoes and custom insoles. Now I'm back, and after everything I've been through, this is my fresh start.
Tempur-Pedic breeze makes sleep feel cool. So no more sweating on the blasting air conditioner. Because the Tempur breeze feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. Find cooler sleep with the Tempur breeze collection at an Ashley near you.
Hey, I'm shredded, I'm ready. I'm shredded. You gotta love these 5'2" nothings. You think so? I mean, take a look. It's the real deal. I know. Yeah. Just operate the pod if you can. Shut up. When's the last time you put on the black on slate black lace? When's the last time you slept clean and lathered yourself up from head to tippy toe? I want you slick. I want you looking good. I want you feeling good today. Hit him once.
Nice shot. Watch your out.
Play.
saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I gotta make a call right now. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein a workflow manager. That's
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
previously on Battlefield.
Everything all nice. All nice. We're going conquest. Install multiplayer. Installation complete. Everything's already installed. Download manager completed and it's installed. Goodbye settings. It's not goodbye settings.
Nothing on this. If you don't read them.
Same issue doc trying again. Okay, we're in. And ladies and gentlemen, just like that, we're going to conquest. What the f are we talking about? Install multiplayer, manage files, purchase to play. What? We trusted EA to go through the EA app. It's on EA now! And I trusted you, EA! And everybody's playing except me! There's gotta be a way around this. Hey, this game is not checkmarked. Are you blind? Stop sending me friend requests. I'm never going to accept them. Stop. Modify. Then we go like this. Update install. Downloading. Is this the work order? Hey! How do we turn notifications off? How do we turn them off? How do you know how to turn off these stupid ass pop-ups on the EA app? Decline. It literally says to reinstall. Shut the God, man. Let's go outside. Let's get some fresh air. Hopefully everything's fine, okay? And, okay, nothing's changed. You come over here. Oh, shit, it's not clicked, right? You come over here, manage, modify, install. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. These are clicked! Why won't you work? Yeah, right. It ain't gonna jump all over here.
Oh my scout.
King Solomon gave.
Okay, well, probably.
You are gonna help nothing! God, I'm not a nerd. I just like playing video games a lot, man. God! You are gonna help nothing! Dude, you're so stupid! Don't you know that? Dude, I don't got a lisp. I don't got a lisp. Shut up! Shut up! Dude, don't say that about me! Dude, no! Hey, come over to my YouTube channel, Dr. Disrespect. You did sneak in like a slithery rat, didn't you? Oh, shit! You got a mic or you want... I agree. Go ahead. This guy just knocked me right now, man.
Yeah, he knocked me too.
Hey, cheap pizza.
I swear to God, I swear to God I didn't. I've been in here because I got shot in the head by a fucking laser. I don't have an amber. This dude does. Well, somebody just knocked me out. I don't have a stitcher. I only got an amber in my inventory. So somebody knocked me. It wasn't me because I got shot in the head by something. Everybody's lying. I swear to God I'm not. I swear to God I'm not. I got shot from the other direction. There's someone else. I killed this down. You say that there's somebody else out here. I only have an amber.
You feel that? That's not just heat. That's boredom. You see, this
Aim for the moon. If winning isn't it,
it's a copy-paste factory with a fresh. No edge. No risks. No style. Meanwhile, I'm here sitting in 103 degrees of originality. Something they can't download. So let them marinate in mediocrity. I'll be right here, soaking in success. And this jacuzzi, it's not luxury. It's a reminder. I don't need the noise to make waves.
You really thought I was fucking around when I said $2.9 billion arena, huh? Take a look at that place. The end of 2025, and what a year was it? Wasn't it? What a year was it? Wasn't it? What a year was it? Was it? Can I get some clarification? Is that wrong? Okay. It was one hell of a year, wasn't it? Is that better? It was one hell of a year, wasn't it, Chips? Maybe one of the greatest years in the history of the two-time back-to-back.
Alright, look at
The games, the wins, the making them peak and reminding them every single session. You and I, Chips, shoulder to
gotta
shoulder.
be one more civilization like up here. I'm missing one.
to Earth.
26. Oh, it's just gonna get better.
Looking at everybody.
And better and better.
Oh, damn. I just kinda wanted to see that one. Oh.
My Life My Quit is a free quit program made just for teens. You can get help to quit any nicotine product, including vapes, pouches, chew, or cigarettes. It's your moment. Join My Life My Quit today.
Co-pilot. Each player will have over 100 tackles to create a profile. How's the guy?
Our civil.
I ain't even did a warm up. 50 turns. I mean, oh. Oh, bring up old shit.
Sure, Jetsif.
The Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. The first step in a lifetime. Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up.
Let's welcome our new coworker.
It has been demonstrated that no system,
It's a performance.
not even...
I know people push your buttons, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Systems AI. Deploy workplace data and design for the next anything.
Leave the atom.
Hold on, chat. My dog wants out. Hold up.
For years, I've been inactive due to knee pain. At my last checkup, I was told I need to get moving again. To help me prepare for my first 5K, my run club suggested I check out Roadrunner Sports. The technology they used, the 3D foot scan, the treadmill analysis, it was awesome. With new shoes and custom insoles, I'm walking on clouds. No more knee pain. Now I'm back, living an active lifestyle and doing it pain-free.
budgeting app in Base 44. Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
So we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a
I'll be right back.
My Life, My Quit is a free quit program made just for teens. You can get help to quit any nicotine product, including vapes, pouches, chew, or cigarettes. It's your life. Join today.
What's up, everyone? In this video, we're going to look at Adrian 1996's incredible run where he gets a 1300 BC tech victory. For those that don't know, these are free-for-all deity runs, meaning that you're on a random map, so you don't have map knowledge. It's not a scenario or anything like that. You simply have to start the game and try to win as fast as you can without any prior map knowledge. So basically it's single player, free-for-all deity. And you simply try to win as fast as you can. Now, my personal record's 400 BC, which is pretty damn good. But he has been hitting it out of the park as of late. Not just with the Americans, but with many different, he's been playing with the Aztecs, the Zulu. So definitely check out his channel if you'd like this kind of content. We do gaming, and we do a little bit of everything on this channel. So if you enjoy the content we're putting out here, I listen to my viewers, you know, they've been begging for CivRev content, so we're putting out some CivRev content. Subscribe if you'd like to support the channel. And don't forget to, you got to go on Steam. I've been you know, I haven't had time to work on all these world records the way this guy has. He's in our Discord.
My dog's a dumbass.
Join that as well if you'd like to discuss.
He wanted out. I gave him some cuddles. They immediately was like, I don't know, I'm just gonna sleep in the hallway. Okay, that's cool.
Our military is...
In order to rally people...
Now, what's curious is he got a great explorer. As we know, he likes to plant immediately. In the previous game that I was watching, he picked up. Doesn't matter though. We'll see how this goes. He has 80 gold.
A famous...
92 gold. And horseback riding. And what's that thing called? I'm curious about. Because he's injured, so this puts him in a really precarious position. Sells it. Screw it. Not a bad decision. He had a bunch of them. You got the greatest.
why the game wants me to fight French so fucking bad.
We now have the ability to build a spaceport. If we further our research,
Rocket science has been...
Only it's bare minimum, because that's all they're capable of. Long editing sessions. Thank you so much. Shirts, designs there at Ropes Apparel down below, link down below. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support the show. proprietary system never seen anywhere else. A totally groundbreaking concept. EA Sports is proud to announce that we've once again redefined the sports game experience. We've implemented fully dynamic weather systems that interacts with gameplay, creating unique game-changing conditions that are unlike anything players have experienced before.
Oh shit! Did he fucking say weather? Where does he come up with this stuff?
No, weather is the thing that is happening outside. You can go outside right now. Every day of your life knows weather. What? That's not an innovation. There's also a new invisible force mysteriously impacting how a football travels once thrown or kicked.
Rebirht.
The Cold War is...
This is my first fucking game of this game! Credit, are you shitting me? This is literally my first drive.
There's so much plastic. The single biggest problem
fucking knees. Madden, please. Much improved, guys. Yeah. Did you just run a 4.3? A 4.5.
Pretty good for a middle linebacker. 400 pounds, 5'6".
It's pretty fast considering you got no knees. A rare bug, they said, is fixed in a patch. So rare that my character had no knees.
Tini troppo.
If technology, the ultimate end.
Oh, we culture bombed them.
We're even using broken logic. This was finished early, according to EA.
We haven't warmongered in like return. Actually, haven't warmongered in 100. Oh,
There's no business. Robotics has been around. All material we choose to go.
As a 20-year-old game was still whooping their ass in this department. Well, it's here now.
watching.
So imagine this, you pay $80 for the fucking game. Too bad. Your superstar character is shit.
You don't stumble.
Did you just threaten me?
No, Kobe, don't get in that helicopter. Do not get in that helicopter, Kobe. Watch where you're going, bro. Kobe, watch where you're going.
Satellite.
Digital, holy fuck, $28, $27, $15. Oh, sweet, beginner pack, $2. Oh, wait a minute, this is step 1 of 7.
It would change football games for the better forever if people just stopped playing this mode.
Gaining yardage.
God damn it, Angel! Angel bought the goddamn game!
Way to call out, Angel. Dare you?
How dare you! How dare you! You're hurting yourself. You dumb fuck are ruining football. Hurting yourself and your fucking wallet and your psyche. Trust me, goddammit, I'm trying to save you here from yourselves.
God damn it.
Another year, another busted, buggy Madden with a few improvements and
Giddy up.
from last year's game, but also a few removed and missing things, as always, with a ton of bullshit marketing speak that results in the tiniest of things that are really for systems that were already jammed on an old, busted engine. While it may be the best Madden of the recent Maddens, that's not really saying much. In the end, when you have to ignore so much to get through, the final verdict for this year's Madden is a 4 out of 10. That's a 1-point improvement from last year. But mainly because it's a fucking patch from last year with added presentation that I've been asking for 20 fucking years. Only it's bare minimum, because that's all they're capable of. It could have been more. This but EA is out here removing features and coming up with the worst modes to add, like jump ball. No, fuck jump ball. And fuck adding a battle pass to football. No, fuck you, you done fucked up. The one time that I was gonna raise your score, no, it's a 3 out of 10.
I am a big a good plan violently.
How's it going? The flying marksman is insane. Andy, you were right. I think that tank in. Boy, we conquered hell. Game of three cities. You get this capital, I think they're done. Dude. Got lost?
God said,